Greetings and salutations, friends! Welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel.
Flaming KM, greetings and salutations!
How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Hope you guys are ready for another day of some of that juicy Diablo goodness. Okay, we're gonna turn down the sound here a little bit because I was watching some of the VODs and it's a little loud. So, especially when I'm like fighting a bunch of stuff. So, my dudes, my bros, my homies, it is time once again for you to join in on the great and magnificent fun. It's called the simultaneous sip. And all you gotta do, my dudes, is grab that cup or mug or glass, perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, a flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like the morning coffee. It is waifu made. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness. That's right. The stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip. Brothers of the waffle, citizens of the Tango Hotel. It's happening right freaking now. Go! Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. And don't forget the follow-up.
Double sip.
Oh yeah, good stuff, baby, good stuff. All right. So today, maybe we'll actually get to criticizing Star Trek Infinite like I wanted to do on our last stream and completely and utterly forgot to do because you know, Tango, your boy Tango is a bit of a derp. But on that note, I actually forgot what I was gonna do. So you know what? Let's start out the stream. Hidden Sage with the 29 months, you absolute madman. Madman, I say. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate that. And welcome back to the Brotherhood, Hidden Sage. Thank you so much for your support. Absolute ballerness right there, my friend. Happy Monday, Tango. What are we derping about now? We're derping about Star Trek Infinite. Because I was like, you know, maybe I'll remember. And it's like, you know, we should probably just look at it. So is it on Steam? I actually wonder if it's on Steam. Here, let me go ahead and share my desktop. Oh, Joker, my man. How you doing, buddy? Cheers, baby. Ah, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So big white screen. Gotta love that. Let's see. Steam. Is Star Trek Infinite on Steam? That's the question. So I haven't heard back. It is. Okay. So,
Captain's log.
Let's check it out.
Stardate 43152.4.
Oh my God.
Our fleet is cautiously entering hostile territory.
Okay, so you know I got to do this. Galaxy, Intrepid. Are these sovereign classes? These are sovereign classes, aren't they? This one, and this one. And I believe those are Nebula class.
And the crew is standing by.
Of course. It's always the board.
We are the board. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. Your culture will not have to service us. Resistance is futile.
Okay. Full reveal on Picard Day, June 16th. Okay, so that was interesting. What is this one? 1:11. Let's watch this one. And then we'll talk about it.
We are establishing communications with another sentient species in accordance with the Prime Directive.
Look next.
Enemy positions revealed.
No Hidden Sage. That's not what it looks like. That's exactly what they did. And as a huge fan of Star Trek Birth of the Federation, possibly one of the worst 4X games ever made. Yes, it was absolutely atrocious. But I didn't know that because it was my first, aside from Alpha Centauri, it was like one of the first 4X games I've ever played. And it was based in Star Trek, and I was a huge Star Trek nerd when I was that age, and so I literally played the living dog crap out of it. I played every single Empire multiple times and beat the game on all difficulties. That's how much of a nerd I was. And it was magnificent. So, why are we looking at this? Well, because it's a Star Trek game, and I really like Star Trek. And it's it's definitely hitting that part of me. But yes, as you can see, it is essentially Stellaris in what it's essentially a Star Trek mod, an official Star Trek mod for Stellaris, as released as its own game. So it's going to have its own stories. Each empire is going to have its own like unique storylines and all that stuff. And as you can see, the map is wholly different. Like, are there actual pictures of the map by itself? Let me see. I mean, you could kind of see it behind here, but yeah, this is the one that's on the Rock Paper Shotgun page. So, first of all, Kesprit is like one planet, so I'm not really sure what's going on here. Or did I must have missed something in the lore because that looks wrong to me. Secondly, the Klingon Empire is supposed to be, this timeline is supposed to be much smaller than the United Federation of Planets. In fact, I'm pretty sure the United Federation of Planets is supposed to be encompassing the Klingon Empire in this time period. I'm not really sure about that. I might be wrong because it's supposed to take place just before Next Generation, right? And the Cardassian Empire is tiny compared to the United Federation of Planets. So I'm kind of like what? Because like the Cardassians are more of a local power. No, they're a regional power where the Federation, Klingon Empire, and the Romulans are galactic powers, essentially. So yeah. So let's talk about this. So one of the okay, so it is essentially Stellaris that has a Star Trek skin on it. Now, it's very good. It's being made by a different developer than Paradox, but Paradox is publishing it. So there you go. And what they did is they took the code for Stellaris and just basically took all the assets from Star Trek and just rammed them in there. Now, it definitely looks like the Star Trek, there's a full conversion mod for Star Trek in the Stellaris game. You can download it for free, and it's a really good mod. It's got all the ships, it's got all the stuff. It changes the entire thing to look like it was made for Star Trek, like it was an actual Star Trek game. This is literally a Star Trek game that's made in the Stellaris engine. Maybe it was a balance thing. I don't know. Yeah, the New Horizons mod is amazing. Yes, it is. And I played it one time. I gave it a go, and it was great. It still has a lot of the flaws that Stellaris does, in my opinion, with especially with like shipbuilding and stuff. Hopefully they address that in this game because they're not going to be able to use like the 4-tier system that Stellaris uses, where you've got, or a 5-tier system, or 6 tiers. I don't remember what they're up to now. Where you've got like the tiny corvettes, and then you've got the destroyers, and then the cruisers, and then the battleships, right? And then I think they've got one under that, and then they've got Titans now. And maybe there's one bigger one now. I don't know. That's like the size of a goddamn planet. I don't remember. They've added so much bullshit to that game. But that's not really going to work in a game like this. But as you can see, the UI is so very similar. Like, just like ripped straight out of it. And to be fair, considering they're using the code, it doesn't surprise me. And it's not like the UI really matters all that much, right? A base game is up to 7: Corvette, Frigate, Destroyer, Cruiser, Juggernaut. That's it. Thank you. Appreciate that. But, I mean, as you can see, there are these are Excelsior class ships right here. Galaxy class. Galaxy class is essentially a dreadnought, I think, size ship. I played maybe too much Stellaris. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's been a while since I played, and the main reason I stopped playing Stellaris was because of Imperator Rome. So it's why I hate Paradox Interactive. Coupled with all the other games that they've basically done the same thing to, Imperator Rome was the last straw for me, and I refuse to engage with Paradox Interactive at all. The only reason I'm giving this game even like the minute amount of stuff that I'm giving it is because it's not being developed by Paradox. It's being published by Paradox. It's being developed by a different thing. And you're right. The reason the map is probably the way it is probably due to balance. But if you were going to do that, then you could just start at the beginning, like with Birth of the Federation. You could just do something like that. But it's one of those things where it's like, I believe it's supposed to be just before Next Generation era, like still in the golden age of the Federation. So they are like literally the dominant and ascendant power in the entire in the Alpha quadrant, Alpha and Beta quadrants, right? The Romulans are almost completely silent throughout this entire era until Next Generation. And the Klingons and the Federation have basically had the alliance since Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, after Praxis exploded. And so the Klingon Empire is not a vassal of the United Federation of Planets, but if you were being real politic, that's the way you might look at it. They are an independent nation that is severely like tied to. It's a lot like NATO and the United States. It's a lot like that, except the Klingons are way more militaristic and have a very similar sized military. It's a lot like that. It's kind of like intertanglement, where they depend on one another. They're good allies, trading partners, stuff like that. And the Cardassian Union at this time should be relatively small, although expansionist. You know, they are literally fascists. like they are the closest analog to fascist in Star Trek that I have seen yet. And so hyper expansionist. You know, or actually. No. Yeah, fascists, not Nazis. Nazis are the founders. Yeah. Anyway, so it might be due to balance. That's a fair one. What really kind of sets me off, though, it's not sets me off. What really, see, I guess the reason that it's so that the starting, this looks like the starting area, right? So it looks like maybe the starting area is so small, so you've got places to expand into. So it's not like. Because in like the real Star Trek universe, one of the reasons why that's the Federation, the Klingon Empire, the Romulan Empire are so small, even though they're gigantic. You know, the Federation has 150 planets in it. I don't see 150 planets in there, by the way. To be fair, before Next Gen, it was probably like 130, but that's irrelevant. I imagine it's due for gameplay reasons. And the fact that the Stellaris engine is a flat plane, even though it has a Z analog where stars are below and above, that really doesn't do anything as far as gameplay is concerned. Whereas in real space, when you look at a map of the Federation, it's literally from above on the galaxy plane, but the Federation is actually like several thousand light years thick as well as it is like wide and, you know, in its volume. And a lot of solar systems, a lot of star systems are just like, not only are they not strategically important, they lack they have resources mostly, but they're resources that are everywhere. They don't have the special resources that people need, and they're uninhabited, you know, mostly. And even if you have an M-class planet in a star system, that doesn't mean you want to colonize it, right? It does in an expansionist game, obviously, because resources like that are limited. But in real life, if there was as many M-class planets as there are in the Star Trek universe, there would be a lot of M-class planets, even in the Federation space, in Klingon space, in Cardassian, Romulan space, that would still be uninhabited mostly. Maybe except for like people who are committing crimes, you know, pirates and stuff like that. Because you wouldn't have, there's no reason to go there and exploit it other than just there's a planet there and people want to live on it, right? And that's not necessarily a really good reason to colonize a brand new planet, because that's a lot of work, right? So all that aside, it looks fairly interesting. Like I said, the UI is straight out of Stellaris. It's very obvious that it is, but it has some elements of its own that look like they've put it into Star Trek. Obviously, they have, you know, like it's literally the same icon for food. Come on now. Similar for science and the rest of the nonsense. And it looks like it has the same, you know, diplomatic interface. Obviously, in the video, you saw them scanning star systems. More starships here. Look at this. We got, God, I can't remember. Are those, God, what is that? That was in Star Trek 2. God, I can't remember. Is that Excelsior class? Is that what that is? I can't remember what class that is right off the top of my head. Oh, I'm horrible at this. Why? Anyway. So This is Romulus and Remus. Okay, so this is the Romulan star system. So, yeah, as you can see, they've basically toned down the scale of the universe to comply with the UI requirements for Stellaris. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. This kind of disappoints me because I was really hoping that they might go a different route with this. Even with the Stellaris UI, I was really hoping that if they did a dedicated game like this, they would absolutely make it to where you could have hundreds of planets rather than just dozens and make it usable. Because then it would just be, instead of having like a thing like this where you go to each planet and you have to build things individually, screw all that nonsense. It's literally like a spreadsheet. Like, look at this. See, this is the colonizing thing, and this is they're building something here. They're building something on Sol. They're building something on Andor. So it's kind of disappointing because it's basically just like Stellaris in the Star Trek universe. Maybe it'll offer something more. To be quite honest, I'm probably not going to play it when it comes out because I hate Paradox Interactive and they can suck my and then they so yeah, they really made me mad with Imperator Rome. I was very, very, very hyped for Imperator Rome, and I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt for them to fix it.
Captain's log, star date.
And they just abandoned it. They took my money. They didn't give me the game that they promised. Then they promised they would fix it and give me the game that they promised, and then they broke that promise by abandoning the game. So, like I said, I'm probably not going to play it when it first comes out because there is no way I'm giving Paradox my money before I see what this game actually and how it plays and the way it works. Even though I'm a streamer and that's the kind of thing I do, like, absolutely not. Paradox has earned my ire, and I will 100% advocate for their complete and utter destruction and dissolution as a gaming developer and publisher. See, the problem is that they had my apathy with what they were doing when they were trying to fix Imperator Rome. When they abandoned it, they generated, now I'm their enemy, essentially. So this game will get no benefit of the doubt from me. I will tear it apart 100% if I even play it. So there we are. Now another thing is another reason that it just kind of feels like such a weird place to be is that I love Star Trek, but modern Star Trek is just toxic as fuck to me. Pardon, I should have muted. I should have beeped that. I apologize. And the reason it is because of the people that make it. They're, extreme ideologues that don't know how to actually tell a story properly. And so they shoehorn in all their modern politics without actually like seeing how it will deal with the universe in and of itself and just shove it in even if it doesn't really fit properly. And they continue to do so. And when criticized by it, they double down and double down and double down and double down. And they call me a bad guy for not liking it. So, see, I still love Stellaris. That team at least is doing great work still, in my opinion. But Infinite doesn't do anything new for either Stellaris or Star Trek that I can see. Exactly, yeah. Now, I will say this. They do this mission tree here. It's like a tech tree, and it looks like the Hearts of Iron, like storied tech tree thing. So that looks interesting. I'm very curious to see how this is going to work. So, I still, the day might come when I see more of this, and it like intrigues me. Because if the story is compelling enough, and it's Stellaris gameplay, I might be able to get on board. So I'm not saying it's not 100% that I'm just going to ignore this game. It's more like I'm not giving Paradox any benefit of the doubt. 0%. And I agree with you. I loved Stellaris 2 until all the things that all the people were talking about when Stellaris first came out started to manifest in Stellaris, and it started to manifest in their other games, because Stellaris came out and I loved it because I had never played a 4X game like other than Europa Universalis 4, and I'd only played it a little bit and mostly watched it on YouTube, so it was very interesting, but it was hard for me to get into it because it was very complicated, and it's just I didn't really have the time or the brain power to really, dive in when it was at the end of its life cycle. And so Stellaris was a way for me to get in the ground floor. And it was very simplistic. A lot of the systems were like half-assed and half-baked, and it didn't really do much. It just allowed you to roll around and conquer everything. which was fine. But a lot of the complaints from people in the community, who had been through several games like this, as the game's life started to accrue, it became very, very obvious that that's exactly what they were doing with this. They put out a half-assed game that they barely finished. In my opinion, when Stellaris released, it was not a finished product. It was not a finished product. It was only, I believe it was only $40, so it's not like it was like a AAA, $60, $70 game, so there is that. So that's fair, but it still felt like it was not worth $40 at the time. At the time, I thought it was because I'd never experienced it before. But looking back, even though I put a lot of time into it, so that's fair. I got a lot of bang for my buck. It still wasn't the game that they promised it was going to be, and it wasn't a fully fleshed out game. And it was only through years and years and years of updates that it became a more fleshed out game. And now it has so many systems in it that it just feels like it's just bloated AF, a lot like Europa Universalis is. And I just have no interest in getting back into Stellaris to deal with all of their BS. Like, I've gone back a couple of times without downloading any of the new DLC, because I'm not going to give them any more of my money, and it's fine. It works just fine, and I played it, and I got it's the same, pretty much the same game. The trade is like way too simple for me. I really wish they had developed that more. And there was it took years to get an espionage system, a trade system, a galactic council, just all the things that they've added over the time. A lot of that stuff should have been in the game from the very beginning, at least in basic form, and they just in my opinion. And now there's $150 worth of DLC, and a lot of that is like gameplay DLC. For instance, I believe both Titans and Juggernauts are behind DLC paywalls, right? Most of the Ascension system is behind a DLC paywall. Now, they made some of it for free. The basic bitch stuff that you can get, they made some of that free. And a lot of the systems, the archaeology stuff, some of that's free, but not a lot of the juicier mission stuff and all that other things. And it just feels like I paid $40 for a game, and now I'm gonna have to. But if I want the game, if I want to play the game that I was originally promised, then I'm gonna have to spend well over $100 years later. Over several years. And it's like, is that what they're going to do to this game as well? Is this what they're going to do? Are they going to rope me, a Star Trek fan, into this game because it's a fantasy where I can build, the Federation or the Klingon Empire or the Cardassian Union, and it's going to be a basic, bare bones, basic bitch thing? Because here's the thing. If this doesn't include at least half of the systems that Stellaris actually has, then that's exactly what they're doing, right? This game, I have a feeling is going to be exactly what Stellaris was. They have a fully fleshed out Stellaris game, and I guarantee you most of the systems from Stellaris are not going to be in this game. And what they're going to do is they're going to take years to trickle out DLC after DLC after DLC and add those systems in, and they're going to charge you for it. $10 here, $15 there, $20 there. Oh yeah, we're sorry, the diplomatic system's not nearly as where we want it to be. Here's a DLC for that, $10. Oh yeah, the espionage system, it's not where we want it to be. Here's a DLC, $15 for that. Oh yeah, trade, it was totally so bare bones. We ramped that up. Here you go. Here's a DLC, $20. That's what they're gonna do, and I don't want to do that. I literally don't want to do that. Here's the thing. I would pay $100 for this game if it came out with all of those systems fully done, and that's just it, and all the DLC was simply story stuff. I would pay $100 for that, because this is something that I would open my wallet up for. Is Star Trek. I love Star Trek. It is my fantasy universe. Period. The base game is decent amounts. Each new update for free, but a ton of tools, features are DLC gated, and jumping into the new Paradox title involves either a ton of cash or waiting for a good sale. Yeah, or just sucking it up and not having a good game, right? Because even with all of, here's the thing. If you bought the base Stellaris game and that's it, it's still a half-assed game, because most of those systems were promised when the game was released. They were promised before the game was released. So it's just like, feature list discussion. When CK3 came out, it did have 2/3 of CK2 features. Fair enough. Credit where credit's due. Cheers on that. Well, I was baked in the DLC since the new loads and features. I am doubtful I could have. See that, and yeah, and that's one of the things. It's like I can understand their business model, and I get it. But give me new shit. Don't give me a new game. Take away half the shit that's in the old game, and then sell it back to me in DLC. Give me what the old game have in a simpler form. Like the fact that it didn't have playable republics is just retarded, right? Like it totally should have had playable republics. The fact that it didn't tells you they want to scam you for money. That's as simple as that. Or they want to price gouge you for money. Scam is a very strong word because it's not necessarily a scam if they're doing it in front of you, right? If they're doing it with you, your eyes are open, you can see them doing it. They're doing it. You know they're doing it. They know you're doing it. You know they know, all that thing. So it's not like they're hiding it. The problem I have is that I want new things to pay DLC for, right? If Stellaris had come out with a stealth system, espionage system, fully fleshed out diplomatic and fully traded system, and then they had DLCs later that like augmented it to make it, different in different ways, like the whole Megacorp thing, that's totally a worthwhile DLC because that changes how the trade system works. That changes how the Empire system works. And I like the Megacorps was the perfect example of the kind of DLC I'm 100% A-okay with, on board with, because it changes the entire game when you play it, right? And it changes how the game actually functions. But these basic systems are in every 4X. Like Star Trek Birth of the Federation that came out like pre-2000 had espionage system. It had stealth systems. It had freaking trade systems and heavy diplomatic systems. And these are games that came out 20 years ago. And Stellaris releases and it doesn't have any of that shit. Or if it does, it's so bare bones, it's basically just they ham-fisted it in. And so that's my real problem with Paradox as a company, is they just want to nickel and dime me, when if they just were honest and said, hey, this game is going to cost us a lot of money and we want to make a buttload of money, we're going to charge $100 for it, but it's going to have everything you want, then I would pay it. Then I would just pay it, because then it would be worth it, right? Because to be fair, I got hundreds of hours of gameplay out of Stellaris, even though it was shitty. And I've got several dozens of hours out of Imperator Rome, even though it started out shitty, right? So all the criticisms aside, it looks interesting. I will give them that. It definitely looks like they slapped Star Trek onto Stellaris. But because I know Stellaris and because I know Star Trek, I can see some of the differences that may be the key to it being a completely different game that just looks like it has a Stellaris UI, right? So, I'm not gonna lie, this kind of bothers me. The fact that it looks like the science is exactly the same from Stellaris instead of just mixing it up a little bit. The planet's the same way. Because of the limitations of the Stellaris planetary system, if you have too many planets, it just becomes a chore just to play. And so they literally had to scale the universe itself down to make it playable in this way, which is fine because they had to do that for Birth of the Federation too. They had to do that for many of the other games that are in Star Trek. But they could have definitely went a different route where it was more like spreadsheets, where you deal with overall Empire stuff, and a lot of this stuff is just going on in the background. Because here's the thing, especially when you're dealing with the Federation, for instance, it is a federated democracy. So what does that mean? That means almost nothing is controlled by the government except for pieces of the government and the military. So developing a planet is almost completely done by civilians in the actual universe. So you, as who is playing the person controlling the Federation as an empire, or controlling the Federation as an empire, I did the wrong quotation marks there, it's very difficult to make it work in that way so that you can, for gameplay purposes. So it's gonna have to be like this weird like amalgamation of the thing. It's just like in what was the Victoria? I watched some gameplay from that, and it was basically like, as the United States of America, a capitalist democracy, you literally have to go into the factories and upgrade the machinery yourself with government money and change them over as the like ruler of the United States of America. It's just like, So yeah, it's one of those deals where the same problem as in Stellaris. Even if you're playing a democratic, functioning society, you still have to build all the buildings. You still get to spend all the resources, and it's very little automation on the part of the computer and a part of the game to actually replicate what an actual democracy would look like, or even a representative democracy like the United States, or a federated democracy like the United Federation of Planets. To be fair, the United Federation of Planets is literally just the United States in space. Where your point is a long-running failure of 4X games. Absolute monarchy is always the de facto government because developers are afraid to take things out of the player's hands. Yeah, but here's the thing: is that you can this is the thing that bothers me the most about this is that it's not that I don't believe it would be that hard, because instead of you building the building, like imagine this: like in Stellaris, you need to build this building because you want it to do X, right? Let's a farm. You need to build a farm district, right? So instead of literally click farm and it builds the district and it has to use your money and all this other stuff, you could literally just take a separation of this and be like, I want to build a farm thing. So what you do is that when you click the farm thing, it allows you to incentivize private investment into farms, which is essentially the same damn thing. It's just worded different. So it's literally you're building the farm and you're investing the money into it, but the fantasy is that you click the button and it's like the democratic process, you as the executive, right? You're controlling the executive, right? And so you're working through Congress and all this other bullshit. It's basically, I want to create an agricultural program that will incentivize private investment into the agricultural stuff. And boom, bam, it's built. It's the same bullshit, same process. All you have to do is reword it. That's literally it. That's literally it. And it's literally, it would be the same thing, because that's actually how it works in our democracy. That is how you get, if we need farms, if we need X, if we need Y, the government can literally just incentivize it by offering extreme tax breaks or literally paying companies to do it. Be like, if you build a factory here, we will pay you X amount of money. Or we will offer you a government contract, or you won't have to pay freaking corporate tax for 10 years or some dumb shit like that. Like half the companies in Tennessee, the reason they're here is because they were incentivized by the state government to come here because they got tax breaks for a decade, right? There's a battery factory being built near my house that won't pay taxes, won't pay state corporate tax for 10 years. 10 years. It won't pay state corporate tax. And it's bringing 11,000 jobs. So if you run the money, the factory's going to be there for more than 10 years. It's probably going to be there for 30, 40, maybe even 50. Right? If not more. So you're talking only a decade, the state's not going to be receiving corporate tax. But you have employment being brought to Tennessee, so people have jobs, so people go out in the economy and spend money. And after those 10 years, you get 30, 40, 50, 60, however many years that thing's going to be active of tax revenue. It makes total sense. Now we're getting into the economies and all kinds of bullshit. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is that yes, it's a failure of 4X games, but you can literally just reword it to make it to where you're not building it. Civilians are building it. You're just incentivizing them to do so. And so they could take it out of your hands, but make it because you incentivize it, they're going to do it, because that's how humans work. If you incentivize something, somebody will take you up on the offer. Somebody will take you up on the offer. But regardless, so it looks very interesting, and I've rambled on for God knows how long at this point. I appreciate you guys, being here for this. This was kind of awesome. Let's check this out. So the rock, paper, shotgun article is not very long. It just talks about how it was last week. And it puts players in the captain's chair of the Federation, Romulan Star Empire, Cardassian Union, and Klingon Empire, and they do 4X stuff across the galaxy of the Alpha Beta Quadrants. Yeah. So, and apparently the Nimble Giant Entertainment did the 2016 Master of Orion remake, which, by the way, was really, really good, and I absolutely loved it. And they had John Delancey in it. It was so good. It was so good, man. I don't know what they're going to be doing with the Borg, but it definitely looks like there's stuff going on there. Stinfinite, that's great. Okay. Stinfinite, that's lovely. So, yeah. I don't really know what to think of it, to be quite honest. I have very mixed feelings, as I've said. On a scale of 1 to Kotaku, how bad is Rock Paper Shotgun these days? I have no idea. I don't pay attention to games media because they're garbage. But it was an article talking about it, and as you could obviously see, it had little to no information. It was just essentially like, hey, they announced this, and blah 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 blah. I'm typing words on a page. That's literally what that article was. It was nothing that you couldn't get from just being like, hey, you know, they announced this game. Here's the Steam link. Go check it out. Like, he could have just said that, and it would have been about the same amount of information. Yeah, so games journalism. I bet the Borg being in-game crisis in the game, like Praetorian. Yeah, I agree. They could do some icon. You know, there could be a lot of stuff they could do for in-game crisis in the game. Like they could do Iconians. That's a good one. In the books, they really fleshed that out. The Borg, the Dominion. You know, the real space Nazis. Given how little actual innovation Infinite is showing off so far, a reskin of another Stellaris feature is all I expect. Yeah, it really does feel that way. I mean, look, it's got shipyards, star bases. It's the same kind of deal, right? I will say it does look like they have gone away from the hyperdrive of Stellaris and they actually have warp like they do in, you know, actual Star Trek. So there is a little bit of that. It seems like they have the same problem, though, with the fleets, where it's just like, hey, bigger number, squash smaller number. Civilian ships, construction ships, science ships, spy ships, governorship? What? Wait. What? Vulcan, Andor, oh. Does that say governor? I can't read that. Is it because I'm old, or is it just the thing here? Let me bring up that rock paper shotgun thing again. By the way, thank you Longwood Geek for sharing it. I appreciate that. It says governor. Yes.
43152.4. Our fleet is cautiously entering hostile territory, and the crew is standing by.
I don't know why it's doing that. So yeah, governor. So I wonder what that means exactly. Does that mean it's like it's controlled by local space? Like, are they really gonna have like the sector stuff in this game? Because that seems kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. To be fair though, that is how the Klingon Empire would function specifically. Is that almost if almost all ships in the Klingon Empire belong to a house, a great house. They're either allied to a great house or they literally belong to that great house. The shipyards in the Klingon Empire are also owned and operated by the great houses. And they incur all the expense and all that. There's very few shipyards or actual ships that belong straight up to the empire in and of itself, the actual like government. This is why it's like this is the basis of its feudal system that it's kind of got there. And so whenever there's military conflict, every great house has a certain quota that they have to meet for giving you know troops, ships, and stuff to the empire for its war efforts. Kind of like the imperial tithe in Warhammer 40K, except the people in charge of those ships, Izzy! What's up, girl? Greetings and salutations. Except the people in charge of those ships are usually appointed by the houses themselves. They're promoted by the government, but usually appointed by the houses themselves most of the time, depending on what it is, unless it's an actual ship that is owned by the Klingon government. And so you would have this system where unless you needed the ships for a very specific thing, you would have a relatively small force compared to the overall military might of the Klingon Empire. The actual government-controlled, fleets would be relatively small compared to that overall strength, and then each house would have its own fleets and stuff. And it's only when the times of great distress and war, that all the fleets would be called up. Most of the time, if you're having like skirmishes with, if they're messing with the Kazenki, which is a border species of the Klingon fight, and or just doing border skirmishes with somebody else, there's just usually the normal tithe. This house gives this many ships, this house gives this many ships, and they send them over there, and they go do their thing. And so they'll be under the banner of the Empire, but they'll also be under their own house banner, working with other houses as well. So it's one of those deals. So this would make sense for the Klingon Empire to have like ships that are not controlled by the government, or fleets that are not controlled by the government, but are part of the actual overall fleet might of the Empire. That would make sense. But I don't know what this is, unless this is something they added to Stellaris since I stopped playing. That I don't know. So yeah, it does look it like this UI really doesn't look like they're innovating much. I don't know if they're going to continue with the whole like starbase thing, where in Stellaris you have to build outposts and then you upgrade them to starbases, and then they use the same like system. It doesn't necessarily look like they're doing that. So, but we're just gonna have to see. The more information we get, it could be that I'm intrigued enough that eventually I could choose to play the game when it comes out. So we'll see. But we're gonna have to choose between. Why do you keep doing this? Stop it. It's like okay, there we go. We're gonna autoplay videos off. Anyway, thank you. So yeah, do we play the space fascist or the space socialists first? That's the question. Or maybe the space Vikings. I'm yeah, okay. I think we're done with that. Let's play some Diablo. Whoops. Whoops. Thank you guys for letting me waffle on about that in infinitum. I appreciate that. You guys are so very awesome. And did I get rid of? Okay, we got rid of Steam. So all in all, I'm a bit, intrigued to see what they do. Considering it's not being made by Paradox, it might be worth checking out, right? But I don't know. So we got 16 minutes left on this bad boy. I mean, we could like give it a try, right? 16 minutes. That's not that long. We could give her a go. Is it just me, or does my horse look kind of bad? So I was trying out using the controller with Diablo, and oh my god, it's horrible. Something else that I found out is that if you are playing with a controller as a necromancer, or as a necromancer, your corpse abilities, like corpse explosion and shit, will auto-target. They auto-target corpses, but on PC with the mouse and keyboard, it does not auto-target corpses. In fact, if you click on the ground and you don't click a corpse, it will lock you in an animation for a split second based on how fast you attack. And so you'll be standing still, locked in an animation, not doing anything. So it literally punishes you. It will literally punish you for missing corpses. There we go. So I'm not really sure how to feel about that, to be quite honest. You know what I mean? It feels kind of bullshit, not gonna lie. It feels kind of bullshit. And it's funny. Blaze, greetings and salutations, my friend. How you doing? You just missed me bitching about Star Trek Infinite. Come here. Come here, Blondie. There you go. How's it feel, bitch? How's it feel? All right. So the chests are usually, the mystery chests are usually here. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Oh look, it is the Goatman. The Goatman. But yeah, so I'm intrigued. I am. I'm a little bit apathetic toward the, Stellaris and Star Trek, but I gotta admit, the more I look at it and the more I waffle on it, the more intrigued I become. And it's so sad to me that that it feels like I can't even resist something that I know is probably gonna be bad for me. You know what But to be fair, I did get a lot of gameplay out of Stellaris. So I just, like I said, I just don't know. I just don't know. Oh shit! Dude, my build is just crazy, man. My build is crazy. Like, it is actually ridiculous. It's kind of sucks farming the overworld, though, because, well, not the Helltide necessarily, but the overworld in general, because they're so weak that I run out of mana really quick. Especially if I'm using this. So when I was farming a little bit, when I was doing a little bit of renowned farming in Hezwazwa, whatever it is, I literally swapped this out for my Frostbolt. It's so good though, man. It's so good. And he's frozen, and he's dead. It's so good. Yeah. And yeah, it was just really hard to actually deal with crowds of enemies. And you'd think, oh, you just obliterate them. Yeah, but it doesn't really work like this. Because you have to be able to CC them, and if they die too quick and they don't get CC'd before they die, then I don't get the mana that I normally do. So my build actually depends on them being able to like survive the first initial barrage, which is kind of crazy, because apparently all sorcerer builds are like this. Oh shit! Wow, that hurt. Even the fire build, because it immobilizes, which is a form of CC, and so that's one of the reasons why there's a thing where it's like you do extra damage to immobilize, frozen, immobilized, or stunned targets, because you need CC, and the sorcerer is the CC class, essentially. Boom! Destroying them faces, baby. Destroying them faces. This is I have yet to stop having fun with Diablo, and I've been playing pretty much non-stop. Pretty much non-stop for, was it like 2 weeks now? I have a level 20 Necro, and the only thing that I really lament is that I don't have more time to play so that I can level up my Necro off screen. Because I really want to play a minion Necro. I really want to do it. I really want to do it. Apparently the Thorn build that I'm going is not actually that great in the late game. It's good for leveling, which that's why I'm going to keep doing it. But I got this special, I got a legendary that allows me to, yep. I got a legendary that, what it does is that it allows me, it's a decompose. It's based on decompose, one of the base skills that the Necromancer gets. And you basically stand in the same spot and you just, channel this skill, and it's supposed to do damage to the target, and it's supposed to generate corpses. It also generates essence, which is your main resource. But the cool part about it is that the legendary makes it to where when you target an enemy, it will also decompose enemies around it, up to 3 targets. So it makes it like an area of effects ability, which is kind of awesome. Which is the only reason I'm using Decompose, because I hate Decompose. And I gave up Corpse Explosion. Because I'm like, basically, every build feels like it's shoehorned into Corpse Explosion, right? It really feels that way. And I'm tired of being shoehorned into it. You know what I mean? I don't want to be shoehorned into it and have to play it just because it's so good that you can't pass it up. When I want full minions, Like I've got, I think, 5 skeletal mages and then the 4 warriors, which is awesome. Right? And then I've got my, the golem with the bone golem that does really good thorns damage. See how he's unstoppable and how little damage I do to him because of it? Even with my really, really, really good stuff. There he is. He's frozen now and he just annihilates his ass. Lovely. Boom! Love it. Okay, sweet. Look at all the loot. All the loot. Woo, loot. I got a legendary. Nice. I really need to quit doing that, dude. It's really starting to bother me. Ooh, got some pants. I like pants. Come on, bitches. Let's go. Oh, you're asking for a bowling ball, boys. Asking for a bowling ball. But yeah, you see how low my mana's getting? And it's because I'm fighting like, I'm fighting low-level things with, or not low-level things. I'm fighting things with low amounts of HP that are easily killed. That don't give me a lot of mana back for CC. There you go. Look at that. Ooh. Oh shit. That's not good. That's no bueno. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Boom, full mana. See, this is why I don't necessarily like the criticism that people like Asmongold put on the game, where it's like, oh, the resource generators are boring, and it's like, yeah, true, I agree. Especially for like the Barb, it's probably pretty boring to have a resource generator. But it does appear that there are a lot of builds that should allow you to generate your main resource without actually having to continuously use a resource generator basic skill. I also agree that they should allow us to not have to have 2 points in a basic skill. Yeah, I'm out of mana now. I am also on board with that. Is that a mystery chest? Protection. Okay, this might be bad. It's like, son, what are you doing? What are you doing? We got 5 minutes. Now, it does appear that the mystery chests aren't there. At least they weren't the last time I went. Let's go check them again. I don't really want to use the protection ones. I want to use the mystery ones because they give more. Not only do they give more legendaries, which means I'll either get more mats or or I'll actually get legendaries that I want, which are great. So, let's select the map. So yeah, we just need to, I got a 146 and I got 5 minutes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Nuh-uh. Ooh, get you some, son. Get you some. What? You want it? You want it? You want it? There it is. Yeah, you wanted it. And see? That's what you get. That's what you get. Don't mess with the tango, baby. Goddamn, son. I love my build, man. And the more I mess with it, the more I finagle it, the more I love it. It's so fun to me. And I know it's probably not like the best build for Sorcerer or even Frostsort, but I thoroughly enjoy playing it. It is a breath of fresh air. I literally need one ember for, yeah. So 18 seconds. I got knocked off. So there's nothing there. I might have to just grab a random one. So yeah, it doesn't look like the mystery chests are here. That sucks. There's another one down here. So let's go get it. We got 3 minutes. I should be able to. If it's here, I can get it. Oh, another thing that's really interesting is that when you play with the controller and you maneuver the horse, you don't. When you do your sprint, you don't actually go full speed. It's here. Yeah, you don't actually go full speed. It actually looks like you're like the mouse is about right here instead. Boom, baby! Look at you. Bam! What we got? Look at those forgotten souls, man. Woo! Get wrecked. Get wrecked. All right, which one is this one? Ooh, nice. Okay, Jar of Souls. I like it. I do agree with the criticism that they should definitely turn up the events to make them faster. The how fast the mob spawn, that is. Yep, and it's okay. We got this. We got this. We totally got this. Totally not gonna die. Totally not gonna die. Oh boy, that's a big boy over there. That's a big boy. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. What you got? What you got, son? Just gonna. I turned on the. I did my flame armor so I could stand there and tank his shots. Oh, it didn't work like a charm. I think it still froze him though, so that's pretty good. No, boys. No, I'm sorry. Nope. 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 Are you good, sir? No, I'm. Yep. Tis a shame. Tis a shame. Damn you, son. Damn you. Am I out of mana? Hello, boys. Nope. Nope. So we've got 49 seconds. Is there another one near me? There's one over there. Gift of weaponry. There's no way I'm going to be able to get it in time. Oh, well. Oh, well. We can just continue to grind. That's no big deal. We can continue with the grind. So, yeah. You know, as far as Star Trek Infinite is concerned, I think it may be a good game. It's entirely possible it turns out to be an amazing Stellaris companion that innovates in a way that we're not seeing just from the screenshots, because we don't have very much information at all. So it would behoove us all to keep an eye on it, but not be overly hyped. And that's what I'm trying to do, is to not hype it too much, right? Because that's just bad form. I mean, like, I was so hyped for so many different games that turned out to be just garbage. Why is it still here? Cyberpunk is one of those games that I got super hyped for. Funny thing is, this is probably the only W Blizzard has taken. Wasn't the big streamer dropped semi-recently, do the Call of Duty skin. Funny, all the face level things people do, the opposite market, Twitter might be out. I have to think that has more to do with Activision, because that's the thing, you know, you're talking about the corporate structure of a giant corporation, right? So it's not the people that did that are not the same people who are in charge of Diablo. They're not in charge of what's going on in the studio that makes WoW, for instance. So, and not only that, a lot of people are not clued into the corporate structure as well. So you're probably not going to see any big backlash against Diablo or against WoW or against any of the other games that Activision Blizzard makes. and not only that, it's specifically a different genre of game, so it's more likely to affect just that, Call of Duty. And I hope they get exactly what they deserve when it concerns that. They shouldn't have done that, because his political opinions are his own. It's not like he was, you know, screaming, you know, hate toward any specific amount of individuals or any of that nonsense. So he was clarifying that about the article that was being written, that one of the problems that the people had that were there, one of the big ones, is all those parents of the children that go in that school district, was the fact that they didn't like what they were being taught, because they were essentially being preached a religion. So I'm not saying they are bad, but the activists suck. Yes, most activists suck because they're activists because they're, how should I put this? There is a small but large minority of people who are activists who are absolutely horrible people. You could see this all throughout history, especially modern history, where when you think about when we were younger, or at least when I was younger, and you had Christian conservatives who would, or even just Christians in general, like even like liberal Christians, were staunchly anti-gay, to the point where if you were an out homosexual in any form or fashion, then you could lose your job as a teacher because of the similar like grooming things that they're talking about today, which is why I'm sympathetic toward people who say that, you know, it's just them being hateful rather than being concerned over their kids. The problem is that just like back in the day, there are a lot of people who are concerned about their children. And the problem is that there are bad actors who call themselves activists, who are moral ideologues and busybodies that will take advantage of that ignorance and fear and monopolize on it for political and monetary gain. Now it's the exact opposite. No, I don't agree.
Greetings.
I don't think it's the exact opposite. I think it's exactly the same as it's always been. It's just that when we were younger, and
You are courting.
and it's just when we were younger, people who wanted to just be gay, that's okay. We live in a liberal society. We should act like it. And so that was the correct stance to take. There were absolutely people during that time who were on the left, who were liberals, who considered themselves liberals, who not only were Christians and did the bad Christian things as well as with the religious conservatives, but also people who were not Christians, who were pro-gay and pro-LGBT and all that nonsense, who were doing bad stuff too. It just wasn't nearly as prevalent, mainly because you didn't need to do the bad things because you were just right. It was just right. You know, it's just like, it's a lot like Frederick Douglass, who said that that when they wrote all men are created equal in the Declaration of Independence, that we should live up to that ideal, and that having things like slavery or even, you know, later discrimination against races or sexes or sexual orientations does not live up to that ideal, and therefore it is right and true that we should try to live up to that ideal as best we can. That's why it was good and true. And so you didn't necessarily need to be an evil shit so that you could, you know, push that agenda. Well, maybe who's in power changed? Yeah, I mean, the right lost the culture war because they gave up on art is one of the biggest reasons, and they were just wrong as far as like the gay stuff goes. And as you can see now that, you know, the years went on, most of the arguments against the slippery slope of allowing gays to integrate into society without fear are pretty much unfounded. Most, but not all, because there are people who are absolutely pushing, you know, normalization of pedophilia, normalization of what's the one where you want to do it with animals? I forget what it is. Yeah, so all those things are being pushed by extreme activists, mostly on the left, and the normalization of those things, but they're still considered relatively fringe, even in most liberal circles. The problem with all of this, I believe, is one of the biggest, is social media is driving us insane, because it allows the people who have the hottest of takes and the craziest of takes to get the most attention. And because people are tribal, they will, instead of being reasonable and being like, yeah, we probably shouldn't be showing children butt plug porn, and we probably shouldn't have books in libraries that are showing butt plug porn or teaching 14-year-olds, how to sign up for Grindr sex apps and go have gay sex with adult men, we probably shouldn't tell them how to do that. That probably shouldn't be something we should be doing in schools. Instead of being like, yeah, that's a reasonable ask. We can meet you halfway on that. But we still, are pro-LGBT here. Instead of doing that, they just got to defend it and lie about it consistently and constantly all the time. And it bothers the fuck out of me. It absolutely bothers me. Young people are transitioning and body grafting. Transitioning young people, if it's socially, I really don't matter, because it's one of those things where it's like, how many people were goth and grew out of it? Like, how many, where you wanted to, like, you tattoo your face and do all kinds of crazy shit to yourself and be, androgynous or any of the other nonsense. So not only that, especially when we're talking like extremely young children, letting little boys run around in dresses and pretend to be Elsa is not a bad thing. Like, they're literally experimenting with gender, which is something you're supposed to do at that age. And it's something that's extremely healthy. All you're really supposed to do about that as a parent, as an adult, is to just inform your children that, normally that would be something that a girl would wear. But if you want to wear it for now, that's fine. Go play, go imagine, go pretend, go do whatever. Because, they pretend to be Superman. Nobody cares. My daughter pretended to be an airplane yesterday. Do you think I gave a damn? Do you think I scolded her for not conforming to the normative, human form or anything? No, of course not. Because that would be stupid. And it's just the same thing with that kind of stuff. Now, when you're talking about like surgeries, I definitely believe that we should probably limit surgeries to over 18. Even if you knew, like, let's say God existed, Jesus was real, and he came down from heaven and literally told everyone which kids were trans, it would probably be best to save like the surgeries until they're 18, simply because of how our society is and how you choose to be. Because even if you are trans, even if you suffer from gender dysphoria, that doesn't mean that having surgery will necessarily make you happy. The hormones is a whole nother ballgame, and a lot of this stuff we need more research on. That's the biggest problem with a lot of it, is that we need more research and we don't have it. And the reason we don't have it is because the research we do have is done by ideologues and is used as all the research that shows, your opinion is used against other people as a cudgel, and is just
changed your mind.
So there you go. So my position is, let's be reasonable. That's my position on pretty much everything.
Well struck.
Let's be reasonable, because we should be reasonable. There's no reason to not be reasonable. 780 core skill damage, crowd control, distant, vulnerable. So it's got core skill, damage to close, ultimate skill, which I don't use, damage to injured. Yeah, we're not interested in that. Not interested in that. They really need like loot filters, man. I can't wait to find a ancestral freaking ice heart brace. I can't wait for it, dude. It's gonna be great. Hopefully it has as good stats, because I got really good rolls on this, man. Yeah. I don't like the damage to injured enemies, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. So what are we looking at here? What the fluff, dude? That's a lot of DPS, man. That is a lot of DPS. So we got barrier gen, all stats. That's a really good all stats roll. Oh. So I'd lose crit strike. I'd lose dex. Lucky hit while you have a barrier, and mana reduction would be a little bit lower too. It's a decent roll. The cooldown reduction, 10% cooldown reduction? That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. This is actually a really good one. I might keep that. I might re-roll something on that. We're gonna find out. Okay. We're going to probably eat these. Yeah, they're not ancestrals. That's an ancestral, but am I really going to give up when enemies die while frozen? They have a 13% chance to unleash a Frost Nova? No. No. That is, like, amazing. And it just sucks that I can't do anything with it because it's a unique. Just like my gloves. So, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It really sucks. I suppose I can read what that take. Yeah, yeah. It's
What
like I
will it
said,
be?
with most of these things, I just want to be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. There's not enough research. There absolutely is not, which is why a lot of the European countries that were pushing this stuff that we were following stopped, and they're still doing it for research purposes in very small amounts, and they're putting a lot more gatekeeping in the way for.
You can take what's left.
They're putting a lot of shit. They're putting a lot of gatekeeping in the way for.
Need something forged?
To prevent people from who may not be properly gender dysphoric or who may not benefit from such things from accessing it. And that's what they should. Like, it's just like this. It should be gatekept more than the crazy left wants it to be, and it should be gatekept less than the crazy right wants it to be. Simple as, right? Because the crazy right wants it to be gone with
Anything
completely,
breaks, the forge is
and
hot.
the crazy left wants basically if I say I'm trans, no matter what my age is, or I say I'm a different gender or whatever, then I can literally just go get hormones and go get surgery no matter my age. That's kind of what they're pushing for, and that is absolutely insane. It really is. Just like it's insane to say that transgender people don't exist and that transgenderism isn't a real thing, and that it's not, and that we shouldn't give them the medical care that would properly allow them to live a life that they could be happy with, if you get what I'm saying, relatively speaking. Because, I mean, almost nobody's ever happy, so that's just kind of whatever. Give me 1 second. Let me do this. Shit. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can get on this. So, which stat do we want to give up, right? Like, that cooldown reduction is good. It is really good. So I'm going to be losing 46 dex. All right, let's check this out. Let's check this out. Is it you don't have to have dysphoria if you're not running? By the way, are trans-trenders an actual thing? Yes. And I truly believe that trans-trenders are destroying the trans movement. And for people that really do need that kind of thing. And it's one of these deals. I've heard stories of people who like go on college campuses who think they're trans, and they go to these support groups, and almost 90% of the support group is non-binary women who are doing the crazy feminist blue hair thing. That is a stereotype, so forgive me for leaning into it, but it's one of these deals where I'm just like, I don't like that. Oh, nice. Like, it really bothers me. Because it takes away from people who suffer from gender dysphoria, who really need some help, and they can't get it because there are so many other people who are latching on to the social movement for clout and victim points so that they can get sympathy and attention. Like, I really do sympathize with the opinion that some of the people who are trans would have just been goth back when we were kids, right? Back when we were in whatever. They would have been some type of just weirdo, like a goth kid, or like me, like a nerd, that would have just not fit into society. And that would have been fine, because eventually you kind of grow out of most of that stuff, or you find out where you fit in, and you find the communities that, help you the most. So what I'm looking for is, am I going to lose any benefit from losing dex? Ooh, no. Look at that. I lost my vulnerable damage. I didn't even realize that. So I would lose the bonus for that, but I don't actually have the bonus for that. Ooh, okay, that's cold resistance. I don't care about that. So, what about this one? So that's willpower. So I don't have enough willpower to get the 10% non-physical damage, but it is what it is. So we do have enough to get that one, but I don't have it yet. We should probably go here across eventually. Probably get all of those blue nodes at some point. Okay, let's grab... So, I definitely want to keep the Alta stats. Maybe we'd get rid of the barrier generation. It's a decent roll. It's not the greatest. I'm kind of leaning toward getting rid of the mana reduction. Because the barrier generation, the stats... 10% barrier generation is a lot. Because I produce... So 10% barrier generation, just flat, would give me an extra 70 barrier every time I kill something. Is that right? 10% of 100 is 10, so yeah, 70. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna roll mana cost. I don't have a lot of money, so this is gonna be... Ooh, hello. Rolling that crit, baby. That's a low roll on the crit, though. Wow, that is a low roll on that crit. Yeah, yeah, it is. Let's. Well, we can pump it up. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. 3%. We're gonna throw 500 at it. Oh, that's kind of nice. 5% chance to heal. How much crit am I going to lose? 5.3? So it's going to put me under? Yeah, I think we'll keep the crit. Yeah. All right. All right, let's go grab. So that worked really well. Like I said, the problem is I am going to lose a little bit of power from my stuff. But the funny thing is I should actually gain back willpower. I should actually gain back vulnerable damage. $715. So that's max mana, max willpower. 12 to all stats. So I would lose HP on that. I'll gain more barrier gen. I just wish my barriers lasted longer. That's the only thing. They don't last long enough, in my opinion. Even if I were to grab Icy Veil, it feels like they don't last long enough. It just feels like they don't. Damn, I got rid of Cold Front? I did, didn't I? What else do I have? So you have an item that gives me both. It gives me 4 flame shield and 4 ice armor. Yep, I sure do. Yeah, why does it feel like I'm missing some stuff here? Right? Did I? Yeah, I definitely want flame shield to have the heal, because it's really good if you're really low HP and you pop it. It gives you a fat heal, which is really good. By the way, I killed the butcher while I was running through a normal dungeon. Little bastard spawn. I killed his ass. I wish I had gotten it on stream, on video, so I could have put it on my so I could have put it on my clips. Yeah, I'm trying really hard to not say Yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of this, the mana shield, which is pretty good. I really like it, but see, this is why I think it's dumb that I have to have 2 points in this, even though I don't use it. It really bothers me. I should be able to do something with these points that's not getting an ability that I'm not going to use. It feels bad because I could put 2 points, one here and one there, and get another barrier thing. It just sucks that the making the barriers last longer is just that's. Okay, so the reason I came here was because we needed Yeah, look at that. Flame shield, ice armor, dex, movement speed. 24% movement speed on those boots. So good. Frozen orb. Stays in place and does 20 damage. 25 damage. 27 damage. What level is this? 795? It's only a middling upgrade. So I think we'll probably go with the 25. That'll probably be a good one. Yeah. This will be good. This will be very, very good. Blizzard, not healthy. Yeah, I'm still not sure about the lucky hit up here on this one. I don't know if it's actually helping or not. And the reason I say that is because if I were to replace that with Frost Nova gains an additional charge, I wonder. I do wonder. Okay. How that would work exactly. Because it would still give me, the ability to generate 2 barriers. It would allow me to... I almost want to try it, man, but, like... 44% chance for that crowd control effect. So if they're frozen, it will potentially freeze other enemies. Right? Just like this one will unleash Frost Nova when they die. Two Frost Novas would allow me to generate, not only freeze dudes twice, or two, you know, one group and then another group and all that nonsense, but I also have the lucky hit that, you know, will recharge these. I also have the fact that if this spreads Frost Nova, then that means... when it says killing enemies with Frost Nova, frozen by Frost Nova, reduces cooldown 1 second up to 4 per cast. I wonder if it means only if I cast it. That's what that means. Or if this also does it. And what about this? This spreads crowd control. It doesn't actually cast Frost Nova. You know what I mean? What I might do is if I find one that gives me, that has the maximum roll on the Blizzard, excuse me, on the Frost Nova, if it has the 30%, I might actually give it a go. I don't know what I would put it on though, right? Because I only got helm, chest, pants, and amulet. Can't do pants. I want my amulet with this because it gives me like 50% bonus, which is insane amounts of damage, which you really want rather than cooldown. So it's basically helm and chest armor. Am I really going to give up? Am I really going to give up? Am I really going to give up? Oh, the fat 3500 shield every 10 seconds when I'm fighting an elite or a boss? Like, I don't think so. Like, no, that's not going to happen. Every 10 seconds. That's too good, man. And it makes my... or it's got a 30-second cooldown and it lasts for 10 seconds. So, yeah. I think it's worth it. I definitely think it is. So we are going to grab this aspect. 795 power, 18 to all stats, cooldown reduction, critical strike chance of 3, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. And it's got the frozen orb nonsense on it, which we will click now. Look at how much we got, dude. We only got 88 veiled crystals. Jesus Christ. Okay, I need to stop selling stuff. Oh my god, and I just spent like 20 of them. Bro, I did not realize I was so low on failed crystals. Somebody needs to go farm things. Okay, so it's at 795, so we're probably not going to hit a threshold. Right? It's at like 750-ish. So we're gonna get even more barrier generation. Did it re-roll that stat? No, it didn't. Got cooldown reduction. It's all the stats. Yeah, okay. No, it's so yeah, look at that. 66. Gonna, oh my god, 12, dude. So 15% barrier, 27 all stats, 14% cooldown reduction, and 4.5 to crit.
Not
Yeah,
bad.
not bad at all. So we're gonna still lose a little bit to crit, but that's okay. I'm gonna re-roll that again, most likely, at some point. So let's go do the thing. Let's go do the thing. Do. Alrighty, bam. So that one has an imprinted frozen orb, So that kind of sucks. A lot of these are imprinted, so I can't snatch them off. Imprinted, take less damage. I got really lucky when those pants dropped, dude. Really lucky. All right. Excuse me. What do we want here? Damage over time. No, we want damage to crowd control. There we go. Nice. More damagios. So yes, we've lost a little bit of crit chance. Just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. But we got cooldown reduction, more actual like damage per second on DPS on the actual item. More cooldown reduction, which, how much is this? Frozen or, let's see, it's down to 16.78. Wow, that's pretty good, man. So if I actually had points in Frost Nova, it would be pretty low, dude. Wouldn't it? How low would it be? So that lowers it by almost a second. I could reclaim these and just have this for chill, but man, dude, I feel like not upgrading Blizzard is just, I mean, it's only how much mana, right? Mana cost, 10%. So 3 mana cost on that, and 4 mana cost on that. Is that what it is? No, it's not. I don't, hang on. Let me, I think that's right. I think that's right. My math maybe, like my brain maybe like there. So 40 times 0.1. Yeah, so it's minus 4. So that means this would be 36 mana. This would be 27 mana. And this is still 40 mana. So I have no mana cost reduction on top of my thing. Is that what we want? Or do I want to reclaim these two and put it in something else? You know what I mean? It just doesn't... Like, maybe if I had double Frost Nova, it might be worth spending points in it. You know what I mean? Maybe. 13.76 seconds. Let's give that a go. That's actually fairly low, considering I can lower it by another 4 seconds. So it's gonna be like a 9-second cooldown almost every time I cast it. Okay, so let's go. Let's go do some stuff down here. We got quests to do. Yes. Renown to get. Yes, juicy. And then we're probably gonna do some sigil runs. It'll be magnificent. It'll be juicy. But yeah, I need to finish off my renown. I need to get my Paragon points up and running. I want to get her done. You know what I just realized? I missed the world boss again. It was at 3:30. And I missed it because I was waffling on the Star Trek Infinite. Let us purge this place of Mephisto's presence.
Ha! May we scour away any trace of Mephisto's corruption. These halls were sealed long ago to contain the darkness. Now I shall cast them open to bring in the light.
Is it here? Sealed door? Wah, 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 wah.
Onward.
Defiled halls. Is this an actual
Died
dungeon? No, it's not. Certainly not a nightmare dungeon, is it? That is in Dry Steps. This is the Hedgewall, right? Yeah, Blind Burrows, Serpent Slayer. Okay, no, it's not. Yep, popping that cold resist, baby. Popping that cold resist. All right, let us go purge Mephisto's presence. Cleanse the demon scum from these halls. It shall be.
Is thick, somehow even stronger. And yet the halls are quiet. Do the minions of hell hide from us?
They are afraid. Very afraid. Excuse me.
Is that?
And my most trusted retinue, Elodia, Matthias, and Eleazar. Seal this place with ourselves inside. Though we fall to Mephisto's corruption, we shall not forget our duty. Even in death, we guard the body of Sankakor.
Cool.
Carthus. I have not heard that name. I had heard of Sankakor being defeated, but what happened after is shrouded in mystery.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, demons, where are you? Hero, come out and play. A frayed tapestry depicting a paladin slaying a faded representation of Mephisto. The mural is worn and battered. Despite its state, the artistry is clearly evident.
These halls were beautiful once. There was devotion in these walls. How could such a holy place fall to such evil?
I love how you can't just have a wall with nothing on the other side. There's got to be like a Dark Souls, like deep crevice all the way down to the bottom. It's lovely.
These were paladins. They turned on each other.
Okay.
Liars! Traitors! Blasphemers!
Be gone!
Matthias's betrayal, bound into the defiled halls. The first fall to Mephisto's corruption, Matthias's blade is still wet with the blood of his fellow paladins. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Mephisto's corruption pollutes them even in death.
Look there. Blood flows from this blade as though the wound were made moments ago. Hatred has seeped into their very souls. I know
That's
of a
Mephisto
ritual
for you.
that will cleanse this evil. Surely this is why the light has guided me here. We must collect these tainted blades and find a suitable place to perform the ritual. Only then will the spirits of these fallen faithful be redeemed.
Dude, I cannot believe how easy it was to kill him.
My blade quivers in anticipation.
Quivers, does it? Quivers. Of course, archers. Like, get wrecked, boys.
You are no match for the light.
Yeah, get wrecked. So yeah, look. Oh yeah, I took the buff off. Yeah, it seems to function just fine as a thing for snare. So the first upgrade does more damage, and the second upgrade makes it cost less mana. I don't really need that necessarily, so we should be okay. We'll give it a cry, especially with the key passive. We should be okay. The door is sealed. Your way is barred. Yes. Yes. I love how I'm in like all red. That's lovely. Like I resisted the urge, but you know, it is what it is. There we go. Bowling for spirits. Let's do it, boys. So I love how everybody was talking about the level scaling and how much it sucks, and it's like I'm level 74 and I'm raffle stomping these dudes.
I will stop you. I will not fail again. I will strike.
A bloodied lectern. Message written in dried blood. I couldn't stop them. Forgive me. Forgive me. Wow. Okay. Forgive me. Forgive me.
The light should have protected them. Their faith should have... No. Now is not the time to falter. We must succeed. To give them the rest they deserve.
Watching a fellow paladins turn against Karthus. Elodia's blade is still wet with the blood that she slew in anger. So, what's really cool is that my key passive, all of the abilities that are triggered by it, or that give it, all of the abilities that it triggers are on my bar. Shards, Orb, Blizzard. Which is pretty baller. Collect. I guess we gotta go over here. Okay. I'm assuming that what's going on is that we need to find more dudes. What up, boys? How you doing? Good to see you. Yes, yes, yes. All the things. All the things. Yes, you fell for my trap. Boom! Oh, I love it, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Ooh, an elite. Come to Butthead. Yeah, just don't stand between them. Nice. Take your fire orb and get the f out of here, man. Okay. Okay. See what I mean about the thing? It couldn't just be a wall, could it? Couldn't just be like, this is the entire thing and there's nothing beyond this, or... Yeah, no, it's gotta be like infinite abyss.
No! Stay away! Stay away! Don't make me
Stay away? What?
You are no match for
Damn
the
right.
light.
No match for the light. A door has been unsealed.
The darkness here. I can feel it taking its toll on me. These paladins, to have suffered this for so long. We mustn't delay. To perform the ritual, we must find where the curse took root. A place of immense hatred.
Indeed. Refusing to draw his blade against his fellow paladins, Eliza's blade is still wet with his own blood. Oh. He committed ritual suicide. Rather than take the lives of his fellow paladins. While I don't condone suicide, I can completely understand the sentence. Boom. It's so fun doing that, man. It's like, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we're not dealing with that. Sorry. I hate that. I hate that cold wall bull crap. It sucks.
Do you feel it? The hatred lingers here like
Who dis?
smoke. This is where we must perform the ritual. Place the cursed blades here.
Okay. I wanted to see if she had any more dialogue before I finished it. How are you feeling?
I had come here certain that I could purge the evil from this place. I believed my faith in my blade could cut through any darkness. But I see now that the light brought us here for a different purpose. These paladins have suffered through much. Though Mephisto may still corrupt this land, his hold over these spirits will cease. That, at least, I can do.
It's good to see that she's a little bit more humble about it, right? Let us begin the ritual!
Good. The spirits will cling to their hatred. I am trusting you to defend me. Let us bring these paladins peace.
Bro! See what I mean about running out of mana? As soon as he gets stunned, it just obliterates his ass.
I was there when San Kakor fell. I felt Mephisto's magic clawing at my mind. Even today, when I remember that moment, I am unsure if the anger I feel comes from him or me. But that does not hinder my faith. Remember, brothers and sisters, the light won that day. We rallied. We defeated a prime evil. And what's more, we did it
We whooped that ass.
The darkness will never extinguish the light. It is our duty to ensure that. The day we discovered the corruption within our faith was the day we began anew. It was the day I knew I was truly fighting for the light.
Interesting. The spirits look to have been freed.
Yes, I believe so. The paladins are finally at peace. I could not have done this alone. The light shines bright within you. I must return to Zarbinzet. I shall tell the other Zakarum of Karthus and the paladins who gave their lives to contain
I just thought we were going to have to fight all three.
May the light guide your way.
How much you want to bet she gets corrupted later? I guess not. Then there's another quest afterwards. Click the Lost Legacy quest. Like, I mean, think about it, right? She came here. It's the tropiest thing in the game, right? They fight the corruption and they become corrupted by it, and then you got to defeat it, right? It's pretty awesome, actually. Okay, so let's get the hell out of here. All right, we're gonna do something here real quick. I'm gonna customize this. We are going to do leave dungeon. I'm gonna put that here, and then we're gonna put emote Wings of the Creator here, because I'm tired of having to scroll to make that a thing. The elixirs, man. Why does it do that? That's so ridiculous to me. That is so ridiculous to me. That it doesn't just automatically save it, that you actually have to hit save changes. That's just so stupid. And the reason I say that is because if I changed it and then I exit, why would it just not save? Like, I don't understand that. You know what I mean? I don't know. One of the best parts about the game, in my opinion, is the fact that you can do that. Really, really good. Big fan, big fan. I don't know how I feel about them changing the fact that you can teleport to dungeons. I'm not necessarily a big fan of that. So, you deal 50% increased damage for 6 seconds after a Shadow Blight Key passive. Wow, that's pretty good, man. 10% damage reduction while shapeshifting into a werewolf. Blood orbs reduce your ultimate. Meteor deals 35% increased critical damage against healthy targets. I'm going to see if there's any necros around. When you hit a crowd control enemy, 30% chance to spread. While with a blizzard, you take less damage. That's a barbarian. That's a druid. Necro. While Army of the Dead is active, your minions gain 70. Whoa. We might go do that one. That looks like a good one. How much more do I need? So we're just starting off here. Okay. So, you know what? You know what? Let's go do it. Yeah, let's go do it. I think I got a quest here I need to go grab, so. Where am I? I'm right here? Yeah, let's go do this one first. We'll go do the Hungering Swamp. And then I think I'm going to go do that dungeon down there. Mainly for my Necro alt. Because I use Army of the Dead as my ultimate. Because, you know, it's the minion thing. I don't know how it's going to be done in the future. Right? I'm not even sure if I'm going to get him to, like, Paragon levels. But I really want to. Problem is I don't really have as much time. If that drop thing... Okay, here we go. Okay, so I have confirmation that the dare drop thing that I got sent, which is, it's awesome, dare drop. They will be sending me a key on June 20th when it goes live. Once the drops go live, I will do one of the dares, pick one to do, then they'll send me a key, and then I hand them, and then I'll stream it. Cool. And then they should give us keys if we do it. That's awesome. Give me 1 second here, bros. So that means if we do if we complete one of the dares, I believe that means that we'll get keys that I will be able to give away in chat. How awesome is that? For Alien Dark Descent. That seems pretty cool to me, man. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very excited. It does mean we're not gonna be playing Diablo tomorrow, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Look at that. Already back up. Already back up. Of course, this thing triggered. So that's why it happened. By the way, I would like to point out that it triggers on critical strikes. So, not only is it a lucky hit, so it's a lucky hit chance, plus a critical strike chance, which is 40%. So let's say I use this, it's 22 lucky hit, this is 46 lucky hit, this is 6% lucky hit. On top of a crit, which requires 44% chance of a crit, and then it's a 50% chance on top of that. So that's a lot that's a lot to get it procced. So on that note, my dudes, I'm out of coffee, so I'm gonna go grab that. So we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna throw up the break screen. Stay tuned for more Diablo 4, and hopefully, like I said, we can get some of that juicy Alien Dark Descent action going on either tomorrow or the next day. I'm only required to stream it over the next few days, but obviously I'm gonna stream it the day it comes out because I'm probably gonna make some videos about it too. So that would be awesome. Love your faces, and I'll see you soon, boys. Stand by, stand by, stand by. We shall return with more Diablo 4 right here at the Tango Hotel. That's gonna be a rocket. That's definitely gonna be a rocket. Spit.
Exterior plate holding.
No! Oh, thank God.
I should probably move or fight or something. This plating is
dude, really?
Stout.
No! Don't do that. wanted his armor. No!
I suppose this body is disposable.
Oh, dude, that sucks. There we go. There we go. Mmm, juicy rockets. Mmm, look at that, 1.92, 201. Oh, come on, man. Come on, I gotta take this. There's no way I can't take that. There's no way I can't take that. There's no freaking way I can't take that. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Triple kill!
This is what I do.
And the guy with the loot is still alive. Barreled shotgun, you say? Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love shotguns. They're so awesome. Yep.
Watch my back!
Enough.
Overwatch. It's not bad. What the hell, dude? Oh my god, yeah, cheater aliens, you're not lying.
Commander, the package has been destroyed.
God, dude. I was so sure this mission was gonna be fairly. That's great. Oh! Come on. No. No, it's like you're a murder god. Like, they just can't do anything about it. Oh! Oh! Oh, he blocked it. He's blocking this one. That's it, boys. That's it. It's like I never understand why so many dudes are just like, oh, we're gonna rough them up, boys, and it's like, I'm a witcher. I'm a frickin' mutant. What is he doing? Suppressed? Really? Please don't pull, please don't pull. Gotta use wave. could have grabbed that civilian. Oh, is that right? Is that right? Is that right? I think that's right. All right, sorry, Resistance Meg. I love you, buddy. You know, you're my favorite. Did you know that? You're totally my favorite. You're totally my favorite. But, you know, sacrifices... Yes. Never hesitate. Always go for the butthole.
Statement.
Always.
That's Earth's master.
Does it?
This is my life you are talking about.
I didn't know you were so concerned with your... I didn't know you were so concerned with your butthole. Like he said that in these... Yeah, when I dodge, I can't hit him. For some reason, it won't let me. Damn it! I thought it would kill him. He's got the 1 HP, man. God damn it. Oh! Woo-wee, baby! That's a double kill. Juicy. I mean, you know what?
I'll handle it! Just watch my back!
Die! No! No, Commander Emily! Why? Why would you do this? All right, I made Protocol and Tracon. We're back. There it is, baby. Oh, get wrecked. Get wrecked. There we go. There we go. Juicy rockets. Look at that, 1.92, 201. Oh, come on, man. Come on, I gotta take this. There's no way I can't take that. There's no way I can't take that. There's no freaking way I can't take that. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Triple kill!
That's what I do.
And the guy with the loot is still alive.
That's it.
I mean, he's getting kills, so, you know, it's all right. You're kidding! Joe! What the hell is wrong with you?
Secure.
Why are you so bad? Why are you so bad? Thank you, Hidden Sage. Flawless victory, baby! Flawless victory. You know what I'm saying? to be fair, it's really good on single player. Really good. Like this asshole. Richard. The aerodynamics of the plane and the drag of the air allow it to use the air as a liquid. So. Oh! Stuns all of them too. Nice. Come on, burn him down, burn him down, burn him down. No! He's almost dead. He's got like a sliver of HP. Kill him. Yes, you did it! Yes! Well done, sir. Well done. Oh my goodness. GG, baby, GG. Well done, sir. Well done. Oh my goodness. All right, you ready to go kill the frickin' world boss now?
Don't bother running.
Here it is, boys. Alrighty, dudes, we are back. We are back. Hope you guys are having a good one. It's we're gonna hop right back in that. I love that clip, man. MLG, baby. MLG. That shit was great. Killing freaking Elias. I can't believe he killed me that quick, man. That was ridiculous. Ridiculous. What are we doing? Question of self.
No, no, no. Why isn't it working? Ah!
Dude. Like, it's like the one dude. Die, you biscuit. There it is. Are we done now? Yay.
Get out of my
Oh, this is the lady that helped us, right? She's the one that helped summon Endariel. Remember? That Elias used?
She's taking
taking control.
Who? Who is taking control? What you talking about, Phyllis? What you talking about? Ridiculous.
It's
Dario again?
She is still lurking in my mind. I thought I could cast her out.
I brought these herbs. Will they help?
Well, I whooped that ass once. I can do it again. Let's go, bitches. Let's go.
I cannot stand to be here.
I really like the Andario fight.
Meet me outside.
All right, what do I need to do? Speak with her outside. Game. Stop being stupid. What? What? Oh. Outside the zone, literally. Okay. Fair enough. So this is where we came for the ritual with Dawning, right? What up, girl? What will you do now?
A last resort. Perhaps the other witches can help me purge Andariel. And every memory of her that remains.
Yeah, but you purge the memories, but don't actually purge Andariel.
But I need my amulet to do so. I left it at Timoe's hut before I set off to find Elias and... well... I have not gone back since.
Don't worry. I'll take
Lovely.
care of it.
I'm an errand boy again.
Do not mention any of this to her. She will only worry. When you have what I need, seek me out at the Tree of Whispers.
At the Tree of Whispers. Okay. All right, let's... Seriously, game? That's where we're going? Jesus Christ. I guess we'll go here? Shadowed Plunge. I've already... Yeah, we're not... It's like, as much as I want to do some Tree of Whisper nonsense, I could do a quick glyph run. I mean, we could do that. But for the Tree of Whispers, it's like... How many dungeons have I done? 6. So I've probably done all the ones for... Dude, I really wish that there were more Nightmare dungeons. I do, man. I really do. I don't understand why there's only so few. Like, it's basically the same dungeon. Right? It's just harder. So why are there fewer Nightmare dungeons? It's just kind of weird. Like, because I have no real interest in going to these other dungeons unless they're Nightmare dungeons, right? Endless gates, unholy creatures, run amok between the realms. Lost and starving, the nice became beasts. That sounds pretty good. And then Lost Keep. Yet another rotting keep abandoned by the cathedral. Heathens Keep. These knights have sworn allegiance to a new leader. In Oblivion, the demons of Ehrman's Pyre fled to this crumbling prison. Lilith presence still lingers in between you. Echoes of hatred. Is that the Pinnacle 100 dungeon? Defiled Catacombs. I did that in the beta. What we got here? Rogue, Necromancer. After decomposed spawns a corpse, gain 10 essence. That actually sounds like it'd be awesome. Yeah, I basically use Decompose and Bone Spear, which is kind of weird. Probably should use Blight, but I just don't like Blight. I like Bone Spear. Because it pierces all enemies and goes straight through them all. Blight stops as soon as it hits something like Fireball. And then plops a little blob on the ground. And plops its little blob on the ground. which is okay, I guess. Yep, it's Captain Wilcox. Okay. I'll take your boots.
Is someone
No.
there?
There is no one here. 9.
Do you require my aid?
Please, I need your help. I can't see. My dearest wanders these woods alone.
Okay. So good, baby, so good. Come on, boys, let's go. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Ooh. Think you're fancy. They think they're so fancy. Oh. Oh, hello. Yep. Totally left you alone. Totally. Skadoosh. Literally just did it for the stuff, man. Yep. She mad. She big mad. Super huge mad. Like dun 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 mad. Yeah, so not only are we low on money, because I've been spending way too much of it, we're also low on veiled crystals. So, it's not very good. Not very good. Oh, hello. Hello, boys! Whee! I love bowling. So fun. I mean, it's literally a pack of elites. How can I, like, not stop and kill a pack of elites? That's just... It's not gonna happen, bro. It's not gonna happen, dude. Not gonna happen. Alright, I'm looking for Thais' amulet. Let me guess, I'm gonna have to go do it.
You mean Thaisa sent you for it because she does not want to come herself?
It's about right.
What does she need with that amulet anyway? Is she in some kind of trouble?
Maybe.
Well,
She told you to keep quiet. Do not worry. I will not make you break your promise. Her things are over in that trunk. Just where she left them.
Okay. Ooh, the Helltide. Okay, let's grab... Let's do this. Sound. Turn the music down a little bit. Mark of the Conclave. Oh, it's here. Oh, nice. So I could go actually do this quest. And get Helltide stuff. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. That's actually kind of cool. Dun, 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 dun. Ba, ba, da, ba. So yeah, we got confirmation that we're gonna be getting frickin' Aliens Dark Descent. That is so awesome. Like, I cannot tell you how happy I am about that. That is so freaking baller, man. Ding! Yeah, that is so baller. Like, I can't... That is so awesome. So awesome. And we're probably going to be doing some kind of challenge. And if I complete the challenge, you know, with your help, of course, we will have the ability to... We will have the ability to give away free keys in the stream. Yeah, that's awesome. Like, what an opportunity, man. See, this is the kind of stuff I really like about being a streamer. Being able to do stuff like this. And I've almost never gotten the opportunity to do that. So, this is awesome. It's a new thing for the channel, that's for sure. Yeah. Is it just me, or have they actually increased the amount of enemies in the Helltide? Yeah. Like, people were already complaining about mob density. It looks like they spawn a lot faster. Like, he just got through killing all those mobs, and then they immediately spawned again. So it's just like, cool. Cool, bro. You wanna try that again? You wanna try that again, son? Yeah, see, I ran out of mana shooting that battle log. It's kind of the shitty thing about having the setup I do is I don't have the ability to make an attack. Could lead to dark places. Dark places indeed. Oof. Big oof. Big oof. Yeah, I mean they don't the wasps don't move very much, so putting what you call it on top of them? Blizzard? Putting a blizzard on top of them seems to work fairly well. Because they will sit in that and die. Which is exactly what you want them to do. Yep. So, hope you guys are ready for some of that cool Alien Dark Descent. We're probably going to be hopping in tomorrow as soon as the stream starts. I mean, I like the, excuse me, the Dare Drop system won't go live until tomorrow when it releases. So I don't know what time that's going to be. And then once I accept the drop, then I get a key. So I might not have the key by the time we start the stream. I hope that's not the case. Because I still got to download the game, so it's a little bit kind of weird that I wouldn't be able to at least the day before do the dare, accept the dare, and then get the key when the game releases. But I mean, I shouldn't ditch too much because you know I'm getting the game for free, so which is kind of awesome. And I'm probably going to be making, I don't know how many people are going to be making videos about the game, but I plan on making some videos about the game. That is hilarious. I did not mean to do that. It's right on top of the box. That's kind of awesome. Oh, nope. Sorry, fatty. Not today. Not today, Satan. I guess we could just climb up here. It's no big deal. They hit me while I was going down. I'm trying to dodge out of the way because they're going to be able to hit me. And it's making me interact with that damn thing. It's like, stop it! Yeah, I was a bit worried about not having HP regen, but so far it's not been that big of a deal. You know what I mean? So far, it hasn't really been that big of a deal. Yeah, it really doesn't seem like having the upgrades for Blizzard matters much. So, I think we'll keep it just like this. And I'll keep the upgrades for Frost Nova. Well, actually, hang on. I got one left. Well, let me think. We really don't need this as much, so we'll keep 1 point into it, and we'll do that. And we'll use Cold Front, so while you have a barrier, you apply more chill. That's fine. That's fine. Because I almost always have a barrier, right? Look at that. Look at that. Caravan under siege. Die, demon scum! No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Only 2, huh? It's actually easier than the third one, so there's 3. Come on, boys, let's go. Nice hammer, bro. Ooh. There it is. Nicely done, son. Nicely done. Yeah, he is tearing it up with that. Wow.
Over here! Help!
Smash it up, smash it up. Smash it up! Wow. Okay. Fair enough. Apparently I'm not the only badass around here. What level is he? I can't see. 77. Well, that's hilarious amounts of lag. Are we done yet?
You saved my life.
Damn right. So I got no Forgotten Souls for this. Cool. We'll grab the Flawless. Yeah, I'm not really interested in picking up these. Alright. So let's continue on. Let me also grab up the map. That could have been really bad. Buddy.
What is
Jim
this?
Layden something. Okay, cool. Not sure it's my phone, but you stream, you just sound like you're in a tunnel to me, Tango. Sound like I'm in a tunnel, do I? Well, let me check that out. Let me see. I'm live. Why is... Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't sound like I'm in a tunnel of mine. It might have just been... Yeah, it might be your phone, man. Anybody else experiencing that? Whoops. I left it running. That's not good. Yeah, I thought it might be my voice mod changer thing. Collect guano fungus. Oh yeah, let's do that. I love guano. Yay! Check on my computer. Thank you, Flaming Cam. Appreciate that, bud. Appreciate you, baby. Fat guano. Fat guano. You know, I will say, it is rather juicy, the bat guano. Did you know guano is used in a lot of fertilizer in the world? It's crazy, right? I learned that from a movie, funnily enough. Okay, so there is actually a mystery chest up here. Very cool. I got 2 pieces of +3 corpse explosion, so I'm not hitting with 11 much harder. I got 2 pieces of +3, so I'm not hitting with level 11 much harder. I didn't quite understand that. Could you say that again? So you now have 11 corpse explosion, and it's not hitting that much harder. Is that what you're trying to say, or is that what you're saying? And I'm like not interpreting that properly. And if that's the case, I can probably tell you exactly why that is. Yeah. It's because it's a different. It's your phone. Sorry, yeah, level 11, and it hits much harder. Okay, that's great. I bet it does with level 11. Freaking nonsense. I bet it does. Bitches. Is it literally kiting around the blizzard? Look at this. So it does not look like the mystery chest is spawned up here. There is one here. Alright, so we got all the guano. It's like sometimes I've got like no mana and then it's just immediately full again. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. Okay, here's the question. Let's go back to town so I can sell my stuff. Oh shit. Zuh. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Okay. Teleporting in 3, 2, 1. Ah, good stuff, boys. Good stuff. Alrighty. So there are a few ancestral items, but I mean, there's nothing really I can do about that. Nope, I don't want that. Okay, let's. Is there a thingamajigger? There is a thingamajigger here. Let's take care of that thingamajigger.
You need steel work?
Boom.
Repairs?
Nice. I got 10 back. Lovely. What is this? Chain lightning. Yeah, don't care. 21% chance to freeze enemies for 2 seconds. That is so good, man. Wow. Wait, there's no stash here? Oh, that sucks, dude. Alright, let's just, let's drop this. You make it sound like Star Trek teleportation? You make it sound like Star Trek teleportation? What makes it sound like Star Trek teleportation? Are you still using the shadow damage, or did you go physical damage, bro?
The medicinal brew is ready. Mix in the ganofungus and then distribute it to the others.
I have no
Jenna
idea
and
what
Fennec are worse off than I am.
I consistently talk over and over and over, so I don't know what you're talking about. When you say not really,
Mind what you drink.
You know what I mean? Oh, gotcha. Okay, understood. Drink this, it will help.
Be sure to drink it all, Jenna. All of it.
Gotcha. That was awesome. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. I do like me some Star Trek. As the further we get away from STD as well, the less ambivalent I am toward it.
Your problem has been solved.
Mainly because they're all hippies over there. They're all hippies up there, which I don't necessarily mind. It's just I wish they would keep if you want to do modern politics in a show like Star Trek, you can. You absolutely can. But it has to be done correctly because it has to fit in the universe. If it doesn't fit in the universe, then it's stupid. So when you have Star Trek personnel, acting out like the stupid gender stuff that we're having out today, that's not really, among the crew, and they're being snarky toward their commander and they're talking like we do, that's bad Star Trek. If you have aliens talk like we do that are going through the stuff that we're going through in modern day politics, that is how Star Trek does politics, right? If you're having politics in Star Trek and it's of today's politics, then it usually should be done through an alien allegory or some other type of, like they go to the past or something like that, which I really didn't like when they did in Star Trek Picard because it was way too on the nose. Or you do politics in Star Trek, i.e. the politics of actual Star Trek, where the Federation, the Romulans, the Klingons are all their political stuff. Or you could do political intrigue within this Federation itself, which is what they did in, God, what was that book? I can't remember what it's called. The Articles of the Federation. That's the one. And it was where they had like a presidential race and they had two different candidates that one was very like hawkish toward the Klingon Empire as far as like a war footing, and the other one was like, well, the Klingons are our friends. That's freaking stupid. And it was really, really good. And it was all about politics in Star Trek. And it's one of my favorite books. Like hands down, one of my favorite books in Star Trek, and it's nothing but political intrigue. Not like the espionage political intrigue. No. Literally like presidential debate politics. Like members of cabinet, they're the people that work for presidential candidates that go out and like speak and do all the little stupid stuff that we complain about in modern politics and how boring it is. That's what the entire book was about, and it was really good. It was really, really, really good.
Well,
because it's like having STD in real life. Yes, it is.
Unfortunate.
Why can't you keep it down?
In all likelihood, the vermin are stronger than the fungus. Damn it. You'll have to seek out Zurk. He's the only one who might have an answer. He'll need an offering. Take the werewolf head, nailed to the village gate. He makes his home in Corpsewell, Deloge. Make the offering. Light the torches. Get me a cure.
Damn, for some reason I actually don't have the book. I was gonna get it. Mudslinging 2? Oh yeah, it was great, dude. To spoil the book, so spoilers for a book that's like 15 years old. One of the real things that the book hinges on is this political intrigue between the both sides, and one of the members of the political team of the rival of the main character is he actually ends up betraying his candidate and coming over to her side, and he gets a cabinet position because he does this, and it's really awesome. It was really well done. And the thing about it is that it's not like they portrayed the guy who was very hawkish against the Klingon Empire and was very militaristic. They did not portray him as a fascist. They didn't portray him as a Nazi. They certainly did not at any time, any of the political candidates, any of the people in the thing ever refer to him as any of those words, nor infer that that's what he was trying to do. They just did not like his hawkish stance, and that's what they called him, a war hawk. You know, warmonger was probably the strongest insulting word that they actually called him, which was really good. So there were still insults, there was still mudslinging, there was political intrigue, but it was within the Star Trek universe, and it was done by people who live in the Federation. So they are the better people that the Federation that Star Trek portrays in all the shows. They're just as petty as us, but not as, let me phrase that. They're petty just like we are, just not as petty, and they've like evolved to be better, right? So they still do a lot of the things we do, just not to the degree that we do them in our politics, but they still do them. And at one point, I can't remember who it was talking to Chancellor Martok about the election, and he thought that the Warhawk dude was going to get to be president because it looked like he was the most popular at the time. And it was very interesting to have, I think it was Worf actually, to have him talk to the Chancellor and explain to him how actual democracy works, because he didn't really understand why that was a thing and why it was the way it was, and how and especially considering how their system runs, considering it's based on the United States. But anyway, how their system runs and why the most popular candidate at the moment wouldn't be the one that would probably win. It was very awesome. But the reason that he was winning was because there was a bunch of stuff that was going on in the background, and it's really good politically. Like I said, they did a really good job. It's one of my favorite Star Trek movies, hands down, and it's all about politics. That's all it is politics. But it has almost no modern day, especially modern day culture war politics. If anything, it has to do with politics about hard stances against people like Russia and China, and how warhawks in the Republican Party at the time wanted to have a more war footing with the rest of the civilized world, so to speak. If anything, that was the modern day politics in it. And that's basically lost to time now, because you would never know it, because most people don't remember what politics was like back then. Evolve to be better sounds silly, and how the utopians. Yeah, and I agree, but that was the easiest way to get the idea across. It's more to the point. It's like, it's that imagine if almost every human being had this mentality. Every day I'm going to be a better person than I was yesterday, even if it's only by a small fraction of a percent. And that means that every day you're going to be a better person than you were the day before. And so imagine that tracked over 10 generations. That is essentially what the Federation is. They built a culture and mentality that was, we want to be better because being better is just better. Being better is better. Because we want to be better than who we were and who our ancestors were, because that's the correct thing to do. And like I said, you do this culturally for generations on generations, and that's what you get in Star Trek, where almost there's like no murder, there's almost no crime. They live in extremely high trust societies. And this is with almost all of the... There's one down there. And this is with almost all of the cultures that exist on Earth. So even the Muslims in Star Trek, even the tribal peoples who still live on Earth in Star Trek, are all better because of it. It's infected like everything, it's infected. The monoculture of the Federation has basically infected every aspect of Earth, which is kind of crazy, but that's just the way they did it. I mean, there's people who are lazy IRL. Yeah, and there are people who are lazy in Star Trek, and a few of the books actually deal with this problem. But it's okay. But the reason you can deal with it is because it's essentially, it shames people. That's one of the ways it does it. Not in the way that, shame on you. It's more like, you should be doing something with your life. You got a liberal arts degree and you're just going to go to RISA and, escort people around? That's what you're going to do with your life? That's the meaning you want your life to have kind of deal? That's kind of how they do it. And the answer to that is yes. Yes, there are lazy people. And you can have people who literally do nothing. And the reason that works in Star Trek is because most of the stuff is most everything is so cheap that it is actually, is that a mystery one? It is actually doable to have people who don't actually contribute that much. Nice. And it won't, you know, make society collapse. Mainly because there are enough people who will step up and do the things that are required to be done. Because they have a culture that cultivates it. Just like in the United States, we have a culture that cultivates it. And eventually, the people who are super lazy, the people who take advantage, will eventually be culled out of our culture because they won't breed, they won't pass that stuff on. More people will pass on, you know, you should contribute to society in some useful manner. It doesn't matter how you contribute, right? So this whole thing about how you should, you know, make as much money as possible, that's a very small niche thing in capitalist societies. The vast majority of people don't think that's the correct way to live. But there are quite a few people who absolutely believe that you should contribute in some form or fashion to society in some way, no matter what it is. Even if you just want to be a small cog in the wheel, that's fine, right? There's no need for you to have for every person to have some high-paying job or some other such nonsense, you know what I mean? So it's one of those deals where eventually the people in society that breed more. Wait, what was this? Would I need to take the head of the grotesque trophy? Who breed more and pass on values where where they're required to contribute to society will be more likely to end up inhabiting all of society. That's an inarticulate way to put it. Okay, so if you have a portion of your society that doesn't breed, if you have a portion of your society that sterilizes itself, and if you have a portion of society that doesn't want to contribute, then more than likely they will end up breeding themselves out of your own society, is essentially what I'm trying to say. Because over time, they will be less likely to do the things that will ensure their cultural values are passed on to the next generation. While it's nice to distribute, I mean, we wouldn't consider lowly people that don't contribute not passing on their genes as sort of eugenics level. I mean, that's essentially what it is. It's like if you sterilize yourself and don't have children, like there are plenty of millennials, for instance, who don't have children and they will never have children. And it's not because they have fertility issues, it's because they want to spend all their money on themselves, or they don't want to have to deal with children, or, you know, there's all kinds of reasons. And to be fair, some people shouldn't be parents. This is absolutely 100% true. But what that means is that most of our cultural values tend to be passed on from one generation to the next. Some of it is through schools, but that's probably going to change over the next 20 years as people realize that government schools in the United States, at least, are not the best place to send your children because ideologues will take lower paying jobs so that they can indoctrinate your children into their religious cults. Like, that is very much something that we are seeing, and it is not cool. And parents don't like it. And so they will push back against it, right? And they are. Explicitly. Will you be indoctrinated? Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't have to be. Like, if we had a society that worked for the good of everyone, and people who went to become teachers, their only agenda was to educate the next generation to contribute to society, then it wouldn't be a problem. But that's not what's going on in many of these cases. Right? Not every teacher, obviously, but enough of them in enough places that it's kind of bad. Diablo 4 is very creepy and I like it. I do too. Like, they did a really good job of making me feel more like Diablo 2 than Diablo 3. And I quite appreciate that. I hate when I do that. I accidentally click on the mob and I shoot my glacier spikes at them. Oof. You wrecked, bitches. Just throwing out the blizzards and the frost novas just coming out. It's so good. Free frost novas, baby. Free frost. But yeah, like, and the reason I say this is because imagine we had a schism in society that wasn't like today. Imagine it's more of a schism of you have people like the Amish, but they are less expansionist. They want to stay on Earth and don't want to leave. Even though they technically outbreed us, eventually non-Amish will spread across the galaxy and dwarf the population that they have, even though they technically outbreed us per capita, right? Because of their religious fundamentalism and that their religious. And the reason is because is that if the other half of society says, oh yeah, but we want to colonize the stars, so we're going to do what's necessary to do that, then even if they breed on average less, they will still come to completely dominate human civilization to the point where there will be entire clubs of people who like, say, you know, rock and roll music or heavy metal or some very niche thing that will completely outnumber entire population of the countries that we have today, right? Like imagine it like this. Imagine you had a video game that was a video game 1,000 years from now, like WoW or something, you know, WoW 5 or something like that, in 1,000 years from now, but we've colonized several stars around Earth, and we have faster than light communication, but not faster than light travel. You could potentially have trillions of people playing a video game, which would dwarf the entire population of Earth as it is right now.
Do you require my aid?
Simply because over time, the population that seeks to expand itself will outpace the population that does not. So it's one of the faults that I see in a lot of the ideology of a lot of people on the left is that they're not pushing to have kids. They're not pushing, and because they're not pushing to have kids, and they're sterilizing themselves and the children that they do have with the LGBT stuff, it will eventually lead to a less left-leaning world, potentially, in the way that they would want it. I don't think it'll actually be less liberal, i.e. more conservative. I don't think that'll happen. Because the thing about it is that most conservatives are liberal in the classical sense of the word. Because they believe in many of them believe in free speech. Many of them believe in the Second Amendment. These are all liberal values, right? As much as the left screams about how totalitarian the conservatives in the United States are, most of them are actually not.
You left me alone.
Boom. Drop it. Almost full again. God dang, son. Topaz. I don't want that. Okay, let's go see if the mystery chest is down here. We almost got enough to get it, so. And so yeah, so if you push forward over time, when you have more people doing more of those things that are less likely to produce offspring, and therefore we also know that the more offspring you have, the more likely your values will be passed on to the next generation. Not necessarily, culture has a lot to do with that, but it tends in that direction, ever so slightly. Then that means over time, that's exactly what's going to happen. Is that if you don't have children, then you do not care enough about your own values to pass them on to the next generation, and they are more likely to be lost in time. Which is why I find it funny that it's more left-leaning people and liberal people that don't want to breed. Because it's like if you really wanted the world to be more liberal, then you would have as many children as you possibly can handle and do your best to raise them properly, so that they can compete against and deal with the fact that so much of the world is extremely religiously conservative. Right? Because if you look at the world population, it's kind of ridiculous. Humanity is not very liberal by default. Let's just put it like that. Go back to town real quick. And yes, that is true. You are 100% correct. That is why they indoctrinate in schools and everything. The problem is that it only works so much to a point. Especially once people realize what's going on, it only works to a point. That's the biggest thing. Because the fact that they're pushing liberal values in movies and entertainment, I have no problem with, because I am a liberal. I believe in liberal values. I believe in like free speech and minority rights and all that kind of shit. Like, I love seeing people on the internet say, "Oh, conservatives would be so mad if, you know, black people or other minorities or gays or whatever would go out and start buying guns." And the vast majority of conservatives that I know would be like, "No, you're good. Yeah, more guns. We're good." A lot of the problem with the trans question when it comes to guns is it a mental disorder to the point where you probably shouldn't own guns because of the things that it does to you? And that's a whole nother ballgame. Ooh, oh, but it's 46. Well, that's good. Okay, so we got another blizzard there. Excellent. Go ahead and snatch those. Which I don't necessarily agree that that's the case. I don't at all. No. It could, but that's a whole nother ballgame. And I don't really support red flag laws either, because most of them don't give proper amounts of. Most red flag laws do not give proper amounts of due process to individuals who are accused of being crazy enough to have their guns taken away. I am slowly starting to change my mind about the law that Tennessee recently tried to get passed, where it was red flag laws. It's a red flag law, but it is a form of due process. They literally created a form of due process to be able to take away your guns without sending you to jail. And it's basically, you have to have like the police, as well as psychiatrists, as well as a judge, to all of them agree that you are crazy enough that you should have your guns taken away, and that they won't be taken away before they make this decision. And it's like, you'll be informed, you'll be sent a thing that you need to appear, and then you will be able to, essentially, they will have to prove that you are too crazy to own a firearm, or to have a firearm. And at first, they may only be able to do a temporary injunction, so it may be the case that most of the time when this thing happens, it'll be temporary, and that once further evaluation is done, it'll be found to be incorrect. And I'm highly, highly skeptical of all of this. I absolutely believe there should be compensation for wrongful abuse of rights. And I don't like red flag laws because they're so easy. They're so easy to abuse in most of the places that have them. I despise them. But it does feel like the governor of Tennessee tried really hard to find a middle ground where it's like, well, the Constitution says that your Second Amendment shall not be infringed, but we already infringe the Second Amendment when it comes to like felons and stuff because of due process. You know, you can lose your right to own a firearm by committing crimes, which is absolutely 100% okay. Like, you commit crimes, you probably deserve to have your guns taken away. That's just hands down. Especially like murder, armed robbery, all that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah. You're not going to hear any arguments when it concerns that. But I can't remember, I think it's California. If they get a report, the police will come to your house, take your guns, and then you'll get a court appearance to go see them later. I think that's how it works there. I could be wrong. I could be mistaken. Could be fake news. But I think that's how it works there. And that, to me, is, like, completely untenable. That is just not cool, bro. Not for a literal, fundamental human right. That is not cool. Absolutely not cool. It's just like a gag order on stuff. Like if you give a gag order to a defendant in a courtroom, like I do not like that. Just as a thing. I can understand why sometimes it might be necessary. So it's just like me being anti-establishment. Like I understand that the establishment is necessary. Like that's just how the world works. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Right? So, because a lot of times, a lot of these systems that are in place, especially within the government, they suck and people don't like them, but they exist for reasons. And then once you finally get into power, you may actually learn why they exist, and so you have to just kind of contend with the fact that they do and suck it up. There we go. Have their guns. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that you may commit self-harm is, in my opinion, not necessarily enough of a reason, in most cases, in my opinion, to take away your firearms. Let's just be real, dude. If you wanted to hurt yourself, you don't need a firearm. Male, female, it doesn't matter. You don't need a firearm. If it's that bad, you will find a way. So it just makes it easier. That's all. Mana cost reduction. Oh god, look at the strength on that thing, dude. Jeez. 6.1%. Boom. Death to the Xenoscope. Could always be pro-small government rather than anti-establishment, and even that might not work in massive countries. Yeah, that's the problem, is I actually support the American Empire. I used to be way more libertarian about it, but honestly, the way the world is, the world sucks. Humans suck. And the United States, is, for all its faults, is absolutely 100% a force for good in the world. As much bad shit as it's done, it's like seriously, do you think Nazi Germany would have been better? How about modern day Russia? How about modern day China? How about modern day India? Any of these countries. And India's not even that bad, right? So it's like, it's because anybody with power is going to commit all kinds of dumb stuff. And I definitely think that the United States of America does a pretty good job for what it does, for what it is. It definitely is better than a lot of the European countries did when they had empires. So. Now, like I said, there's a lot of criticism you can level at that. That's perfectly valid. 100% accept. America's not perfect by any means, and that a lot of the stuff that we've done lately, especially Iraq, Afghanistan, all that stuff, is so jacked up. And I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Libya was absolute atrocity, and I cannot get over that. And it absolutely kills me. So 75 for boots. Sweet, let's get some boots. Boots, baby. You little bull. Yeah. So we got 14 minutes left. I got 43. I guess the weaponry is probably a bit too much. How's my inventory? Got a protection there. Weaponry, protection. There's an elite spawn here. That's interesting. It's like blinking on the map. Hey, elite. It's why whenever someone truly asks me what my political persuasion is, the only answer I can really give is I try to be reasonable. That's the answer. Anything else is just retarded, in my opinion. Alright, did they fix this dude, or is he gonna, like, forever spawn? Endless eggs. But I killed the egg. Why did it come back? I don't understand this. See, I killed all the eggs. Now I kill this. And it comes back anyway. I'm very confused by this boss. By this elite. Like, I get the fact that it's endless, but what is supposed to be the point if you can't ever actually defeat the damn? What's the point of the eggs if they it doesn't actually allow you to right? Because even after you kill them, it still comes back. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna get out of here. It's I might be broken or something. I don't know. So weaponry, protection. Let's go over here. So we got 44. I'll probably do one more box, and then we'll go back to farming some rep. Nice. Being rational about a situation is good, but how does pragmatism work in real world circumstances when you're not always good? Those things don't work well for a nation. And that's one of the reasons why any nation that tries to be moral will probably end up failing. If you're like on the world stage, is what I mean by that. Mainly due to the fact that sometimes, in the interest of your own nation, you can't really do the moral thing. You have to do the thing that benefits your country. Right? Because if it hurts your country to do the moral thing, and it allows your enemies, who will absolutely invade, destroy you, and enslave you, to get stronger than you, is it really the right thing if then your civilization dies? You know what I'm saying? So it's a very hard calculus. That's why they call it real politics, because it requires a lot of actual thought. It's why one of the reasons why Machiavelli has such a bad name, even though he was an absolute good political thinker. Because it's like, imagine your neighbor is antagonistic toward you, and you have to invade them because they're going to invade you. So let's just say that at first, or let's say they attack you and invade you, but you defeat them and drive them back, and then invade their country in return to destroy their military so they can't do it anymore. Well, now you've taken over their country. Now you have the entire, and this is back when they had kings and princes and shit. Now you have their entire family at your mercy. You should kill them. That's exactly what you should do. And the reason is because if you don't, then their children, even if you kill the monarch, their children will have a legitimate claim to the throne and will be able to drum up support in the future to be able to cause a civil war within your kingdom, to be able to, and this will cause more war and more death over time. So if you want to have less death over a longer period of time, then killing the children of your rival is the more moral outcome, is the best moral outcome, because less people will die in the long run. But the actual act in and of itself is horrible. That is the kind of calculus that Machiavelli talked about, and that's why people hated him so much. It's because of that. because he basically was like, this is how it is, and unfortunately that's the way the world works. That's the way humans are. You don't have to like it, right? Tightrope stuff, yeah. And then you also have this other problem, and you think, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. But you also have a problem of people doing horrible things and using those reasons as justifications for doing those horrible things when they weren't needed to be done in the first place. So, cut out the cancer before it takes the whole body too. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. That's the moral calculus that you got to try to wrestle with. So if you are a good moral person, do you really want to murder children? Well, no, not really. So one of the things that you could do is, especially if the children are young enough to not know anything, then you could murder everyone that ever knew them and like give them over to like a monastery or something that's under your control, that where you can raise them to be just normal people and they'll never know that they were some prince or some other nonsense. So that way you don't have to murder children. Right? But that's still very dangerous, because if anyone ever finds out and tells them or any of this other nonsense, then they could potentially rally the country that you ended up conquering because they conquered you. And let's just be real, even though they attacked you first, the peasants and the aristocracy of the place are probably not going to give a damn about any of that, and they'll make up their own bullshit about it, and so that way they can stir up revolution, la 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 la, and then and then how many people died just from the fact that not only you've got a revolution happening within your now territory from something you conquered 20-30 years ago. And so not only do you have people rising up and doing things, they're probably doing really bad things. They're probably raiding local farms. They're probably murdering and raping as they go. So it's not just the fact that you have an army that's going to fight you. It's an army that's going to fight you that's also destroying land, taking food, taking things, just doing normally bad things that most revolutions and armies end up doing. And so not only do you have all that death, but then you have all the death that comes from the fighting, and you have to use all of your economic resources to now take your army and go fight them, and then repair all the damage that was done. And how much money and lives did that cost you? And how weak did it make you compared to your other rivals that are surrounding you that now see you as weaker than you were and may take the chance to invade you? You see how you gotta play all this stuff off of one another? Because especially if your rivals are legitimately just like the ones that wanted to enslave you, if your other rivals want to take over your land and enslave you, murder you and your family, and do all that and enslave your people, and you make yourself weak because you decided to do a moral action that made you in the end weaker, is it good that you did this moral action? So you did the right thing in this instance, but now your civilization is destroyed because you did that. Is that good and moral? And the answer is, it's not yes or no, it's I don't know. Maybe, perhaps, maybe not.
Did Timoe give you any trouble?
No.
Good. Good.
It is tough. And that's why people who think that there's a single solution to any singular problem, especially when it comes to like world politics or these tough moral questions, are essentially retards who do not understand anything that they're talking about. Which is why when someone, like, I criticize the establishment incessantly, any kind of establishment it is, especially in politics. However, when the establishment gives me a legitimately rational explanation, even if it's full of bullshit spin, if there's no actual proof to the contrary, then it's not that you take them at the word, but you just keep an eye on it. That's the thing. It's like, because it could be the thing that they're saying, and it could be extremely reasonable, and you could be sending good people who are just trying to do the right thing off to jail or fining them or doing all kinds of bad stuff to them simply because you've interpreted the evidence in a different way that might not be true. And that's just not a tenable solution in our form of civilization. That's not justice. It's not justice at all. What just happened? I wasn't paying attention. Did I lose? I think I lost.
I carry the best. Very good. Thank you.
That bullshit. Any more blues? Nope. Okay. Where's there she is. So 699, 775. What do we got? 24 to all stats, 10% damage to burning, close, basic skill. No, I don't care about that. Resistance. Ice armor makes you unstoppable. Blizzard. Cooldowns. That is kind of cool. Taking direct damage has a 2% chance to reset a cooldown on one of your defensive skills. It's just so low, man. Even with 6%, that's just... I take a lot of direct damage, but not that much. Not that much. 747. You know, look at that. So it's got 14% mana cost reduction. 6 strength, but it's got Devouring Blaze as well. So yeah, it's too many stats I don't want. What's the Ice Armor active? You leave exploding spikes. Dude, that's a really good roll on that. That's a really high roll. I'm going to keep that. What about this one? That's the flame one. That's not very good. 785. So one of the reasons I'm looking for a new neck is because it'll have better rolls on it. But I haven't found one. I haven't found a neck in a while that I've given any damn about. Lucky hit chance increase while you have a barrier. Do I actually have that ability? I don't think I do. I do. It's on my boots. So it's a little bit better. So we'll keep that one as well. So we'll keep this one. And we'll keep this one. What else? Yes. It's also to the point where you still have to abide by your liberal values. Like that's one of the things that I didn't discuss with the Machiavellia thing, because you're literally a sovereign, right? You're a prince, a king. That's what it's talking about. So you are the ultimate authority in that instance. Now, in a liberal society, there are rules that you have to follow, that you should follow, including free speech, including the right to trial and whatnot that we have here. So, yeah. And honestly, a lot of the stuff that with the censoring of misinformation that people in the government wish they could do, a lot of it is that kind of moral calculus where they view the damage done by the things that they consider misinformation more dangerous than them being totalitarian assholes. Surprised it doesn't give you whatchamacallits for those. So ice armor. That's a really good roll too. It's a really that's a really bad roll. I'm gonna get rid of that one. Lucky hits increased. Let's keep that. Yeah. All right. Let's eat this. They're already the evil they're trying to prevent. Yeah, that's usually the way it goes, man. It's usually the way it goes. Is that you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the monster. You live long enough to become a monster or something like that. I can't remember how the saying goes. But yeah, it definitely feels like that is a very true statement. Because once you get power, you realize that it allows you to do certain things, and you see a lot of the dangers that that normies can't see. I do not have all the altars of Lilith. So there's another one. That's there. There's one there. There's one there. There's one there. Okay, I got them all. Excellent. Yeah, we're good. Oh, God damn, that hurt. Ow. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Live long enough to become a villain. Yep, that's probably what it is.
What?
Interesting. Ow. Yeah, not having regen sucks, man. Yeah. Constantly having to pop potions. I guess it's not that big of a deal, right? Get wrecked. Yeah, because the problem is they hit me before I get my barriers up. Yeah, that's half the issue.
What is it?
Andaria, reaching through my thoughts. It is getting harder to push her down.
Okay.
We must hurry.
So either I'm gonna have to fight Andariel again, or I'm gonna have to fight her. Either of which I'm okay with. It's probably gonna have to be her. Let's just be real quick. So it's one of those things, man, where it's like if you don't give the devil his due, then a lot of times you'll be correct about the devil.
That will be enough. Come to the tree.
Oh, nice. Got another quest I can complete. I love how it doesn't allow you to use pathing in the swamp. What's going on here?
Cressel. No, wait a minute. No, Crespa? Crespa? No, shit, no, that's not it. Cress is fine.
Is his heart beating?
It sounds familiar enough.
Wow. What happened?
Slowly.
His brain is exposed?
Hard to say when it started. Fought it for so long. It doesn't matter. Swamp.
Alright, I just thought about something. So let me do... We turned down music a little bit. We're going to turn down effects even more. We're going to turn this back up so that I can get the dialogue up.
Hello.
So I like the dialogue being high. But I noticed that the effects were really, really loud on some of my stuff. So like, just look at that.
You off yet?
That's creepy as shit.
Do me a favor. My daughter, Katharina. Hard to remember. I see.
That was another quest in Scotland. Excuse me. I was like, oh wait, I know
her.
her.
Playing her favorite flower was Buff Ball Reed.
Where can I find it?
I remember it growing near bridges.
Okay. Puffball Reed. Wow, a lot of these, dude, so many of these quests are so cool, man. They've got like just enough emotion and good voice acting to really like rope you in, you know? It's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. Can't believe I've already been playing for 3 hours, dude. It feels like I just started.
Now, to summon my fellow witches inside the conclave.
Where is this conclave?
Right before us. Stand back.
I mean, like, come on. Come on. They do a pretty good job most of the time.
I ask you now.
It's just recently they've had a string of really bad failures, so, you know. Plus their own BS in their company. And then they're trying to moralize on top of that. So, like the Ackman released a really good video lately, not too long ago, about how Activision hates Call of Duty. and about how they're moralizing over the thing with that streamer who had the like operator package, and they took his operator package away, and how they're moralizing over that and all the stuff that they've done, and it's like, yeah, like you're totally not trying to cover your own ass, sure. And I love that Tin the Tap Man was like, yeah, you should take mine down too. It's like, that was really baller, dude. That was really baller. Where are the witches?
If we are lucky, the witches will come when I start the ritual. But they are not always so keen on doing what they are told. All we can do is try and hope. I have placed the Nangari eyes in 4 of the
I'll watch every Eggman video.
Do not worry
Always good
about the
content,
5th one. That belonged to Valtha. On my word, light the flames.
I would do more reaction content,
No.
but that's not the kind of thing I want to do, number one. And number two, I can't play video games if I'm reacting to videos. Not in the way I want, anyway.
Brothers and sisters of the swamp, I thank you for heeding my call. I need...
What? Spit it out.
I am plagued by a demon and the memories she brings forth. How do I purge them?
It is very simple. You've let your mind wander. Let the memories consume you. Put your idle hands to work, commit to your craft, and soon you will forget all about this nonsense.
It's not so simple.
No, no, no. This is a question of will. You must wrestle these thoughts into submission. Lock them away in a place from which they will never return.
I have never seen more fools gathered in one place.
No! The ritual! You broke the seal, Timaway.
Timaway, what are you doing?
Because we all know it won't work for Taisa. You wish to rid yourself of a demon? You won't find an answer from the mouths of these witches, or in that tea you brew.
I already know that. I tried, it didn't work.
Of course not. It can help an old man heal from the loss of a child, yes. But you are plagued by more than just grief. You must face your fears. So, tell me, where is the last place you want to be?
Getting chills.
With Andariel, where it all began.
Then that is the path you must walk. Now go. The first step is always the hardest.
I get to fight Andariel again?
Just remember.
I'm gonna like lose my mind.
Control how tight the chains are.
Like, honestly, they really should bring
whatever
Andariel,
lies ahead,
Duriel, and all the rest
I
of the
will be at
in-game
your
bosses,
side.
and they should put them in Nightmare Dungeon.
Then,
like, they missed a real
perhaps
opportunity
I have a
with that,
chance
like,
to
for
see
real.
it through. Meet me at my tower. I will prepare everything.
And just most of them are just fighting generic bullshit. Like, nah, dude. Like, they really missed an opportunity, in my opinion. It's kind of hard to believe because I mean, can't they just put them in there? Maybe it's because of scaling or something. I don't know. You'd think they'd be able to and just give them the ability to do stuff, right? So, a series of steps. Alright, I'm gonna run down here and grab this real quick. The puffball thing. Oof. Kind of annoying sometimes. Sometimes it's best to create your own content. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about it is I watch almost all of...
What?
I watch a lot of Asmongold React stuff. As funny as that is. So... But I'm not a big fan of creating that content myself. Now, to be fair, I do some React content on my channel, where I in the middle of the night when it's just me and I'm playing all night, like I might do something night at that. I will listen to some political stuff while I play, That I'm not above. Absolutely not. So, yeah, I guess it really depends. What, did you think I wasn't just gonna whoop your ass, dude? The glaciers to the face, man. It's like, damn. Oof. Oof. $2K on that, man. Okay, so we gotta search this entire area for a puffball reed. Whoops. Bit out of mana there. Oh, the crowd control, though. The crowd control. Bruh. Alright, well, it's not here. How these people make it around the world with so many demons everywhere? I have no idea. To be fair, I think it is a new thing that's happened. But the snakes have been here for a while. This didn't just start. But like some of the demon stuff just recently started because of the Lilith thing, right? So some of it was more recent than others. As far as all that goes. Ugh. So maybe here with the puff. There's that. No, not puffball. Okay. There it is. Bam. It's literally the plant that's everywhere. That's great. Search Tangled Memories. Let's go do it. I want to go do this quest. RL, this stuff would take an army to clear? Yeah. But I mean, I'm a Nephilim, so, right? That's kind of the whole point of this. Oh, I am an army. And you can't stop me. Neener, neener, neener. I'm looking for a Katharina.
Katharina. I think she was friends with Senny the Purveyor. Try her.
Roger, roger. We also got a quest over here to get.
Katharina? Oh, you mean Katharina Crescent. That old crone died when I was a child. More wrinkled than woman, they used to say. Well, she was burned and buried out back under the memorial wall. Might be nice to stop by and pay respects. She don't get too many visitors.
Wow. Okay.
You're really going without me again? After what happened?
I can handle myself.
It's another quest I want to get done.
You'd have never walked into a trap like that before. Let alone open the door for it to happen again.
Yeah, I know, right? That's how old he is.
Don't worry. Should I be mortally wounded, I'll stay alive just long enough to deliver my crossbow to you.
You'd better.
Isn't Lyndon the guy from Diablo 3? Isn't he the rogue from Diablo 3? He sure the hell is. He's the scoundrel. I was like, dude, he sounds so familiar. And it just hit me. Because of the crossbow.
You're here. Ready to go shake some hands? Let's talk at the usual spot.
At the usual spot. So,
Ah, chin up, mate. Have another go.
Is boots what I need? 730. It's ammies that I need. I need an actual amulet. So let's try.
Very nice. Very nice. Another.
669.
Oh, rub it. All right, calm down. Put it away before. Oh, there's a shiny fella.
704. Frost skill damage. That's a good roll. Hoarfrost passive. 2 ranks in Hoarfrost.
Very nice.
On another go.
Devouring Blaze.
Ah, chin up, mate.
Have another go.
Oh, there's a shiny fella.
Nice. Flame Shield, Frost Nova, Strength. Pretty good. Pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot. So, let's go to the Armorer, I guess. And then we'll go do the quests.
Shall we? Don't want to keep them
Shut
waiting.
your mouth. Well, we got this. We got this. Where's the armor, bro? Oh, he's outside. It's like, he's here somewhere.
That got most of it.
It's kind of weird you don't get veiled crystals for those. Alright, let's do... Did we see the other 2 from Diablo 3? I don't know. What was the name of the sorcerer? Let me see. Companions... D3. Arena, Cormac, and Linden. Elena. Cormac. Oh, Cormac, dude. I loved his voice actor, man. Just like Linden, he was such a good voice actor. Implacable, man. Like that's the way his voice actor sounded. It was so good. He's the voice actor for Cormac is a dude that gives you a quest here. Don't you find Cormac's... Wait. Isn't he... He's in this game. I've seen his name. I've seen his name. So this is the Diablo wiki? Is he in Diablo 4? Maybe not. I swear to God, I saw an NPC with his name. I know the voice actor is a guy that gives you a quest in Zarbanet. Yeah, it was really good too. Okay, that's just down there. We actually have to leave. I don't remember Arena. I didn't like her overly much. But Cormac, dude, what a voice, dude. Wow. So now we got to go back up there and do that. So now we got to do the Linden quest. Yeah, dude. Cormac. Like, I want to say that that the skeleton I killed not too long ago, that we just ran by right here, his name was Cormac. I'm not sure, though. Yowzers. Bitch. I assume you have a plan?
Terribly clever one at that. I've talked up a deal in different parts of Backwater just loud enough to be heard, but, and here's the good part, with different locations each.
Color in the water.
All we need do is wait at those locations, and where we get ambushed tells us who the rat is. Our first is just up ahead, though I'll put 20 gold on it. It's the second where we get jumped.
Roger, roger. Go to the first ambush location. Let's go, buddy. Hop on your horse, buddy. Let's go. Now you're just gonna run? Okay, that's fine. Fine. Yay, we got a Paragon point. Bitches. Did I say you could come near me? Did I stutter, good sir?
Yes, just push past the branches here. Do not get scratched, by the way. Everything in Hawazar wants you dead.
No, really? I had no idea. Yeah. How much you want to bet all of them and we get ambushed so they're all rats? That would be hilarious.
Oh, burning hells. Drowned.
Okay, maybe not.
Yeah. Not so bad, eh?
Core sack filled with dried pingent leaves, mold, and bugs suggests its bag hasn't been opened in some time.
Orton and I once used this spot to hide the good stuff. Stashes so backwater didn't burn through it all in a single night. Ugh. Feels like decades since we last had a drink. Uh-huh. Well, as I said, wouldn't hold your breath on this one. Let's move on. The second location isn't too far.
The voice actor for Lyndon is superb. Same with Cormac, dude. So good. Like, that's one of the things you got to give Blizzard credit for, giving them the devil is due, is that their games are fairly well voice acted / acted. They do a really good job of it. And they usually don't slouch on the acting chops of the people that they do. Which is, a good thing, I guess. The only thing I'm really afraid of is that they're going to try to sell. They're going to try to make me buy stash tabs. I'm going to be pretty pissed. I mean, I'm probably going to end up buying them if I'm going to play Diablo past the first season. Which, honestly, is entirely possible.
Through here. Another of our stashes.
I love when they use the whole coloring the water trope. It's very good.
Ready yourself. Rodney's been giving me the eye for months now. Hi, yes. And where does that commotion get us? Backwater watched by Crusaders showing up on maps. And bribes? No. There'll be no bribes to save us then. Sorry. I guess I've been bottling.
Oh, no, keep going. Like, I'm enjoying this.
I would have expected something.
One of the dice
by
sets
now.
always seem to land on sixes. Nice. Should we go to the last location?
Yes, the last location the last location was told to Alton. This may have all been paranoia.
Oh, no.
But it's nearby. So, we should do our diligence, or what have you. Off we go.
That sucks. He seems really hurt. He seems really, really hurt. Because I think Orton is his friend. It's basically his right-hand man. And that's why he seems so... like, oh, it's just probably my paranoia. It's because if it is him, it's going to hurt him very badly. You can kind of tell by the way he acted. Because, he's a good voice actor, and that's what they do.
Welcome to our home away from home. Excuse the mess.
I have a feeling it's going to be that, too.
Watch your step. I thought I'd put a few of these old oil barrels to good use. Makes no sense. He couldn't have.
But he does. There it is.
You make this too easy, Lyndon.
Oh, shit.
I mean, What are they gonna do? Kill me? Like 5 dudes? Like, what are you doing? So what now?
So, not a waste of time after all. On to business then. I shall tell Alton to meet me in the storage cellar in Backwater. Give us the privacy to sort this whole thing out. I'd like you there when that happens. I'm not much for gambling anymore.
Man, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks, dude. That really sucks. Let's go do this. We'll do that one here in a little bit. Since we're already over here, we might as well go do this. Rather than waste time running back and forth. Yeah, so it's something that I discovered. So if you have your mouse all the way over here, you run pretty fast, right? When you do your sprint. If you're using the controller and you sprint, it doesn't seem to go as fast. Provoke. Provoke.
You are courting pain and
fair enough.
death.
Fair enough. Instant. Instant. Timoon!
What is that? An effigy? Come over. Let me
Doggo? Doggo. Crap.
see. Huh? This is just an
I gotta go take the
ordinary
dog out.
doll.
Be right back.
Why didn't you say so? Well, it should look like me. It is me. I made this for someone. A child. Long ago. My child, perhaps? Yes. It was my child's. And she had one just like it that looked just like her too. Fitting that this one has been carried back to me by the swamp after all this time. Maybe someday it will bring her back too.
Wow. Creepy! But on that note, my dudes, I gotta go take the dog out. I'll be right back. Stand by, stand by. We shall return with more Diablo 4 right here at Tango Hotel. See you soon.
Multiple hostiles eliminated.
Holy shit! Wow! That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's at least 4 deaths. That's a quad kill, baby. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, and look, she damn near killed those guys too. Holy shit. Do this because it'll be fun. Because it'll be freaking hilarious. I'm gonna get right in her face. I'm gonna get right in her face. I'm gonna throw a knife right at her. It's gonna do 1 damage. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be hilarious. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. 4 to 5. Yeah, that's still not gonna kill you. It's still not gonna kill you. It was funny though. See you. Yeah. Damn it. Right in the buttocks. What? In your butt. A sniper bullet. What? In your butt. A sniper bullet. That bitch tagged me in the head.
Emily's butt is radical propaganda. I'll take that. Nope. That one. Yep, that one. Oh, in the face, Traycon. Or not Traycon. It's not Traycon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Vapor. Vapor. My bad, Traycon. My bad. I don't mean to insult, sir. Please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, man. I didn't mean it. I swear to God, I didn't mean it. Don't hurt me. All right, we're just gonna. On the key was on the other side of the door. Yeah. Which is ridiculous. They're all on fire and poison. Steak. Eats a big steak. I have no idea where this dude's lady is. No idea. I don't even know what his name is. Let's talk to this lady, shall we?
I am pleased that you like me.
Yes.
Now, come close.
Okay. Fully armored and ready to... We're just gonna drop on down. How many times have I been here? Like 3 or 4 times already? Trying to hunt down Xenos scum. Hey, it's a slime. Oh my god, the slime dragon and I are the same level. Woo! It would be really nice if I could lock away. And that, my friends, is a successful butthole. Whoa, that caught me off guard. Ammo! Got ammo here. Fat amounts of plastisteel, baby. Remember, I got an ammo crate, so if we're running real low, boys, I got a backup. I'm telling you, man, the gangster lead is something else, dude. Oh, the sliding. Oh boy, is that something I can do? Oh, never mind. Where's his body at? It's right there. No! No, Astro Boy. I'm such a dumbass. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, my gunner. Oh, baby. Okay, here we go. It's rocket time, baby. Freya! I think it's time, baby. Lay it down. Let's do, hang on. Let's go. I want to make it as accurate as possible. Damn, it's being weird. Let's do here. Plus or minus 1. Bada boom.
Fire Hunter Seeker missile.
Yeah, baby. No deaths, but look at all that juicy damage. Oh, it's so good. So good. What have you done? Okay, look. If it'll satisfy your curiosity, you can clip this. Is that good? Is that good? All right, we're done. Bunny. Beaver, dude. We'll work out the details later. But I need to figure out how I'm gonna blow that up before I blow it up.
Let all the living suffer your wrath.
Blaze? Blaze? Bruh? Are you okay, man? you got a little anger to get out there, buddy? Holy shit. Dude.
Good copy, moving on target.
That's a bit much, don't you think, sir? Holy shit. You know what? That's HP. We should be able to kill her. The problem is that if she's right next to Scorpio, he can't do anything. What?
I will take the soldier and
what?
They know your plan.
What?
The chosen.
How is that a thing?
You'll need to take advantage.
Oh my God! What?
That thing is sure.
Crack.
Oh, you son of a!
He died.
You lost the scripture.
I didn't.
Oh wait, he didn't have one. Never mind. My bad. Good call.
Chance to run again one day.
Good call.
You are not together.
That was hilariously stupid.
That was perfect.
Yeah, that was hilariously stupid.
Come on, Andy. What are you?
Does anybody know if the control enemy breaks stealth or not? No! Whoops.
Locked on. We've been spotted.
Are you kidding, bro? Are you even for real? Are you even for real? Bruh. The fluff is wrong with you? Man, you guys need to like chill, dude. How do you not like have video games and shit? Like for real, man. Why are you not playing Subnautica while you're doing this dumb shit? Seriously. How is that a thing? Oh great, it's the mind control. I can't believe this, dude. Like, I just...
Your turn. We are beside my foes.
Okay, that was cool. That was cool. It only killed one of them. Die, Xenos! Well, looks like we just lost our stealth, I think. It would be really great if it would tell me where they were coming from. If it gave you an indication of the direction the Lost were coming from, like, oh, you can hear them in the distance. Where? Wait, oh no, they get a full turn? Alrighty, boys. Apologies for how long that took, but I had to take the dog out. And then my daughter was like, play with me, Daddy, play with me. So I was like, okay, sure. And I forgot my glasses. Stand by. Tango's being a derp. And the feedback. Ow, dude. Dang. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Okay. We're good. We're good. Bruh. Bruh. Okay, sorry about that. So we finished that quest. Now we got... Yeah, it's this. Is it this guy? Is it this guy over here that keeps spawning? Ugh, fine. Kill them all! Let the God Emperor sort them out. What is this? Slay the cult near the snake god. Well, that's an interesting twist on it. What the hell, dude? Snake worship, okay. Oh, I actually have to slay them, that's what it is. Not stand in the circle. Or do I have to slay them in the circle? But if they don't come in the circle, then how am I supposed to, like... Damn it. Well, this is kind of dumb. There we go. Yeah, we're not gonna get the mastery. Unfortunately. Nah. Like, I love how it's like, hey, slay them in this thing, but they're not gonna like come in the circle. They're gonna stand outside it and shoot me. Like, how retarded. Blizzard, what are you doing? Like, how am I supposed to make them come inside if they're just gonna stand right outside and do it? Like, right? I'm not wrong on that, right? So there's the thing up there. It's all the way up there. Okay. Is this where the dude bro is? Yeah, look. Oh, no, it's Wilcox. Okay. Do I traverse the entire swamp just to go up there and do that? Well, what we could do is we could hop over here and then go turn it in. Go. Seems good. Well done. Well done. So thank you guys for being here. Love your faces. Thank you so much. Cannot thank you enough. Tink. For being here today at the Tango Hotel. Also, to give a little bit of a thing, we are actually getting... I actually got an artist to start working on a new avatar photo for me, or an avatar picture for me, and... Oh, me, dude! Oh, wow, that hurt. That hurt. As well as a banner. So, yeah, should be awesome. No, Pomegranate! You lost your 42 card core character. No, that sucks, bro. What happened? Stupid knockdown? Yeah, man. CC in this game sucks. There's not enough stuff either. There's not enough stuff to prevent CC either, in my opinion. And if you want to prevent CC, then you literally have to have very specific abilities, like Flame Shield, for instance, that make you unstoppable. So, like a lot of stuff that I hear about criticism in this game, especially on hardcore, it definitely pushes you down certain routes where you might not otherwise go, right? But even for me, being a softcore character, the fact is that CC is so prevalent. That's why I have Flame Shield, because I wanted another defensive ability, and I didn't want to keep using the Ice Shard because it just didn't feel like it was working with my build anymore. You know? Boom! Get wrecked. I love doing that. By the way, it's so fun. It's just standing in it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Alright, what is this? Find the clearing in the corpse well Dulge. Dulge. In the Dulge. In the Dulge. Bruh. Bruh! What are you doing? Yep, see what I mean? Just pop the Flame Shield and it's all done. Yeah, that really sucks, man. So you got knocked down and just eviscerated. What was your character? What class? What up, bro? Zerke, the healer Yolanda has sent me for remedy for the gut rot.
Wedgin Honey's always been fine without me. Must be truly dire to send you. Huh?
Indeed.
I'd guess someone's near to dying. Look, you brought a gift. Never thought those villagers capable. You wins, but the smell is good. Heavy with secrets. Not heavy enough to save anyone, though. I don't mind helping you, but I'll need something else.
Okay.
Get the eyes out of Nuroth the Vile Fang's head. No promises, but I'll try.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to adjust the sound again. We're gonna turn this up, because I really want the dialogue to be actually kind of loud. We'll turn the effects volume down even more, because for some reason the effects volume is just really loud. I was a cold sork. Oh no, that sucks.
Do you ask painters why they're interested in pigment, or sculptors why they like rocks? Of course not. Death, rot. The villagers think I'm low for my obsession, but I understand what they're always ignoring. The way the flesh frays when you're near the end.
Lovely. What hope does Yolanda have?
If she were here, I could guess. But she isn't.
Okay. Yeah, I want to play a cold sork, so that's what I'm doing. Like, hands down, there's really nothing else I want to play as far as sorcerer is concerned. I have no interest in fire because I did way too much of that bullshit in Diablo 2. Even though it's probably a lot different, it's still firewall, and I'm just like not very interested. Lightning, it's like I don't want to be a melee sorceress, so you know what I mean? Sorry. Damn, what hit me? Like, what was that? So how did you like being an ice sorceress? What build did you go? Glacier? Was you doing the frickin' ice shards build?
What was that?
I have no idea. Oh, it's that guy. It's that guy. Bam! Get wrecked, son. Shards, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even start using shards until like a level or two ago. I was like full blizzard build. Yep. Basically like a shatter build where I would use blizzard to control, and that's what I spent my mana on. I used I used this cooldown, and I also had ice shards, and I used the ice shard enhancement, ice blades. Basically the cooldown build with blizzard so that I could freeze them with frostbolt, and it was very good. It was very good. I liked it, but as I got on in levels, it just wasn't the same.
Take the rotting heart to Yolanda. It makes its own fungus. Stronger than anything the villagers would make. If she's not dead yet, this'll kill off anything wriggling in her gut.
Oh. Well, that sounds lovely. Just lovely. Don't it? Don't it though? But yeah, man, like the Paragon board for it is really good too, except for like one thing. And I even asked the devs about it on Twitter. They probably won't see it, but that's not the point. I'm gonna keep asking until I get an answer. And basically, the way it works is that, see this node right here, this glyph. Paragon nodes within range gain 15% bonus of their cold damage and damage reduction modifiers. Sounds great, right? And look at the additional thing. Whenever you chill an enemy, there's a 3% chance you deal 3% increased cold damage for 10 seconds, stacks up to 15%. That's really good. That's really good, right? There's only one node on all the boards for a sorcerer that gets cold damage. It's right here. And it's nowhere near a glyph socket. So this glyph, Winter, cannot actually give you any increased cold damage. The only thing this glyph can be used for is the additional bonus. Now, I will say that it does increase damage reduction modifiers. So there's this one. So it would increase this damage reduction from chilled enemy. Wait, no, it wouldn't. That's chilled enemies. Is there damage reduction from cold enemies? I don't think there is. Yeah, there's the damage reduction from cold in it from chilled enemies. So yeah, it doesn't actually have any use whatsoever. Yeah, it has zero. It doesn't have any use whatsoever. The main part of it, and I don't understand why. Like it feels like a very bad overlook, and I don't know why. Because I would absolutely use it. I would love to have whenever you chill an enemy, you deal 3% extra damage. Like I chill them all the time. That's all I do, right? But it's literally just for the additional bonus because and there'd be no reason to level it up either because leveling up the glyph doesn't increase the additional bonus. It only increases the main bonus. As you can see right here. You deal 10% extra damage to slowed and chilled enemies instead 20% to stunned or frozen, which is really good. 88% damage to crowd controlled enemies. So every time I level this up, it only increases the main bonus. I'm flabbergasted by it, honestly. Yolanda, I brought you the remedy. Make sure to keep it down.
That was... what was in that? Light, don't tell me. But, I can feel...
God, could you imagine being eaten alive by maggots and shit?
Subsiding. If Calf had listened to me, we lost him. He had the good sense to die without infecting anyone. little though it may comfort his children.
Bruh.
Make Zurk explain this remedy to me. Did he tell you how to make it so potent? I'll have to go knocking on his door, won't I? And no head to smooth the way. Before that, however, I'll rest.
Can't skip the
Nearly
dialogue, by
dying
the way.
is exhausting.
Lovely. Excellent. Nice. Murmuring orbs. Hell yeah. I'll take it, baby. Alright. Okay. Should do that. By the way, you know what else I found that's kind of messed up? I believe you can only have 10,000 rawhide. And you have to do it 20 at a time to stack it. Alright, I'm not going to do that one yet. Okay, let's go ahead and get this one done. I'm not going to do hers until a little bit later. Yeah, we're going to wait on doing hers. I have a feeling I'm going to have to go into a dungeon to do it. I don't want to do it right now. Okay. Like how easily the mount gets caught on things. Like I'm surprised they're not trying to fix it.
Could the fire still be burning?
Like it blows my mind, dude. That it could be this bad and they just not do nothing about it. Got one key left. Okay. I need to buy another couple, like a stack maybe. Here we are.
Wait. I was here. All those years ago. Just a child. I can still smell the cooked flesh. Please. A word.
Jesus.
The ledger that shows the true face of the Zakarum is here. I hoped to do this myself, but I can't. Old memories. I'm sorry. But after I catch my breath, I will return to Vajin Hani.
Okay, we need to collect ledger pages. Do I pick them up off the ground, or... Okay, apparently I need to look for them on the ground or some shit. Is that one?
The Screams have summoned a witch. This Eriman claims he wants to protect these people, but his sins damned them all. His pyre will be the first if we are to save this wicked place.
Uh-huh.
Honorable Crusaders of Zakarum, our neighbor, Eriman, is the witch you seek. With this act of good faith, we beg for your mercy. Let this be an end to the burnings.
Yeah, that's not how it works, buddy. Oh, so you harbored your neighbor who was a witch. Well, I guess we're gonna have to burn you too, buddy. Shame that. Shame. It's a shame. 'Tis a shame, really. Okay, smoldering.
They hide behind their kindness. Witches live among them. They only play at welcoming us. And all the while they work toward dark ends.
Yep. Calling your bullshit. Calling your bullshit, son. Nice. Alright, so there's probably another ledger up here. So that's 2 of 4. This, I believe this was a, stronghold. I've now done every stronghold in the game. I really do agree that they should reset. I'm really a big fan of that. I wish they'd do that. You know, maybe I should start using my shield more proactively when I start combat. I should do that. Okay. There's nothing here? Damn. Let's see. Yeah, I really do wish you could reset them. Especially like maybe during the Hell Tides they reset, or like there's an event that could spawn at it or something like that, where it's got like a cooldown for you for maybe a few hours to a couple days or something like that, where you could go, where if you go to it,
only fire can purge this grand
it would allow
corruption.
you to reset it, and it would just be a new event.
The whole town will be boiled in the pits if the vile witches will not show themselves.
If nothing else, it could make it to where you could just redo it. That would be kind of cool. Just because they're fun.
My neighbors,
right?
I beg you. The burnings must stop. The Zakarum are not ridding the land of heretics. They are destroying the people who have loved and protected you for generations. It is we, the witches of the swamp, who hold the darkness at bay. Burning us will bring no light to Hawazar.
Oof. Sucks to be you. Alrighty. So how are the effects? Are they better now? Because dude, they were there it is.
You cannot throw a stone without
super
hitting
loud.
an accomplice of the witches of Hawazar. None will renounce this hateful faith, even with the clarity of pain.
Alright, speak to the elder. Let's go over here. We'll grab this as well. Since we're here, we might as well. Yeah, I really think they should do some stuff about resetting them, allowing us to redo them, even if it's the same exact event. That would be pretty cool. They could tone down the rewards, you know, where it doesn't give like orbs or stuff. It just gives regular gear, just for doing the event, like it would for like repeating any other world event. Because the strongholds are fun, and they're a little bit more challenging than some of the other events in the world, so they're kind of cool. Sorry, bro. Yep, you're all gonna die. That's about the way of it.
What?
Why does he keep saying what? Is it because he sees these little children or something? Is that what it is? That is so dumb. What? What? Wow, that was cool, dude. And it froze him too. Baller, man. Boy, get out of here. Yeah, I don't want the crude. Don't need that nonsense. No. No. Bad snickety snacks. Bad snickety snacks. Fetid Mausoleum. Restless Dead. Okay. I found Katerina. She's been dead for many, many years.
What? No. She's just a child. I've only been... Oh, how long has it been?
Damn, that's horrible.
Oh. Did she get the flowers at least?
Yes, she did.
Wow, how cool, man. Are you alright?
I've remembered something.
That is so creepy.
I stole this doll, idol.
Can't
This
skip it either.
thing. Stole it from a woman who was like me. I thought it would slow the disease. Oh, maybe it did. But what I did was wrong. It wasn't worth the extra years. I'd like to return it. But I'm not sure who I took it from.
Was it someone from Backwater?
Backwater? No, I... definitely not. Pricks ran me out. Place was a death sentence.
A woman like you? What do you mean?
You're too kind, friend. I know what I've become. Oh, she wasn't so pained, so troubled by the vines.
Oh, I bet you it's what's her face.
Not like me.
I can't remember her name at the moment. Okay. Could it be Timoon?
Damn. That name. Oh, like thorns in my brain. That must... it must be her.
Must be.
She's probably forgotten about it. Oh, it's been so long.
I seriously doubt that. I seriously doubt that. Okay. And she is... all the way down there. Okay. Let's go do this now. Yeah, we're gonna go do the one at Backwater. Dude, these quests are... Dude, these are some of the best quests I've seen in the game, man. Like, I really love the one with Lyndon. Like, this has been a lot of fun. Yeah. I mean, the ones in Scotsglen were okay. Just like the ones in the Dry Steppes. The one where you got to, like, fight the church. Another Helltide. Just because you got to fight the church and you got to... in one of the knights that turned against them, you know, you get to do that quest. That was a really good quest line. The rest of them were just kind of really forgetful. Like, I barely remember any. And the ones from Scotsland weren't much better, honestly. I mean, they were better, just not... They were just a little bit more forgetful. Apparently, Logweather just got an update and my game won't load. No! Wait, it got an update? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You mean the... I have a Steam Cloud error, so it won't update mine automatically. You mean the... The latest update. Yeah, Long War of the Chosen. So, updated June 18th. So, let's see. Yep, Tedster. Changelog for the fixes. I've pushed to the main mod. Where is the changelog? Change notes. Here we go. Let's check out. Let's check it out, shall we? Okay, here's what we got. June 18th, Long War of the Chosen. Some of the highlights. End of HQ Assault crash fix is incorporated. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Fixed major cause of geoscape lag. Awesome. Config options added to preset. Some settings that previously could only be set after the campaign was started and didn't persist. Hopefully that's red fog. Added new debug logging toggles. Excellent. That may actually work. Integrated Raider faction order fix mod. I don't know what that does. Improved compatibility with mods such as War of the Chosen UFOpedia, Bestiary. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Avatar project made visible much sooner instead of being locked behind Lib 5. That's a really good change in my opinion. As soon as the first pip pops, it'll pop up. Black Site mission location is now less predictable and less likely to completely screw the player with bad geoscape generation. What do you mean less predictable? Was it ever predictable? Pistol roll AP cost reduced. And quick draw now negates the mobility penalty for taking a pistol. Dude! Bro! What's wrong with you, man? What the hell's wrong with you? That's awesome. There's definitely going to be some people I'm going to be taking the pistol with. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yep. My only problem, it's like I wish the Shinobi could have the holo targeter in another slot so that they could wait. Wait, no. The holo targeter doesn't take up the pistol slot, does it? So that might be really good. Take just a regular SMG and then give them like really good pistols. For recons, I think that would be really awesome. Because then you could give them the Shadow Keeper, and that way they could use it to regain stealth early in the game. That would be really, really useful. Beta Strike now has double RNF timers and halves RNF fill rates. Oh, that's really good. So the mode should be more viable to play. That's cool. Various other bug fixes, small balance tweaks, making things more intuitive. Okay, that's okay. That's sure. Localization, and the full change is here. Oof. Ow. Ow, that hurts. Do I have the mod? Thought I had the mod that got rid of that. Squad infiltration modifiers and soldier abilities and equipment are now cached on infiltration start. This should reduce lag. That's great. Some officer abilities that caused intermission crashes and didn't even work right are integrated into mod fix. Excellent. Updated coin off activities set minimum vigilance strength to spark dark event missions directly on the condition during template creation instead of on active activity template. This should hopefully fix dark event activities and missions being created in regions that are below 3 strength, 3 vigilance minimum it's supposed to require. Excellent. The Avatar project is now revealed on the first pip of Doom added by the aliens to the fortress, instead after liberating your first region. This doesn't include progress added by facilities or dark events, or so the bar may start with more than 1 pip. Got it. Sounds good, but I don't want my game not to load. I don't know what to tell you about that. There is... You might want to... I don't know what to tell you, man. You might want to revert it back if you can. Updated logic for the XCOM gained AP for difficulty missions mechanism, so it should be more consistent and apply properly. That's great. Updated system for disabling sit reps so that removing them doesn't break things. Okay, that's great. Added configuration. That's a thing I don't care about. Implemented fix from Rusty Dios to prevent Bestiary and XCOM Mach X barracks units from being deleted by integrated tactical state. Okay, don't care about that. That's not something that's I care about. Automatically disables Long War's built-in ability icon colors for standalone cost-based ability mod installed. Okay, cool. Custom events added for use by mods looking to get information from a unit's infiltration. Okay. Better barrack status. Okay. Better tracking to show all the granted items upon research completion. Excellent. Fix broken weapon upgrade icons. Excellent. Improved coloring ability icons affected by rapid deployment. Excellent. Warning to discourage changing red fog penalty type as multiplication setting is not working. Okay, that's cool. Removed aim and crit stat markup on the Dark Lance. The Dark Lance. What is the Dark Lance? Dark Lance. That's one of the chosen guns, right? I think. Additional check to make sure lost and abandoned cannot be enabled. Okay. Fix Sparks being able to infiltrate multiple missions at the same time after repairing. Okay, that's good. Chosen Sniper. Thank you. Okay, cool. So they removed the stat markup. Okay, good. I guess. Disabled the alert icon yelling at you to build a resistance ring if you haven't built it yet. Thank you. Fix some config formatting. Okay. Yeah, none of this I really care about. It's all like under the hood stuff for modding. Killzone's cone size is now adjustable. Excellent. Balance related changes. Enabling beta strike. Okay, we've already looked at that. XCOM's chosen katana gets +1 damage and 20 crit chance. Excellent. Black site location. Distance from starting region now configurable. Set to 3 by default instead of 8. It was 8? It usually spawned around 4 regions away from the starting region. This makes the region it will spawn in less predictable and reduce the chance of bad geoscape generation, making the black site spawn extremely far away. Excellent. Overkill and Bring 'em On no longer affect non-damaging attacks such as flashbang grenades. What? They did that? All Spectres, Lightning Reflex is changed to Long War version instead of base game version. Lovely. I believe that means that it has diminishing returns instead of just going away after the first one. Added a visible minimum crate recovery objective for the supply extraction missions. That's really good. Trojan now includes hacking stat bonuses for equipped gear. Whoa, what? That's great. Trojan's event listener is decreased in priority and additional logging has been added, attempting to fix the delay on Trojan's effect activating when temporary control effect wears off. Nice. I wonder if that means it fixes the thing where if you're in shadow, Trojan won't proc. Or if you're stealth, Trojan won't proc. Snapshot has been added to the list of abilities with actions refunded for Mark of Death. Okay, I'm not sure I understand what that means. Mark for death. Okay. Death from Above's long-range accuracy bonus now affects vector rifles in addition to sniper rifles, improving its use with the vector rifle classes. I believe that would be the vector rifle is used by the Reaper. Is one of them. If you don't want to do Banish, it's a really good weapon. It does a lot of damage, especially if you're spec'd for crits and all that stuff. Firestorm now has the environmental damage it was missing in Long War 2's version. Okay. Sweet. That's great. That's great. So Firestorm actually like just blows up everything. Sludge Shot is now configurable. Excellent. Improved paramedic ability now has a configurable list of medkit abilities to track additional uses. Biomedkit added to the list of equivalent abilities for mod jam capability. Nice. Pistol Row, AP cost, change. Magnum, 5. Clutch Shot, 5. Quick Draw, 10. Lightning Hands, 10. Gunslinger, 15. Face Off, 15. Fanfire, 20. Quick Draw now also grants the soldier 1 mobility if they are carrying a pistol in the pistol slot, canceling out the mobility penalty of equipping the pistol. That sounds great. Adjusted force level gates for soldier rewards from missions in the black markets. Okay, that's cool. Localization, you no longer needed or now integrated the base mod. This might be why, right here. This might be why your game might not load. It's because you got these. Maybe. You need to look at that. Mark for Death might be a sniper ability. I mean, a leader ability. I don't think Mark for Death is a leader ability. So, that might be why your stuff isn't working. All right. Let's get back to it. Lovely.
That's 3, 4, 5, 6 for me.
All right, Lyndon. Let's do it, baby. Let's get her done, son. It might be too low. I don't know, man. The problem is I was listening to it on my clips that I was making, and dude, it was like you could barely hear me over the sound effects from killing all the mobs. So what I'm going to do is we are going to restart the stream. Huh, that's interesting. It didn't, we're going to test this out. There it is, okay. Power on, connected. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what's the plan, baby?
Just hide in the corner there. I don't want him thinking I've come to attack him. After all, killing him is what's the last resort?
That sucks, man.
I was worried when I didn't hear back from you. Thought you might have gotten jumped again.
Oh, worried, were you? Funny you say that.
Well, you seem to be in one piece.
This seems like a setup. He's not
know.
acting the way you'd think he would.
Orton, this is the second time I was ambushed at a deal that you knew about.
Huh. Is that so?
That's so. How could you? How could you do this to Backwater, to me?
To you? I defended you. Tried to.
Of
but
course.
You've changed. Going soft, kissing Crusader ass, leaving me behind.
You bull-headed twit. This is exactly why I kept you out.
You can't talk your way out of what's got to happen.
You're going to get Backwater killed.
And you'll make it weak. You're a traitor, Lyndon. To everything we built.
I mean...
Seems we both...
Like, what did you think was gonna happen?
Gotta admire that about you, Lyndon. Nah, I don't think you will, you tender shit. You can't pull that trigger anymore. Especially not
Put
on
it in his
me.
face.
Who wants a drink?
Wow. Just right in the face. Not even a word. Oof. Alright. We'll see how that sounds. We'll turn it up funny too. Wow, dude. Alright, we could definitely turn that up a little bit. So we will put it, say 20. Did I save it? Yes, I did. Okay. We can't do it right now, so. All right, Lyndon, what's up, buddy? Lyndon.
He was right, you know. I was keeping things from him. Didn't think you could handle it. Still don't. But if I knew he'd turn, No. No, I would not have. I would have done the same if I was him. If I thought he was putting Backwater in danger, if he was cutting me out after all we've been through together. But that doesn't matter now. Because Backwater needs me. Backwater is me. And I shall do what I must to keep this place alive. I'd be dead without you, you know? So here, throw in a bit extra. Drinks are on me.
Wow. 3,000 gold. Skeleton key. It's an amulet? Whoa, what? That's cool, man. It's a freaking knife. With enough finesse, a simple dagger will open virtually any lock. That's cool, man. That's cool. That's kind of cool, man. All right, so let's get ahead and snatch it. Bam. Okay.
Fight hard, eh?
All right, so let's get out here. I think we need to go here. So what we'll do is we'll run outside and I'll do some more testing. Okay, here we go. This is perfect. There we go. Okay. Let's see how that sounds. Well, that's kind of dumb. I didn't talk over it, so I don't actually know how it sounds when I talk. Die, demons! Die! Nah, I don't have enough stuff going on. I'll eventually get it. Give me mana. Give me mana. 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 I think we got it now. We'll see how it works. It definitely sounds like it might be working. Might be working okay. Might want to turn it down by 5. Because I really don't want to turn myself up because I already feel like I'm blowing out the mic. You know what I mean? So we're gonna probably turn it down ever so slightly. Yeah. It really depends on like how much it's. Because the real problem is not just running around like this. The real problem is when I'm in like a nightmare dungeon and I'm literally killing, you know, thing after thing after thing after thing. So. It's also hard to pay attention while I'm listening to myself talk, so. Like, it's ridiculously hard to pay attention to that. All right. So, yeah, Flaming Cam, I don't know what to tell you about the game, man, other than to ask Rusty or not Rusty, Tedster, what's going on with it in the Long War of the Chosen Discord. Do you need a link, or do you got one? Because it might just be that you need to revert back to the old one until you start a new campaign. Which sucks, because that means my campaign might be broken as well. I hope not. But it could be that you have several mods that you don't need anymore. That might be one. I have something I believe is yours.
Once mine, then lost. He took it, and the swamp took him. The poor fool still lives.
Indeed.
Then he
How does
suffers.
movement work in Diablo 4?
We will ease his
It's
pain
click to move.
untended.
Is that what you refer
Coax
to?
out the snakes of the marsh.
If you've got
Ask
a
them for
controller,
their venom.
or you play on a
We will make
console
a
with a
solve.
controller, it works just like.
I told him, I cannot cure what is not sick.
It works just like any other game that's like this.
Worthless.
But you're moving by not clicking? No, I'm clicking. I'm totally clicking. But you can hold the button down and move it to the edge of the screen, and it'll just continue
It
to walk.
holds no cure, only a memory.
Toy made by a girl I knew once. Oh, was that her daughter? Yeah. So if I'm using the mouse, see, if I click, it's got the little circle, but if I click and hold, I can just run. I'm actually considering changing the way it moves because I'm having trouble not using my main attack. And I'm thinking about doing this and having the basic skill slot on another thing. Hold position has been unbound. I really don't want that to be the case. Right, so we got core. Move, interact, move and interact. So I could make that move and interact. And then we grab, what would I put on the basic skill slot? So we've got Q, W, E, R. What would I make it? That was the thing, right? Because E is my bowl, my bowling. You can do WASD. Can you do WASD? No, you can't twist by design. No. The only way you can move like it was WASD is if you have a controller, and then you can use the joysticks. It kind of sucks that they made it applicable to joysticks, but you can't do WASD. Yeah. To be fair, though, I'm not sure how much I'd like WASD, to be quite honest. I could do this. Let's give that a go. So yeah, this is basically force move if I want to cast. Yeah, that might be cool. That might be cool. That might be cool. Because I really only want to use it on... Yeah, that might be really good. Because I only really want to use it on... Okay, maybe not. It's like I could just do shift. That could actually be... Wait. Wait, what? I don't have to do M4. If I do this, it's still... Wait, what? Hold on a second. That's awesome. I love that. I don't know what it's doing. But hold position, if I press shift and right click, it's still. That's cool, man. It still does the thing. Oh, dude, that's awesome. I really like that. Flame shield, slow duration, poison resist. I tend to lose my pointer in games like this. Yeah, that's why you can make the pointer really big. And you can make it have force move. Like right now, I don't have an attack on this button. So if I were to click on an enemy, it won't actually do anything. See? See? But this is cool because I've changed it. Even though I don't have to hold this button, I have to press the mouse button to do it. If I hold shift and I'm holding right click, it does it. That's so cool. I love that, dude. I really love that. Oh my god, I can't believe how much I love that. Like, that makes it perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted. Because I don't want to just click on enemies and do this because it uses a lot of mana and it's very fast attack speed. So it'll quickly drain your mana. Quickly drain your mana for what it is. And to be fair, I only really want to use the glaciers on big enemies. That's really awesome. But yeah, it's real easy to lose your pointer in this game. Absolutely is. Man, so basically what's happening is that even though I have it on mouse 4, if I left click, yeah, if I left click to move around and then I hold shift, it'll still cast it. That's so cool. Like that is just too awesome. That is too awesome. It's gonna take a little bit to get used to, but I think it's gonna be worth it. All right, so I've got 8 of 10. So we got one over here. But yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, I can't recommend this game enough. It has issues. That's, you know, no game is perfect, but if you like ARPGs, it's a pretty good game. It's not super hardcore like PoE. It's not made for that kind of no life grind, although you can do it. So, but it's made for, like, it definitely feels like it's made for a more casual audience, especially the way you get Paragon points, because it's like every quarter of a level you get a Paragon point, and the boards are huge. Like, look at this thing. I have collected your snake venom.
Good. It will ease his wounds. But the pain of the heart, it will hurt. He will suffer.
It's gonna kill him.
Then he
Nice.
will not. Understand?
Unfortunately, yes.
Understood.
You may tell him that he is forgiven.
Dude, sometimes this freaking game, man. Sometimes, Jesus, dude, this freaking game. Like, it really gets me, man. I mean, I'm a big old softie, so that's probably what I do. But sometimes, like, the quest in this game is just like, oh, like, boom, hit you in the heart like a 10-pound hammer, man. And it's just some random quest from some dude that's like stuck in a bush. He's been there for God knows like 50, 60, 80 years or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, dude. They did a really good job on this game.
Worn.
Like,
I can fix it.
you know, people give them shit for all kinds of stuff, and there are people who bitch about all the side quests, but I have been enjoying them. Now, I will say that one playthrough is probably going to be more than enough. Oh my god. Really? I'm already stacked up on those. So I'm probably not going to want to do all the side quests again, especially not for the seasons, but that's neither here nor there. You know what I mean? I'm hoping they will introduce more side quests or events and stuff like that, you know? Okay. Let's see. Oh boy, that's hilarious. You shall die, snickety snacks. You will all die. Got him out of mana. That's lovely. And now he's dead. Alright. I mean, I can't pass up elites, dude. Like, no matter how much I try. I see packs of mobs, it's like, yeah, I want to kill them all. But I'm not actually as encouraged to do so. Unless it's like a big ass pack of elites. It's like, oh, chance for legendaries, chance for epics. Let's go. Let's go, bitches. Timu made you a salve, my man.
She made a salve with her own hands.
She made a deal with the tree a long time ago, buddy.
She wasn't stuck like me. I can barely lift my head. How? Swamp, take me. Yeah, give it here. I'll take her poison. Maybe it'll kill me at last.
Yeah, pretty much. Why haven't I told him he's forgiven yet? Come on.
It feels... Damn you! You shriveled hag! No.
That's really messed up. Okay. So many consumables. Holy crap. Did the salve jog your memory?
I have one final ask of you. There is a shallow grave by a tunnel of gnarled trees. Dig it up. Burn what you find. A funeral pyre in Blackwater. Burn it
there. Do this not for me. For him. He deserves better.
Ah. Is it someone you killed? What have you done?
Please understand. I was hurting so I shouldn't. I never should have. They ran me out of town before I could burn him.
Can't even remember his name. You sad sack of crap. Wow. Just wow, man. Like I said, these these quests are something else, dude. Some of them are really, really good. Like they're really, really getting me. Which honestly is awesome. Get me like immersed in the world. Bitches. Don't need none of your bullshit. Let's go. There it is. Bam!
I'll be alright soon.
What? What? Oh, it was her. I was like, what? You know what? Let's go discover this. Let's go discover this. Since we're right here. My controller still on? Yep. But of course, I drop it on the floor because, you know, throw it on the ground. All right, there we go. All right, so watch this. If I, it doesn't feel like it goes as fast. You know what I mean? Okay, we definitely. What is this? Call the ancients. Blah 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 blah. What is this? Tainted wellspring and the ruins runs under these ruins. Cool. So we need to go. Thought he said burn it in Blackwater. Oh, he did. Okay, let's go to Blackwater. I guess I could just use the controller to ride the horse. That'd be kind of funny. If I have to go a long way. The problem is my controller shuts off because it's, you know, it's run on batteries, so it'll auto shut off after a few minutes. Nope. Nope.
Your loss is great. I'm sorry.
Really? I now have to go back to his ass again? Come now. Come now, you silly bastard. Snake venom, necrotic flesh. Let me go here. I want to see something real quick. I want to see something real quick. We're going to go find the voice actor who did Cormac. That's what we're going to do. Alright, so I still haven't heard back from... Ooh, 9:30. 9:30. A Shava will spawn. Excellent. I definitely want to do that. So still haven't heard back from him. He messaged me at 4:15. Okay, that's fine. Is there a quest here? Was it not here where I found him? Wasn't there. Wasn't there. Maybe it was here. No, that's the ruins of. Let's see if I can find his ass. So this is the way out. I can't talk to you.
You hear her last night? Running through the streets, screaming bloody murder.
Didn't everyone? The woman's mind is going.
Is he over here? Might be outside the Obold cellar. Yep, there he is. Crusader Warwick. Tell me about the Serpent Cult.
They are a group of crazed mud dwellers.
That's
who believe
gotta
that
be
worshipping
Cormac, dude.
serpents will somehow grant them eternal life. Have you ever heard of anything half as mad? Alas, they are as numerous and as brutal as their bloody snakes. Dislodging them has proven...
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Cormac, man. Crusader Barrelt was slain.
What? No! Beralt was one of the few of us who had any fighting spirit left in him. Damn those apostates! He had no apprentice to take up his name or armor, but I will have someone sent to collect his body. I'll do it myself if I have to. May the light forever bless him.
Is that all we get? Well, that kind of sucks.
Care for some tea? It's supposed to help old bones settle, not ache so much.
They're being held near the temple ruins in the eastern fens. The cultists vomited forth a ramshackle village on the other side of its wall. Light praise my brothers and sisters' bravery.
That's not what this is, right? Zerk, okay. Alright, let's go. Let's head back over here. Dude, that is something else. So I wonder if the skeleton in the swamp that's Warwick, I wonder if that was his master before he died. Because apparently they take up their master's name. The apprentices, upon their master's death, take up their master's name and their armor, which is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. They become an embodiment, right, of an ideal.
You see now how they let fear into their hearts, turned against each other. What the Inquisition wrought for these people, fire and
so hopefully
death.
Tomorrow.
Too many have forgotten. But now.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be playing. This time tomorrow we'll be playing Alien Dark Descent. Oh man, it's gonna be freaking awesome. It's gonna be freaking awesome. So, have we discovered every place here? It looks like we have. Got one more. There's still a bunch of altars of Lilith that I haven't gotten. So I've been doing all these side quests, man. All right, let's go speak to Thaisa. Yeah, let's go speak to her. Then we'll probably do the altars of Lilith, and then maybe we'll run some sigil dungeons. I'm thinking that might be next. Are you ready to face your fears?
I don't know, but I will try. You should know that this ritual will be dangerous for both of us. If you are still willing to join me, stare into the flames. Let them carry you into my memories.
I obliterated Andariel the first time. She can suck my fat.
Gulran. Elias' study is just ahead.
Yep, there she is. That's Andariel. What happened here?
This is where they caught me trying to kill Elias. If I had been more careful, I could have
I mean, he was
ended it
immortal.
here.
There's no way that.
Now, what should we do with this little rat we've trapped?
Okay. Easy peasy, baby. Let's go. Is there anything else here? I can click on. Ritual flames. Let us be gone with it. Okay, nothing to say.
The
There we
Temple
go.
of the Primes. When they carried me inside, I tried to run, but I couldn't make it.
Yeah, I remember this. This is so awesome. So it's really, you can only do this quest once the main quest is done, man. That's crazy. Well, maybe not once the main quest is done. You could probably do it before you travel to hell, maybe.
Yes, I thought I'd been saved. But then, I heard her laughing. Not outside of me. From within me.
Your fate was sealed from the first sigil I inked into your flesh.
Yep. About that. About that. And here it is, boys. This is it. This is where I fought in Dario.
This place. No, I cannot do this. I will lose myself to
And
her.
I'll kill her, bitch, again. We have to face her.
I feel her stirring within.
Bring her forth,
Day.
and I shall kill her again.
Her hands closing around my mind. Like chains. This is my fault. If I had killed Elias in Gulran, if I had been quicker, smarter.
He was immortal.
But I wasn't. I wasn't.
Oh! Oh! Oh, hell yeah.
You can fight her.
It's only making it worse. Elias bound me and this demon as one. We are part of each other now.
Bitch. Oh, I'm immortal. No, I'm not. Oh, God. She's in. Oh, no, no, no.
Elias is gone now, and I
Damn right.
remain. I don't have to be afraid or ashamed. This is what I am, but I can still choose my
Let's
path.
do it, baby. Dude, I really wanted to fight Andariel again. That was awesome, man. It's too bad it was just a whisper, though. Like I said, they really missed an opportunity to put a lot of the bosses from the end game, or just the game in general, right? Why can't I fight Astaroth in a Nightmare dungeon? Or at least, or like a whisper of him, you know what I'm saying? Where he's got the same moveset. Why can't Andariel, Duriel, you fight all of them? It would be just really cool if they did that. Especially if they brought up especially if they brought in like Diablo and Mephisto and Baal and just make them whispers, right? That would be so cool to put them in nightmare dungeons. Like it's a nightmare dungeon. Why are the bosses in nightmare dungeons basically basic bitch mobs that are just boss level, right? I think there's only one that's it's like Elias, but it's like a different named character.
Better. For the first time since, well, a long while.
Whenever you need me, I will be there. And so will Timue.
Yes, I know. Thank you, my friend. Please, take the amulet. Timue left a message on it for me, but I will not forget the words. Perhaps it can help you when you face your own difficult times.
Bada boom, baby. Healing is a journey, a series of steps. Some days you may stumble, but so long as you continue to put one foot in front of the other, you will reach your destination. Very nice. What will you do now, Taesa?
I do not know for sure. I was so afraid before. Afraid to leave the places where I felt safe. I will take another step and see where it leads me. I will live.
Awesome. What a great conclusion to that quest line. What a great conclusion to that quest line. Okay, so we've got a few quests left. Let's see what we're doing. Where am I? Where am I? I'm here. Yeah. Okay, so there's one right here. And then there's one over here too. Okay, let's go grab some. Let's do it, baby. I'm shocked how massive this game is. Yeah, it's pretty massive. Pretty massive. So we hit that and then B. Okay. I was like, what do I press to climb down? Boo. Boo. Did they lower the cooldown for the horse when you hop off? It used to be 10 seconds. It's now 5? Did they do that on purpose? Yeah, it does feel like you're slower when you use the controller, I gotta admit. I have no idea what I'm doing. So let's just... Okay, well. Does this... I wonder if this stick aims. I wonder if that's what that is. So playing with the controller is awkward as all hell. But it actually feels kind of good, I'm not gonna lie. It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay, it's right here. Nice. Murmuring orbs. And then the next one is here. Yeah, it looks like they've changed how long the cooldown. Yeah, dude, it's 5 seconds instead of 10. Yeah. And I will say this, the really dumb thing that I feel that this game has done is they've basically made it to where running dungeons, regular dungeons and nightmare dungeons, is the most efficient way to like level and stuff. And so running around the world does not appear to reward you nearly as much, and it sucks because it's such an awesome world. I would love for the overworld to actually give more stuff. So we got one here. It looks like there's one here. Okay, let's get down there. I'm giving the horse a try on the controller. That's basically what we're doing. Mainly because it feels so bad to do it with the mouse. Did it just disappear? Dude. Okay, we've gotten that one. We've gotten... Oh, there's one way up here. Okay. So let's go ahead and hit that up. Yeah, it actually doesn't feel that bad at all, funnily enough. Like, to be fair, though, if I'm running Nightmare Dungeons, I'm not going to be using a controller. That's for damn sure. Like, there's no way. No way. But just running around the overworld, farming stuff, yeah, it's kind of fun. Yeah, it definitely feels faster with the mouse, funnily enough. Ugh, and then you get stuck on shit like that, dude. The reason it's so awkward for the controller is because you have to put it at the edge of the screen, and then to move, to like steer, you have to move it around the edge, so it requires way more movement to steer than if you were to have the mouse like right here. It should just be full speed all the time, and you can steer from here. That way you can like full speed, like turn around and stuff. Because you could do that with a controller. Look at this. Look how easy it is to steer. So it's kind of funny. If you're charging, you will charge through mobs. Which is kind of cool. Okay, it looks like it's over here. Oh, that's the wrong button. It's X. Oh, no, that's interesting. I didn't expect that to pop up. Let me see. Options, controls, controller. Wait, what? Why does it... What? None of them are bound? That's kind of dumb. Yeah, it says it's right here. Is it... Ah, there it is. Can't see it because of the damn tree, man. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Interactive map. There's one over there we've already gotten. There's one directly there. We've gotten that one. Okay, we've gotten... I need to get the ones over here in Zarbanet. Okay. So let's get to here and turn in this quest, and then we'll go do the thing. Oh... But yeah, it really does feel like they've built this really big-ass world, and the only time, especially in the late game, that you really get to experience it is when you're running around doing Helltides, and because Forgotten Souls are the only way to get Forgotten Souls is to... Yeah, the only way to get Forgotten Souls...
The forge is always hot.
...is to do Helltides. Which is fine. It also gives you lots of gear and other stuff. And Fiend Roses. So. What? But yeah, it's just kind of weird that I can't... Bob and weave, bob and weave. Oh, hello. Get wrecked, bitch. Oh, that was great. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you need Fiend Roses too, which Fiend Roses are used to reroll legendaries. But yeah, it's just kind of weird that you can't rebind your... Because, like, you saw the controller configuration, like, nothing was bound to any of them. It was just kind of weird. Ooh, that's bad. That is very interesting controls right there. I burned the remains on the pyre in backwater.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. You have done me, done him a kindness.
A kindness.
Housel. His name. I remember. That pyre. Its smoke. Over and over and over. I took Grish's blood first. And Mitzi. So many others. Housel was only the last. Their faces. Their blood. The smoke. How could I? How could I forget? How could I forget?
Damn. Is that it? A shriveled organ. Wrapped in the vines worn around one's neck. A constant reminder that the swamp wins. The swamp always wins. That's cool. What will you do now? Die?
The swamp will take me soon enough. At least now I can die knowing who
Why can't I just kill him?
What I've done. I miss the fog. I miss not knowing. But it wasn't right. Just leave me be. You've given more kindness than I deserve. I thank you for
I'm
that.
not gonna lie, that's kind of really sad to just leave it on that note. If I can't kill him. It's not cool, man. That's not cool, game. It's not cool. Alright, so the swamp, there are 4. Yeah, I've gotten all of them. There's one here we can go grab. Right? Yeah, there's actually several in there. So what we'll do is we'll go to backwater, and then we'll go from there. Because there's no need for me to stay up here now. I don't really need any of this nonsense. So yeah, like it really feels like I'm hoping that they do something with the seasons that doesn't just involve dungeons, because they've made this massive world and it really feels like they do it a discredit. Okay, so we got the one down there. We need to grab the one over here. That's here. And then there's one up here. I wish you could put multiple waypoints. There's also one right in there. So we'll grab that one as well. All right, let's go. Because it just feels like it's going to be empty except for doing Hell Tides, you know what I mean? Look how many mobs there are just everywhere. Right? Running through all this stuff. I remember doing this on foot, dude. And having to fight everything. Everything. There's one... Is it here? No, it's here. Okay, let's go. Yeah, it's just kind of weird that none of the buttons actually are defined in the thing. And I don't feel like messing with it overly much, so... Should be right in here. Yeah, there it is. Bam! Okay, and then there's one... It looks like it's right here. Okay, so apparently you can't charge through the giant snakes. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Yep, there it is. Dude, some of them are so well hidden that it's like you wouldn't find them. It's almost like you can't find them unless you know. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. Let's see. So there's one here. Oh yeah, there it is. They're usually in like a little cut. You could literally see the cut on the map. So even with the controller, it still feels like you get stuck. It just feels like it's easier to steer, so you can stay in the middle of the lane, right? All right, let's see if we can do some event action here. Slay the unascended. Got it. Boom. Well done, sir. Well done. Very nice. The legend lives on. Alright, so, let's see. We got that one there. That one there. There's one. There's a bunch down here, but we're gonna go back to this direction. I'm gonna travel back to here, and then we're gonna continue on. So yeah, like I was saying, I hope they do something besides just dungeon mechanics or stuff like that for the open world. I really wish there were more Hell Tides, but I understand why they don't do it, because it's a lot of good gear, and it would just, you know, break the damn game. Ow. If they had too much of it. I think it's right there. Alright, let's get up there, and then we'll find out. I think it's right there. Yep. Okay, so here is the next one. I guess we could get there and go up there and do that quest on the way. Oof. Yeah, it would have been much easier, honestly, to do dungeons to get renown. But I really like doing the quests. I want to see what the game has to offer, you know?
Skimming off the top, eh, Lyndon?
Get him!
What? Why did they say Lyndon's name? Get wrecked.
They're already dead.
Yep. They are already dead. God damn, son. Ow. That hurts. That really, really hurts, you know? So you don't really know how much it hurts until you give it a shot. Yes, 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 yes. Boys, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are there not more enemies? No. Did I miss one? "58 seconds. Is that right? Well, seems like that worked. I don't even remember what quest was here. There we go. Okay. Needed proof that he intentionally did something, and apparently I found it. Yep, we'll like bring his corpse. This will calm Zerk's ire. Okay. Should be fine. Ow. Get on my horse now. Dude. Jackass. Fine, be that way then. Be that way. Okay. Alrighty, so yeah, we got that one already. We're up here, we got this one. The next one is gonna be this one here. And then there's one up here. Okay. So more murmuring orbs, lovely. Ow. Who are you exactly?
Good question. Questions show you have wit. Names don't matter when you serve the Tree of Whispers. Our usefulness matters.
Fair.
But you can call me Zerk. In another life, I begged as a child on the Chaldean streets. Then the tree called me, gave me purpose, named me a witch. That's what I am now.
Nice. Why are you such a rush?
The Tree of Whispers is displeased. You should know
yeah,
the weight
right?
of that.
It's like, do you want a head? Yes, yes, yes. Somebody was dead in the graveyard. I brought his body back for proof.
Ha! A promise kept after all. Place him on the cot, quickly. Enough time has been wasted.
Is he gonna, like, resurrect him or something? He's got zombies chained up in his backyard. What a baller, dude. Look at that.
Stiff, slight boat. Beautiful blistering already. No ruptures. Not dead. 3 days yet.
What are you gonna do with his corpse?
I've been growing a sickness deep in the swamp. All completely controlled with my care. Not too much, not too little, but the tree perceives it as a threat. It must be purged. To the south, 3 corpses were prepared with possible cures. I'll tend our friend here. Bring me a sample from the healthiest corpse there.
Just so matter-of-factly. Tell me about this sickness.
I was walking in the swamp, watching mushrooms bloom from a bird carcass, when I sensed it. A new thing. An unknown sickness. There it was. Trapped in a rotten corpse. Calling to me. Begging to be cultivated. I brought it to one of my corpse groves. The sickness spread, feasting on the dead, breathtakingly beautiful. But the tree senses what harm it could do in another's hands.
And therefore it must be purged. Gotcha. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Alrighty. So, okay. Okay. So, yeah, we'll go do that. We'll go do that. I didn't hit him with the instant freeze, but my god, it looked like it. Corpses were arranged and marked with wooden stakes. Zerg is only interested in the healthiest body, but he wasn't forthcoming about what he considered healthy. Okay. Collect the flesh. How do I do that? Collect the uncorrupted flesh. What? Oh, okay.
Not what I'm looking for. This is
nice. Really? Oh, wow, he's got some HP, man. Holy schnaggers. Get at you, baby. Okay, they're just... What? 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 Here's the sample you requested.
Good. What corpse did it come from?
Aw, dude. Okay, well, I'm gonna go find out. Pink flowers, okay. Their models are still there, but they're not. How funny. Like, I literally just went back and checked. It's like, yep. Pink flowers.
Yes, makes sense. That corpse was treated with weeping nettle, serpent thorn, and blood fungus.
I love the zombies chained up in the bag, dude. That's so funny. All right, boys. I have to use the good old restroom, so I will be right back. Stand by, boys. No break screen. Be right back. There we go. Lovely. All right. Let's talk to the boy. Do you have everything you need to cure this sickness?
Nearly. Missing one key ingredient. The blood fungus. A right bastard to grow since it needs a living host. I grafted a patch onto a creature outside the reservoir ruins.
Living host?
Once it's collected, travel south. Look for the corpse mount. I will meet you there at the disease's source.
Okay. Okay. Alright, well, let's go collect these 2 altars of Lilith, and then we'll do the thing, yeah? Yep. Out of my way, peasant. Oh, damn. I screwed that up. Can I go around this? Yes. So it does appear that you can ram through mobs. Like that, look. That's cool. I wonder if they made it to where you can ram through barricades or if it was always able to ram through mobs. The hell? What happened here? Damn, son. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna be too mad. Let's get a free legendary. Yeah. Okay, here's where we test it. No. Let's try it again. No, it doesn't go through the barricade. It will push mobs out of the way, but it will not go through the barricade. Or jump over it or any of that other nonsense. Alrighty, so this one is here. Body check, bitch. Yeah, now that I know I can do that, that's pretty awesome. It makes me want to keep doing it. Is this the bell? Destroy the drowned bell? Yes. Yes. Go, boys. What you got? Let's go, baby. Come on. Can't hide it forever, son. Boom. Good shit, boys. Good shit. Okay. Excellent. Now the next nearest one. All right, we're just gonna go here. We probably got to go in this dungeon over here. Ooh, an elite. What we got? I saw it pop up on the map. Is it the bell? Ah, there we go. Bitch. Frickin' root me. Son of a biscuit. Did they lower the cooldown for this too? Let me, you know what? Let's look. I gotta Diablo 4 change log or update. Let me see. Let me see what we got here. No. Patch notes. Here we go. June 11th. Today is the 19th. Okay. Did they not do another update? It feels like they fixed it when they did something to it. Am I wrong? No, June 16th was the last news. June 10th was Diablo 4 patch notes. Developer updates. Like, it really feels like they changed the cooldown. Yeah. It really does. Let's see. I remember this being a 10-second cooldown. So this was a 10-second, now it's 5. Now it's 7. Maybe it's due to my cooldown reduction. Maybe that's what it is. It's not that they did something to the game, it's that they did is that I have massive amounts of cooldown reduction. What is my cooldown reduction? Let's find out. 30%. There we go. I'll tell you what, I wish there were glyphs for cooldown reduction. I would totally get it. What up, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Oh, we don't have to go into the thing? Okay. Wrong button. Yeah, we're getting close. Damn, he's all the way down there. Okay. I guess that's fine. Ooh. Nice. I need more of those. Those keys. I really like the idea of those chests. It's just, like, I didn't see them for like 30 levels at one point. I was just like, damn. I saw a couple at the beginning of the game, and then I didn't see any more for like a hot minute. Dude, that is ridiculous, man. And it completely knocked me off my horse, too. What a jackass. Where is this thing? Die, you son of a biscuit. Jackass. Ah, okay.
Ah, I sense you have the fungus. Place it on Shamil. He will be the final piece.
What's next?
Oh, look at how the sickness has marbled the corpses. This mounds my best work. The rot here is deep, like a vibration, a song drowning out all others. Ah, shame this, silencing it forever. I will drive the remedy into the ground. This will stir the swamp. Hold off whatever awakens.
Let's do it. Couple skellies. Laughing skull. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Maybe I should do laughing witch.
Swamp is quieting down. It's almost finished.
Boom! Ooh, get wrecked, son. Damn. No one escapes the Twisted Witch. I think I'm gonna change it to Laughing Witch, honestly. Is the corruption gone? You don't look pleased. Dude, I hate these things, man. They're such a piece of, they're so pieces of crap.
Yes, it's done.
Yeah.
That's the problem. People think of rot like it's lifeless, or worse, corrupt. I know better. May not think or feel as we do, but it has a pulse. Now this place is barren. Such is the tree's will. Never mind my troubles. You've helped me. I won't have it said. Zerk doesn't pay his debts.
He's gonna die soon.
May
We
you
did
never
give him
fall out of the
favors.
tree's favor.
And it just kind of ends on a really sad note. To be quite honest. Do I really care? Let's go turn these in. Yeah, Tamu made him a thing, a potion that made him remember everything. So she lied to me when she was like, oh yeah, it'll remove his pain. Do you understand? It's like, no, that's not what it did. It sounded like it was torturing his ass. And then he remembered all the bad shit that he did. I mean, I'm not saying that was necessarily a bad thing, but still. She didn't have to lie to me about it. Whoa, it's 798 item power. Holy crap. It's got 2 freaking resistances on it, man. You burned the pyre in the town? Yeah. Yeah. That was his, that was somebody he murdered and drank his blood to ease his pain. I really do wish there were more Linden quests. I really liked doing those. Mainly because of nostalgia, but still, all in all, it was pretty good, pretty awesome.
Come back if you need the forge.
Yeah, dude. Hauzar is kind of just wicked, man. When it comes to the quest. Like unforgiving, which is kind of cool, actually. Literally came back for a pair of blue boots. It's like, what was I thinking? No, it wouldn't let me. It didn't let us put him out of his misery. No. He said he would die soon, so I assume he will. But he's probably still there if I go back. You know. One of those dealios. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to make some flawless amulets. Flawless amethysts. The thing about it is I don't even want to collect these gems, dude. Like, it's not even gems I like. Not even gems I'm going to use. It really feels like they just kind of went generic bullshit on the gems in this one. It doesn't feel very good. It doesn't
Are
feel very
your
good at all.
hands clean? Look, but don't touch.
You know what I mean?
I hope you appreciate that.
Feels really bad. We got 43, so we'll craft a couple of those. Rubies, we're at 35, so we'll craft just a couple of those. Topaz, 48. Yep. A couple of those.
Beautiful.
Spending a lot of money doing this. 49. 47. 200,000 for that one. 48. It's been a while since I've been down to 100,000 gold. Been a real long day. Soon is a relative term. I have no idea. It didn't say. Luckily, it doesn't take that long to get gold in this game. Let's do this. Nice. Snatch that, and we'll snatch that as well. Don't know what I'm gonna do with that one. I don't heal at all, so I don't think that's gonna help. I think the only class that really heals like that is like the barbarian or the druid. The necro too does actually. Well, the necro does too, kinda. Okay.
You can still use these.
So we need to. We've got. Let's go here. We'll do the glittering geode and then we'll come back. I don't think we're gonna do those quests down there because I need to get the rest of the altars of Lilith. So. Yeah, I'm assuming we need to get those down there, so. What are we gonna do? Can you tell me about this geode I found in Hawazar?
I haven't seen one of these in a while. From what I've heard, these require a special...
Explain.
I'm afraid that's all I know about it. You should seek out Mislan in Zarbenzet to acquire the flux. I am good fortune.
Thank you.
So, literally go back to where you were. And do the thing. Thanks, game. Thanks. Jackasses. Okay, acid flux. And then...
Happy travels.
There we go. What, it just gives us...
It is done.
Gems? Yep, that's it. It just gives us gems. Lovely. I mean, it gave us a bunch of... Oh, look, I'm very close. So, yeah. See, here's the problem. If I go do those 2 side quests, it'll probably... Well, I mean, I need to get the Altars of Lilith anyway, so... How many do we need? We need 14 more. They give 10 apiece. That's 140, so that would be more than enough to put me over. So yeah, doing all the side quests have kind of done me in, as it were. You know what I mean? Look at that. We're almost full on those, too. Jesus Christ, dude. So many gems. Yeah, the necrotic research. I think this is the last quest here, aren't they? Yeah, 42 of 49. Okay, well... There are altars of Lilith around me. There's 4 here. And there's one up there, too. So... There's one here. Let's go get it. Oh no, my town portal. Oh gosh, no. What? What do you want? Should be right here. Yeah, so getting all of these, I'll get it before I even do this. So we might still go do those quests down there just because I want to see what they do. I don't remember who that guy is, so I might not care, honestly. So it's over here. Nope. Go around this way. Ugh. What am I stuck on, dude? The blockades, man. The blockades. You know what? You know what? Yep, just killing them all. No quarter. Dude, I do so much chill damage. It's not, or chill. It's not even funny, man. So much chill. Yeah, honestly, dude, I'm probably gonna stop picking up gems soon. It's really starting to irritate me. And I have so many of them. I just spent like a couple million gold over the past couple days. Making, you know, consolidating my gems. It says he has oppressor, but I can't see the oppression thing. Oh, he's damage resistant too. Well, who's got the damage resistant? That's him. There we go. I was like, where's the damage resistance guy at? I don't see his ass. I certainly don't pick up those anymore, so. Okie dokie. And then we got this bad boy right here. Ow. Ow. Yeah, dude, it really does feel like the devs only tested the horse on console. It's like they didn't test it on PC. You know what I mean? I don't think that getting stuck on stuff would be so bad if my mouse didn't have to be all the way at the edge of the screen. Yeah, I really feel like that might be the case. Ugh. We already did this one, so we should just be able to get in here and grab the thing and leave. Bam. So we need 10 more. So we got those. There's one here. Oh, we got a paragon point. Nice. We're about to get 4 more of them bad boys. And a lot more damage is incoming soon. Yep. So we're gonna get this down here, and then we're gonna go over here and grab that. It's unfortunate though, because yeah, I'm a little bit shy on the willpower, which kind of sucks, honestly. Yeah. I really want that damage to the elites. Well, actually, no, I get the damage to that. I don't just get the extra 10% non. Yeah, because I need way more stats for that. So, it is what it is. All right, let's go. Yeah, it's got to be my cooldown reduction or something. But it's like the cooldown for the horse is like half of what it was. It was 10 seconds. Like I need to get on my necro and figure it out. That's what I need to do. See if it's lower on him, too. Okay. For a second, I thought that was an elite. Like, look, it's already back up. Bam. Like, nah, son. Nah. We're just gonna leave that be. Okay. We also don't have any of them in here. So let's go and grab this one first. Then we'll go down to the bottom and grab the next one. I still might do those two. I still might do that quest. It's probably another chain, but we'll see. So I'll finish out my quest log. I love how they're all just standing on top of one another. There it is. And then looks like it's right here. Yeah, just went straight through a freaking statue. No big deal. Oh, hello, boys. Come here. Come here. All hell broke loose. Look at that. Look at that. Damn, son. Damn. Okay. I was going to say, are we good? Nah, we're not good yet. Not yet, we're not. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go here. This is like the easiest thing to do. To get a whisper. Easy, baby. Easy. Okay. Okay, so we got 2 further north. It looks like it's right here. Yep. Okay. Was it find the corpse? Gobbo, gobbo, gobbo. Bam. That was a bit disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. Not only did he die like super easy and quick, but that was kind of, I was hoping for a little bit more. I'm not gonna, you know, just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Sorta, kinda, maybe. There it is. Lovely, lovely. Let's go. We almost got all the things too, which is over there. All right. Wonder why that keeps popping up. Get stuck, why don't you? Oh, hello. No, I don't have any whispering keys. Boo. Oh, that was slay 47 demons. Oh, okay. Let's go do that, yeah. Well, that was dumb of me. was like, damn. I was so close to getting that done, too. Okay, cool. I was like, no wonder it kept popping up. That'll do you, son. That'll do you. Alrighty, so let's grab the Altar of Lilith, and then we will turn in the Flesh Eater thing. I rather like the Tree of Whisper stuff. It's just, it would be nice if it were... It would just be nice if it had a little bit more variety in some of the stuff that you do. You know, like a lot of the random ones out in the world are like, find this randomly generated corpse that's just chilling somewhere. And it's just like, okay, that's just... And then you fight a bunch of elites over it. And it's like, okay. I mean, randomly popping up like a boss in a cellar, like the Butcher or, you know, Echo of Lilith or some dumb shit like that would be pretty cool. You know what I mean? Okay.
It's a fair bit of magic in that one.
757. Ultimate skill, Permafrost. I like Icy Touch better. Ugh. Healing received, mana reduction cost. I don't use an ultimate, so that's the one I have to reroll. And Permafrost is...
Until next time.
This ability. No. No. There it is. Oh, elite damage. Well, that's not too bad. That's actually not too bad. Damage to elites. Not bad at all, actually. It's 2 of 2. And it's got mana cost reduction. I would prefer it to have cooldown reduction because I'd lose cooldown reduction. So we're going to lose a lot of stuff if I use this. So I don't really like it. That's not a very good roll on that lucky hit thing. But that's okay.
Very nice.
I accidentally clicked pants, damn it.
Not much, is it?
10% damage. That's pretty hefty. 10% damage. And let's grab some boots.
It seems your prayers have been
It
answered.
does.
Don't stray too far from these walls, Wanderer. The plateau.
Wanderer. No, dude, that was like 2 games ago.
I can break that down.
Well, that's not a very good roll. I've got several of them already, so we're just going to let it roll. We're just going to let it go. All right, let's hit back. It might still be there. It might not. If it's not, that's okay. I bought a few of the keys. That's all I needed. And there it is. Look at that. Like almost every time in the beta, when I would teleport back to go buy one, it would disappear. So I really didn't expect it to be there. There it is. Bam. Okay. Let's go here. There's also a statue of Lilith. Oh, there's not one up there. Oh, yeah, it's right here. We'll do this first. Yeah. We got plenty of time on this thing, right? Yeah. 1 hour. And bam, chicka bam, look at that. Boom. We got them all, baby. We got them all. Okay, well, there it is. So we got non-physical damage, damage to elites. Grab Ruinous for more non-physical damage, 16 damage to elites. And more non-physical damage. Yep, we're getting all these, dude. Bing, bing. And then we're going to start moving toward the glyph sockets. And then I'm probably going to start moving toward vulnerable damage, because it's a different damage bucket. So it's probably a good idea to go that route. So we have them all, boys. Freaking 20 Paragon points from Renown. Lovely. Do I really need to go grab all the rest of them? I think so, because they just give stats, man. They just give stats. And stats are awesome. There we go. And stats are awesome. Come on, boys. There you go. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. I need 6 more, 5 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, they're all down here. They're all down here. Wow. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it, boys. And then we'll go get the Tree of Whispers, and then I think we might start running some sigils. Maybe I might do that. I might do that one quest that I got. So I might have that. It's like, is that really what that is? It's like, no. 795. I got really good gear, man. It's gonna be a while before I replace any of this, so we can mostly just focus on killing everything.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Do I need to repair? I do. There it is. Nice. Dex. Okie dokie. So, we then got... There's one here. There's... Okay. This one. Let's grab that one first. I love how you just make it a base. It's kind of awesome. You make the strongholds bases. Yeah. Like imagine an event where the base gets attacked and you have to defend it to hold it. Otherwise it resets. Instead of it just resetting, that would be really cool. Doggo, really? Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. Wow. Okay. I guess. Where's the statue? Oh, okay. Is he here? No, it's here. Alright. So I'm gonna have to take a quick break. We will be right back. I gotta go take my dog out. She's a sick puppy, so we need to go ahead and take her out. So that one's 2 strength, 2 intelligence, 2 dex. Okay, cool. All right, be right back, boys. Stand by. They missed it. They completely... 53% chance to crit. Let's go, baby. I probably should have been raged, honestly.
Sisters, it must be destroyed! Carry us on to victory, sisters!
Okay, so it took a long, long time for Raven to get to that. You can also build another thingamabob as well. Scrapper. What I mean by thingamabob? What is a thingamabob? Well, you see, boys, when a man and a woman love one another very, very much, they do this thing called thingamabob. say we take it. Let's go, baby. Come on, you got this. Yeah, 28 crit, baby. Yeah, easy, no scum. Oh my goodness, it don't get much better than that, baby. It. I'm sorry, what? Hang on. I'm sorry, what'd you say? What'd you say? I didn't quite hear that. Did you say something?
Oh, don't do this.
What I thought. Out of my way, coppers! How did that do damage to me? Get out of my way. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Yeah, that works. I can drive, I swear. I swear I can drive. My car's only a little bit on fire. That didn't save his ass. I love how they just like a... So let's say I'm here. Sure. How is this rocket gonna look? Not very good. Yeah, I mean... it stretches. It stretches! We're gonna do it! We're gonna do it! We got it! Come on, baby! We got this! Oh, it hit all of this! boys! Oh, thank God. No! Oh, my gobbo senses have killed our sage. Yep. Yep. Straight dead. Straight dead. God. Mother. That is so asinine. I mean, I knew it could happen. I knew it could happen. Damn, son. Yeah, no shit. I gotcha. The shock off division. It's GG. GG. Division. I can spell. I don't know how to spell. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it there, Chief. Okay, so yeah. Same name. Bada bang. Division.
Salarian. I've studied species Turian, Asari, and Batarian. I'm quite good at genetics as a subset of biology because I am an expert, which I know is a tautology. My xenoscience studies range from urban to agrarian. I am the very model of a scientist. So
4 damage, come on. There it is. Oh, with the 6. Woo! There it is, boys.
now the battle can begin.
She's going. She's going.
She's gone. You are the only one to have ever forced my withdrawal, and now you leave me no choice but.
So we're gonna move you.
I will guide you now.
Love it. Long watch. He's right there, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
I'm going.
So here we go, boys. Here we go. Sparhawk. It's all you, baby. Boom. 10 damage. Well done, sir. And I might be able to kill the mech now. We got 1 insanity. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Sparhawk. Did he just... No. No! He mind controlled him! Variation of the... No! Sure.
had been experimenting on.
No! God, no!
No wonder these things escaped from the lab.
Oh my god, dude! Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Oh, he's got like 4 HP! This is so freaking bad. Oh my god, no. with your ass. Ain't playing with your ass. Nope. Not even a chance. Not a chance. And delicious. I love that sweet, sweet taste of rat booty. That's gonna be the thumbnail for today. That's definitely gonna be the thumbnail for the day. Oh, where's my thing at? What was that at? 5:57:19? Yeah, 5:57. Oh, look at him. Away, away! Bravely, he ran away. Oh, please don't miss. Yes! Oh, yeah! Does it hurt, buddy? Does it hurt? Does it hurt? For a sec. For a second, it looked like we weren't gonna be able to get it. It might whiff completely. This is gonna be bad. Oh, we got. I think we hit all of them. Booyah! Booyah! The magic pixel exists. And sip. That's it. That's it. Take it, bitch. Take it. Oh, she's stabbing Elena in the gullet. Woo! Lovely. Lovely. And, yeah. And of course, we did the tropiest thing we could possibly do, and I called him New York City, and he called me Nashville, Tennessee. great. Because I talk like this. And he thought it was funny. That dude ended up serving his term in the Navy on the USS Enterprise, I believe. Pretty sure that's where he went. What are you doing, Gabos? How dare you on my mountain? How dare you? But yeah, like I said, it was partially the reason for me being the way I am. Not the reason, but partially. Nope. Sorry, bud. Boom. And he hit me first. The little bastard. How's my armor holding up? Yeah, my armor's good. But yeah, it just led to a series of events. Because then, what was it? I had to have surgery on my collarbone to fix it because when I was in the military, they wouldn't let me. They didn't let me heal properly. Or both the United States Navy and I did not let me heal properly. I guess is the best way to put that. Because I mean, I'm not like completely not at fault there. But yeah, and then that led me to have surgery twice to put a plate on my collarbone, which sucked. It was fun for the 9 months that I had the damn thing. The plate, I mean, where I could set off metal detectors. I had to go through metal detectors all the time in the military. I worked on a nuclear submarine. They trust no one. They trust no one. So that's just how that works. And so every time I'd go through the metal detector, it'd set the damn thing off. When I got together, I told her how much I always wanted to be a streamer. Play video games on Twitch and stuff. And I hadn't because I was afraid. I'm just gonna be real. And I was afraid and embarrassed and all that other bullshit. So many people who had such big followings. It was like, how am I ever gonna compete with any of that? But the thing that my wife told me was that if it makes me happy, I should do it. But two, she was like, you already pretty much do that anyway. Because she would, because I used to have the computer in the living room, where she would sit and watch TV or stuff like that. And so I constantly talked to the computer when I would play. I would talk shit. And so it's like, you already do it, you might as well open OBS and hit record. And so that's what I did. Alrighty, boys, we have returned. Yes, indeed. The doggo is feeling extra doggo-ish, so we're back. We're doing the thing. We're gonna grab the rest of the altars of Lilith. We've almost got all of them. I'm probably gonna do that last little quest, and then we're gonna head on out, doing the thing. That's weird. So necrotic flesh. We need this one down here. Brrr! Look, it looks like a waypoint, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks like a waypoint thing. We've gotten all the waypoints here, haven't we? Yes, we have. We need 3 more, yeah. That's it. These are it. We've already got the Paragon points, so we're good on that. Get out of my way. Out of my way, peasant! Okay. And then we've got this one. Son of a biscuit. As I was looking at my character, riding my horse, I forgot I was already on the horse. Bullying zombies. So last night, or this morning, I actually made a video about some of the controversial nonsense that RFK and Joe Rogan were doing. And I'm probably going to post it on the Discord later. It's up on my alternate channel, so if you guys want to go ahead and check it out, it's already up. So it's there. If you guys want to check it out, you can. But I'll probably post it here in a little bit on the Discord. So, and we might even go ahead and start watching some videos. It's getting a little bit late, and I'm feeling froggy. There's a video that Destiny put out about the Michigan school board banning all flags except the American flag, except government flags, essentially, is what it is. And I gotta admit, man, I was a little bit hesitant at first, but once I heard what it actually was, I don't like banning flags. That's kind of antithetical to my liberal values. However, it is on government property, so it's the government, and the government should represent all people. And the only flag in the United States that represents all people are the flags of the United States, the flag of the state that they're in, and the flag of the county they're in, and potentially any national flags of the national origin of the immigrants that live in that city. And so with that being said, I gotta admit, I'm pretty much fully in support of this. Basically what they did is they banned the LGBTQ flag. And the thing about it is like, I'm not okay with ideological flags being flown on government property. It never should be flown on government property. Diplomats should never fly the LGBTQ flag. They should never fly the Blue Lives Matter flag. The only flags that they should be allowed to fly are flags that are part of the United States government, including military flags like the Union Jack and or the Don't Tread on Me flag. Because the Don't Tread on Me flag is actually part of the history of the United States. Ooh, hello, Ancestral Ring. What the? What? What? Dude. Oh, no. I've seen this one before. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty good. If it's 5 or more enemies, it refunds the resource cost. That's great. But it's just, look at the stats, man. 16, lucky hit, critical strike damage, which is cool, and overpower damage, which I don't like at all. Like, I'd actually lose critical strike. Even if I upgraded this all the way, I would lose a lot of critical strike damage, lots of damage. I would definitely lose a lot of crit chance. Look at that, 7 crit chance on that. It's just not worth it, man. I mean, that's great. It's Mother's Embrace. This is actually the one I got from killing Lilith. So that's kind of cool. It just kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, that kind of blows, man. That kind of blows. Because, I mean, it would end up refunding a lot of money. I'm not going to lie to you. It'd probably end up refunding a lot of money over time. Because, especially in, like, dungeons, it would be really, really good. It looks like when I did that, it, like, went off screen and, like, killed a bunch of shit. So we need to grab some necrotic flesh. Nice. It hit me right before it went off, dude. That's so good. 2.4 seconds, man. By the way. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this. There we go. So, if I were to go to the skill tree, and then we snatch the 3 points out of here, and I put it in here, right? So it lasts for 2.8 seconds. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I can't take any more out. That is kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of... God damn it, I hate when I do that. I meant to hit tab. So we got all the altars? We do. We have all the altars in every zone, right? 34, 31. Yep. Nice. Okay. We got them all. Lovely, boys. Lovely. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the freezing wake. I mean, it's okay, but it says of such a small area, it feels like. Notice it didn't hit the freaking dudes. That's kind of... Where's that damage reduction, dude? There we go. Where is his ass at? Flawless. We'll pick up the flawlesses for now. I'm still just kind of meh about it. So I got so many, man. So many. What up, buddy? I have what you asked for. Do you know Zerk?
Ah, so you've met him. Yes, I am familiar with Zerk and his interests. Despite my distaste, he too serves an important role for the tree.
I coughed and it came out, and that coffee come out of my nose. Excuse me. Oh god, that was horrible. Oh, like I felt it just like drip down. I was like, no. Excuse me one second. I need to blow my... Sorry about that. All right, I have what you asked for.
Good. Yes. Give me but a moment. Then I will need you again.
Alrighty. It just sucks my renown can't go any higher. So many elixirs, man. What up? What's next?
The potion is ready. There are many bandits in this area. Find some, add it to their food, and observe the results. Repeat the experiment with the cultists
Sounds
south
pretty good.
of here. Return to me with the results.
Sounds pretty good. All right. Let's turn off the altars of Lilith. That's kind of cool. Yep. Now all I need are the secret Helltide chests. Sweet. Oh, bro. I missed it. God dang it. I missed the world boss again. Dude. I need to set a reminder, man. That makes me so mad. It was at 10:36 p.m. PDT. Which means it was an hour ago. That makes me so mad because I wanted to do a Shava. I haven't killed a Shava yet. Freaking bears. The bears. Waterlogged hole. Pretty much. There we go. Hide. Okay. It's like, nah. Look, I'm just standing out in the open. They're like, whatever, dude. Okay. Well, that was certainly interesting. Find the cultist camp. All right. Yeah, and there's so many dungeons in this game, and it's just like, wow. I have no interest in just running random dungeons for no reason. Especially because they all pretty much have the same mechanics, right? But it does sound interesting to go into some of them. I don't know, man. It just feels weird. That I have no desire to, you know, go a ruins. You know, I guess it's because, you know, it's just like, I don't need the aspects, so it doesn't really matter. I don't really need them on my sorcerer either, though. That's the, oh, goblin. It's a gobby! What's up, buddy? How you doing? Boom! An ancestral hell. Very nice. Not bad. 745, all stats, 12, lightning spear 3, cooldown reduction, and maximum mana. Okay. Okay. So I'd lose both willpower and intelligence and HP for all stats. Now the all stats one is going to be really good. It's just a really shitty roll. Yeah, it's a really shitty roll. So I could try to re-roll it, but I'm not super stoked about that. Cooldown reduction would be nice. It's a pretty good roll on it, too. If I re-roll Lightning Spear, I wonder what it would be. Right? 18 maximum mana, so that's actually really good. We get, you know, mana, I guess. Feels good. Feels good. So, the cultist camp. That's kind of weird. It didn't actually run at them. That's kind of odd. It's probably down here. Let me see something. Sorry to get rid of it. Hits 5 or more enemies. That's so that means it could hit several just by going through them and then explode on several more. So it would actually be fairly good, to be quite honest. Leviathan's Maw. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanna go in here. You know what I mean? Just to see what's up. There it is. I was like, where is this damn thing? Damn, I missed again. Yeah, the problem is again with this thing, I would actually lose. Like this all stats roll is not bad, so I would. So we'd get lucky hit chance at 4. That's not the greatest. Critical strike damage at 14. If it were 21, I might do that. But overpower damage, dude, I despise overpower as a stat because I don't have a way to guarantee overpower. I'm not a fan of it. It happens every now and then, which is cool, and I have a lot of damage that's like AoE and stuff, so overpower happens quite a bit on occasion. I'm supposed to hide, right? I don't see a place to hide. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Is it right here? Oh, there it is. It was because it was on top of the corpses. I couldn't see it. The WoW animation for crafting. So funny. Okay, then. You know what? Let's do it. Leviathan's Maw. Let's do it. That's such a cool, like, look at it even looks like it's a freaking thing. That's so cool. It looks like a Leviathan's Maw. And it's Return Bloodstone. That's great. I can't remember who it was. I was watching one of the guys I watch on YouTube, and he's like, I've done every single dungeon. Eco-fash and Muslims versus LGBT. Well, that sounds amazing. It's counterpoints. Oh, he shaved his beard. Crazy, baby. Crazy. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. Let's go sell. Okay. Did it publish? I'm assuming it got like no views, right? Oh, it's scheduled for when? 1 second, boys. 1 second. The 20th. That's tomorrow? Son of a bitch. Damn it. That makes me so goddamn angry. So my video's not even live yet. I accidentally scheduled it for the wrong day. Strength, fire damage, yeah, okay. Basically everything I don't want. Yeah, it just makes me really angry, man. Because I swear to God, if it wasn't for the overpower, I would probably...
You can still use these.
I would and I kind of want to use this. It's really good, right? But that all stats is a low roll. Cooldown reduction is well, it's not that roll. It's not that low. Let's roll it and see what we get. If we get something, if we get like crit or something crazy or whatever the hell, maybe we'll use it. Maybe we'll use it. Let's see what we do. Lightning spear. I mean, I got 250 fiend roses, so why not, right? All right, we're gonna eat it. Yeah, I don't really know what to make of the mother's embrace. It's the overpower damage, man. You know what I mean? I guess it's made for more of a lightning build, I guess. Is there a way to guarantee overpower on lightning? I don't know. There's not on cold, that's for damn sure.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
I really like the affix, though. I really wish I could pull the affix off of it, but you can't do anything to these. Yeah, look at that. Can't pull the affix off. It kind of sucks that you can't pull it off of uniques. They literally just gotta recycle them or whatever. Because, I mean, I don't think it's better than restore 3 or 4 of your primary resource when you crowd control an enemy. I certainly don't. I don't think so. Maybe? But the thing about it is that this ice shards rarely hits more than one enemy. Rarely hits more than one enemy. Right? It's this bad boy that hits stuff. Frozen orb. So we'll go ahead and throw that on there. Alright. Yeah, okay. Let's get in the dungeon and kill some shit. We got 4 of those. Yeah, weak precision sounds pretty good. Weak precision sounds pretty good. Let's go. Yep, just throwing blizzards down and running by everybody. No big deal, boys. No big deal. Definitely makes the mana come back fast. That's for sure. Yep. No, I'm sorry. Oh, that was too good. That was too good. Right in the face, you jackass. Yeah, we're gonna go this way. I want to make sure. Oh, I went back in for the loot and it froze me. Bada bing, baby. Bada bing. By the way, did I get that Paragon? Oh, I did. Ruinous. Non-physical and elite damage. Damn, son. I really need to set timers for the world boss, man. It's really starting to get on my nerves. But I keep forgetting. They're so fast that that little slow wall doesn't do shit. Now how cool is that? I threw down the Frost Nova and it immediately threw out a Ice Orb. Frozen Orb. Yeah, we'll go this way. Whee! Is this an event? Yep.
I'm separated. My friends were cut down.
They definitely need to make their life a little bit, a lot. They need to have a lot more life. In the ones where they don't have any HP, in the ones where they actually can take damage.
I can't take anymore.
You know what I mean? Because it's kind of dumb that they get breathed on in the higher difficulties and they just die. Like, I haven't even cast anything other than Blizzard's entire event. There we go. I haven't needed to. Yeah. We're at wave 8. I mean, it's still not even that many, not that many mobs, dude. We're on World Tier 4. And there's just not that many mobs.
Thank you, Wanderer.
Like level 74
Without
mobs.
you,
Like, what the hell?
I'd be dead. I think I can manage from
Dude,
here.
I'll tell you what, dude. If this is a boss
Please,
fight, I'm just gonna obliterate
take
it.
this.
You know I am. Ooh. Sacred Legendary. Ball lightning. Lovely, boys. Lovely. So yeah, that took way too long for just not very much stuff. You know what I mean? At least in Nightmare Dungeons, there's a lot more mobs. I'm really glad I changed my buttons for that. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, that if I hold down shift, it does the thing. The problem is that when I switch to my Necro, it's gonna be kind of shitty. To have that be the case, I gotta slay all enemies. 16. Yeah, there it is. Oh, so there's one straggler down there, so he should be teleported up here at some point. Yeah. Maybe. You think it was a really good idea to spawn there, buddy? Did you think it was a good idea to spawn there? Maybe, maybe not. Ooh, nice. Wow, there's a lot of mobs, dude. Right, wave 2. I hate the ones where like wave 2, 3, and 4 are like 1 or 2 mobs. It sucks. What's up, Tanaris? How you doing? Or Tanavris. What's up, buddy? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Tango is bad at reading. Let us begin, shall we? Level 99. Newser, level 75. Right here. It's kind of funny that they didn't make it level 99 as the max level. It's kind of funny, isn't it? Almost expected them to, honestly. Make it level 99, that is. You know, for the lulz. Boom. Like in the sword? Oh yeah, dude. Like, by far, absolutely having a blast on it. Well, what are you doing? Why are you not dead yet? My highest is a Necro level 33. My Necro, I got one that's hardcore that I got to like 20, I think, and then I made another one on softcore and then I got him to like 30. I think. But yeah, I love the wizard sorcerer thing. Like wizard was my favorite class in Diablo 3, hands down. Witch Doctor was next, and then I think Barb. I don't really like the melee classes all that much, but Spin to Win was pretty fun. Spin to Win was pretty fun. The Necro is really awesome. I'm really digging the like minion build. I know it's not very meta or anything, but I am absolutely digging the shit out of it. Mainly because I really like the whole thing of me just standing in the back going curse, and then all my minions going. Rah! It's like an army of undead, and I got some legendaries that give me more minions. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Teach me everything. What would you like to know? Let me see. One of the reasons why the Necro. Well, see, one of the weird things that I didn't know, that I didn't find out until I watched a video by Crip, was that Necro minions do not do damage based on your attack speed, only your weapon damage. So if you're using a two-handed scythe, it will do more damage than any other weapon with equal DPS / stats. So especially with the one-hander and the shield, the Thorn build apparently is not very good toward the end of the game. I don't know if that's the truth or not. That's just what Crip said. And I mean, he's got like a level 75 Necro, so I would assume he would know. I'm still going, you know, minions thorns. I'm still gonna do it. I'm still using the Golem because I think he's awesome. And I have a shoe corpse explosion because as awesome as the ability is, it feels like I'm shoehorned into it. And I'm using some other stuff. So you need a level 80 of everything. So I should switch to two-hander. I got one piece. It's +2 skellies. Yes. Mine is +2 mages. There are several legendary affixes that give you multiple minions all across the board. So yeah, keep a lookout. I'm doing Blight Shadow. Yes, I didn't want to do Blight Shadow. I have my basic setup is Bone Spear, Decompose, Minions, Golem. This one is Decrepify, and I forget what. And this one is the Army of the Undead ult. Yeah, and the reason I'm using Decompose is because I'm just messing around with it because I got a legendary that says that Decompose not only does it do more damage, it also allows it to spread. So if I do it to one dude, it'll spread to like 2 or 3 other dudes around him. I was like, that sounds awesome. I'm gonna try it. And not only that, it drops corpses and stuff and gives a lot of essence when you channel it. So I was just like, whatever. I was gonna use the bone one because I want to do minions and bone. That's kind of what I want to do. Because I like Bone Spear. It's really, really awesome. And it allows me to like target a dude in the distance and go pew, and then all my minions will like hop on him. It's pretty cool. All right, let's go. Frost Sword seems very strong to me as well. It is, so long as I can crowd control the enemies. The problem with the Frost Sword is that if they're unstoppable and or bosses that can't be CC'd, then it's really hard to do damage, no matter what build, because every Sork build is based around CC. Even fire, right? Fire has an immobilize mechanic, and lightning has a stun mechanic. It's basically here. So as you can see, it says you deal blah 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 more damage to immobilize. That's fire. Stunned. That's lightning. Or frozen. That's ice. It's basically the entire thing with the sword. And the problem is as you know, most of the bosses are not susceptible to CC unless they're staggered enough into a state, which I can do. It's not that hard for most bosses. And many bosses I will absolutely demolish the moment they go into that state. Like their HP like gets 75%, and then they go into the stun state, and then it's like straight dead. Like it's ridiculous. However, there are certain nightmare dungeons that have affixes where it's like here we go. Unstoppable monsters at the very bottom. Monsters become unstoppable. Life drops to 30%. So what that means is that the elites, specifically the elites, are a lot freaking harder to kill because the moment they become unstoppable, they become unfrozen. They cannot be chilled, and therefore I lose. It makes me lose 119 and 122% damage, as well as 111. So if they're frozen, I do 300, see 20, so 40, 50. I do 350% damage to frozen enemies. And if I can't freeze them, then all that damage is just gone. So I absolutely destroy elites when I freeze them. Yeah, it's a huge damage loss. Yeah, it sucks. Did I finish this? Apparently I did. No, that's cool. Okay. Yep, there it is. Leviathan's Maul. Excellent. Okay, cool. I was just confused. I was like, did I finish? Yep, we finished. Sounds to me like you need to go rogue. No. Rogue was fun during the beta, but I have no interest in playing the rogue. I have no interest in playing the barbarian either, or the druid for that matter. Druid is my least wanted to play class. I would play rogue and barbarian over that. I would play barbarian over rogue, and yeah, so that's why I have a necro as an alt. I like casters in general. And barbarians are okay. I played a lot of barbarian in D3 because Whirlwind was hilariously fun. So, you know. I mean, I can't pass this up. Yeah, like, watch this. Like, 3 of these little ice shards hit him, and his HP just disintegrated. Like, he didn't even take the full brunt of the cast before he was dead. So, even in Nightmare Dungeons, if I can freeze the elites, I can just annihilate them. Yeah, like I said, I have no interest in going druid at all. Ooh, a Helltide. Ooh. What? Freeze, boom. As soon as they freeze, they explode. It's great. But yeah, I've been really liking the sword. I have no interest in changing builds either. I got a bunch of fire stuff because I was like, oh, maybe I'll try that one day. And I'm like, nah, no. Nope.
Not unexpected, but it is disappointing. Perhaps those fanatics will yet find a way. But for now, at least, there are fewer of them causing problems.
I definitely wish the sorcerer had a minion build too. Instead of fire, ice, and lightning, it would be kind of cool if you had like a mage build. Wait, it does? What are you talking about? Oh, no. No. You're missing what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like summoning like an elemental that's like a golem that follows you around, like a fire one or an elemental of some type, like a fire one, a frost one, or a lightning one. Kind of like the EverQuest mage kind of deal. Or the WoW frost mage where you got to summon the like water elemental for like 5 minutes or something, 30 seconds, sometimes shit like that. That was pretty cool. I like those kind of mages. EverQuest Enchanter as well. Yeah, yeah, but it didn't have an elemental. What? Like I mained an Enchanter. They didn't have an elemental pet. They had their little freaking dagger shield dude that sucked ass. Like legitimately sucked ass, actually. And especially late game, absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. It was basically just there to die for you just in case you accidentally got aggro from something in a group. I did not higher level groups use Enthrall. I refused. I'm like, I'm a CC bot. You can suck it or deal with it. I prefer not to wipe my entire group, thank you.
Come back if you need the forge.
The main reason was because you might be as old as me, Tango. I might be. I'm 39, I think. Yeah, I was born in 84, so. Yes, 39. I'll be 40 next year. Yeah, so I mained the Enchanter because I was like, I love the idea of being CC. So that's what I did. It's one of the biggest things that I loved about the Enchanter as well. I liked Charm a lot. I just didn't like the way you're a youngster. You mentioned EverQuest. You're almost 60? Fair enough. Well, I mean, I played EverQuest when I was a teenager, so. You know what I mean?
It is done.
Let's go boots. Boots.
Different to this one.
What was that? Prison of Chaldeum. I haven't done that one before. Ooh. It's level 22. Okay, let's grab all the loot. Sweet. But yeah, I played it when I was a teenager, so. This is my first MMO. Poison resist, lightning resist, fire resist. Yuck. Yuck. Okay. I am going to go use the restroom and I will be right back. Stand by, boys. Stand by. But yeah, like I said, I liked Charm, but I didn't really use it in groups, mainly due to the fact that of the RNG factor of the mechanic was just absolutely horrible. It was fun in PvP before they nerfed it. And by that I mean you could charm other players and then tell them to kill themselves. Yep. That was fun. Oh, dude, I can't believe it worked so well too. That's why they nerfed it, is because unless you had really high magic resist, and you know, if you had a high level enchanter and they had charisma and they had enough charisma, I mean, what are you gonna do? If you don't resist it, then you're enthralled. You literally become an NPC, and then I can tell you to do whatever I want. It was hilarious. Like, there were several times I would roll up to a group of dudes, and they would just be fighting. And one of them would be like a mage. I'd charm him and tell him to attack his party members with his pet. So his pet would attack them, and he would just start casting on them, wiping entire groups like that. It was hilarious, dude. And then when he's done killing all of his buddies, then you just click the button, commit suicide. And then they do like 80,000 damage to themselves. Ugh. Yep. That was me. That's why they nerfed it. Not just because of me. Other people did it too. But it was absolutely hilariously stupid. Hilariously stupid. Let me go see if the Helltide is, let me see if the Helltide is, because it said it was rising. I don't know why it would have 8 minutes left if it were rising. It's kind of weird. But yeah, it was such hard RNG that it was supposed to last like 5 or 10 minutes according to the spell, but at any time it could break. And the only thing that would help would be having high charisma, but even with high charisma, it could still break super easy. It was just, in group settings, it felt really bad. It felt really bad. So I'd never used it. I used it to solo farm. That was relatively easy because they did so much damage. Like, Chanters were some serious DPS, man. But the guys that did it in groups, I was just not about that. I did group with several other enchanters who were specifically doing the charm stuff. So that was pretty interesting. I would do all the, group CC, and they would do all the charming stuff, and it was pretty cool. I just didn't want to do it. Because, I mean, yeah, I can't tell you how many times I was in a group, and another enchanter was in the group too, and they were doing the charm, and I was doing the CC, and they just died. Because as soon as charm breaks, whoosh, right on your face, brrr, you're dead. Double quad attacks, broom, broom, you're dead. No mercy. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go sort through these sigils. Oh my god, this thing sucks, dude. The sigil system is cool on one hand, but sucks on another, because...
All right, traveler.
It hurts, man. It really hurts. So that one's Ancient's Lament. I don't remember what that one is. That one's Unstoppable Monsters. Ugh. I love Cultist Refuge too. Backstabbers, non-monsters gain 50% life. Non-boss monsters gain 50% lifesteal. That's pretty good. Monsters have attack speed. Poison Evade. Slowing projectiles. Ugh, no. Monster attacks from a distance. It's Champion's Demise. Champion's Demise.
Father bless.
That's the one that has ghosts in it, doesn't it? That's the one that has ghosts in it. Is it this one? No, that's the slums. Okay. Okay, no. Champion's Demise. What is that one? Iron Skin grants unstoppable. Nice. It's in the dry steppes. Where the hell is it? Dark Ravine. Whispering Vault. Ancient's Lament. There it is. Now overrun with demons. Okay. That one might not be so bad. Abandoned Mineworks? I don't think I've actually done that one. It's level 27, too. Monsters take 60% less damage from critical strikes. Yikes. Poison Enchanted Elites. What's that? Where's that? Mallwood? Oof, that's rough, dude. Cold Enchanted? Yikes. Oh, dude, no. No, 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 no.
No witchcraft here. Only
No,
honest
no,
magic.
no, 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 no. Unstoppable. I'm not dealing with Unstoppable. I can't do that. Burn primary resource when they fight from a distance? No. Crowd control duration. That's okay. Okay. Storm's Wrath. I don't really mind that too much. Backstabbers. Barrier. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Let's do this one. Yeah, I haven't actually done this dungeon yet. Yeah, I haven't actually done it. That's cool. And the nearest thing is right there. Bada boom. So yeah, man, those extra Paragon points. Whew, goodness gracious, man. They come in handy, baby. All right. Let's do it, son. And I was really hoping that in Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, that the Enchanter class would have a much more interesting charm system than EverQuest. Because EverQuest was so basic, which is fine because it's an old-ass game, and, you know, it is what it is. But it really feels like there should be more to charming than just casting the spell and waiting for the mob to kill you. Right? There should be other spells. There should be sustained spells that you could cast that will increase your chances of not losing control. It would be really awesome to have a... One of the things that I actually made a video about this, where I suggested that they have... Where I suggested that they have a system where when you charm a mob, it has all the normal things that it did in EverQuest, where it's based on your charisma and your intelligence and all that stuff comes into play as to whether or not it resists and how long it could be charmed. But if you put mastery points into your charm ability, then it gives you the they have another ability that allows you to, like, when you continuously cast it'll drain your mana, but it allows you to maintain control over the mob. And in fact, the more control you have, the more damage the mob does, eventually giving you a slight bonus if you can maintain control all the time. And that way it's a good mana sink, so you can't really do a lot of CC and have a charm pet and do, you know, and buff and do all these other things if you want to maintain high DPS on the pet. And to the point where if you lose enough control over it, it will actually allow the pet a chance to escape, right? So you're fighting it mentally, and it could have like a little bar that represents the, it could have a little bar that represents, you know, the mental fight between you and the pet. And either you have an ability that allows you, that you can continuously cast over and over and over, that will allow you to have a mana sink, or you make it part of the actual charm spell itself, and then you just allow mastery skills to be invested into it to decrease the mana cost, increase how much it works, or essentially while you have the mob charmed, you can recast mind control. It turns into a different spell or something like that called, you know, re-exert control or something like that, something along those lines, that just allows you to have a mana sink that makes it more interesting than just charm the pet and then tell it to do its thing, and then wait for it to turn on you. Because that's really what it boils down to. It's charm, and then wait for it to kill you. That's not very interesting. Not in my opinion. I mean, it's high stakes, it's high risk, high reward, but it's not very fun. Because it's boring until it's not, and then you're dead. Most of the time. Even if you have... Even if you have... Huh. What was I going to say? Even if you have very high charisma and whatnot, and you have your skin on, like we're talking EverQuest, right? You put your skin on, you have, you know, very high charisma. They can still break it any time, RNG, right? So you can never leave the computer so long as you have a charm mob, because, you know, you go to the bathroom, you come back, you're dead. Simple as. I've definitely had that happen. Where I just had to go, and I come back and I'm dead. Like, well, there goes my last hour and a half of experience. Lovely. And so it would be really nice to have some way to interact with the charm system so that you... Because one of the things I didn't like about charm in EQ is the fact that you could charm and do CC and buff and do all the other... And debuff. And, you know, because you had the... Enchanters got slow for enemies, slow to debuff enemies. They got haste to buff players. They got mana... a mana buff that increased mana regen for everybody in the party. They got charm, and they got like several versions of CC. And you could do damage if you really wanted to. So it was a lot of utility, but because you could charm and do all those other things, and simply because charm was a one-time cast and then you wait to die, you could do whatever you wanted in the meantime. And your pet was just like any other pet. And it wasn't very engaging outside of just the thought that you might die at any moment. There he is. Right? I really hate the spider root. I really hate it. It's so dumb. Ooh, god dang, son. That hurt. Ugh. So, Tango forgot to read one of the things. I hate the drifting shade. It is absolutely annoying. Oh, Joker, what's up, buddy? Paying them dues, baby. Paying them dues. Cheers, mate. Tink. Pow. So, yeah, what we were doing... Blah, 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 blah. So, it would be very much... I would love it if they had a much different system for engaging with it. Like I said, having either another ability that you could cast, or having it be the charm ability itself changes into another ability when you have a mob charmed. It would make much more sense if it was just charm was changed, so that it had a different effect once you cast it. And so that way, as you level it up with mastery, the mastery skills, it would not only increase your chances of actually landing your charm, but it would also, every time you recast it, it would increase how much mental control you exert on it. And you could still have RNG embedded in the system by making the RNG part of whether or not the mob resists your charm. And then every time you cast, and not only that, you could have RNG in how fast that your bar drains. So that, you know, every 5 seconds, 30 seconds, minute that it's supposed to check, it's like, okay, does it go down 1 or does it go down 2? Does it go down 2 or does it go down 4? Does it go down 4 or does it go down 5? You see what I'm saying? And not only that, you could also have RNG based around every time you recast your mind control on the target, or just recast it in general, because you might not have to, you shouldn't have to recast it on the actual target itself. You just recast it because you've already got it charmed, so you just recast it blatantly. Without a target, I mean. And it could RNG how much it actually increases the bar. So if it's, you know, 0 to 100, it could increase it 10, or it could increase it 2, depending on the RNG involved, which you could weight with stats, right? This is the thing. You have RNG, but you weight the RNG with stats. So, you know, if it can go up between 1 and 10 or 2 and 10, you make it to where if you've got, depending on the level of you versus the mob, on top of its resistances versus your stats. So if you've got really high charisma, then you might be able to... Damn, son. Then you might actually be able to keep it, especially if it's a little bit lower level than you, then you might be able to, you know, keep it indefinitely without too much problem. But the higher level it is, the much more mana it's going to require you to constantly feed into it, to the point where you may not actually be able to keep it under control, which would be very interesting in my opinion. Dude, that root is that thing sucks so bad. Oh my god! It's because I can't barely see it on the ground, man. Come on. Like, it's everywhere. Look at that stuff. Cast it right on top of you. Yeah, look. I hate that. So yeah, I think it would be a much more engaging system than to just have a system where it's just you cast it and you leave. I really hope they do something like that. I seriously doubt they're going to. They're already doing so much other BS. I don't think they're going to like redesign the entire Enchanter class that they've already come up with. But yeah, so the RNG, again, could be based on how much the bar goes up, how much it goes down. But keep the same mana cost. It'd be pretty awesome. I hate you, game. I hate you. I really hate you, dude. I couldn't even see it. I couldn't even see it. There was a dead body in the way. I couldn't even. It's so irritating just to continuously get rooted over and over and over again. Like it makes me just want to leave the bench. Because there's no like diminishing returns either. And like I said, it would make a much more engaging system that you would not only have to pay attention to outside of just controlling the pet itself, but it would also make it to where you would have to continuously put mana into it, so that you couldn't be the enchanter that has a mind control pet, and then you can just willy-nilly CC in a group like normal and buff like normal without too much problem, right? Because in Pantheon, I believe the crowd control, the Mez will require constant mana drain. So the more mobs you have Mez'd, the more mana it costs. And it will allow you to upgrade Mez to the point where the mana cost for at least a singular mob will be damn near zero once you've upgraded it fully, but the more mobs you have Mez, the more mana it will consume over time. Which honestly is a really, 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 really good. Getting ready for bed. All right, man. All right, man. Eating snacks. Very cool, my dude. Welcome back. How did it have vulnerable then? This doesn't vulnerable, it gives me mana back. That's kind of weird. The root, man. The root. It's gonna get me killed at some point. It wouldn't be so bad if every single spider didn't do it. You know what I mean? Oh, get out of there, buddy. Get out of there. Hit and run, hit and run. Holy shit. Ow.
You are the answer to my prayers.
I'm thinking we get rid of this, and I mean, should I put it back in Blizzard for mana cost reduction? Yeah, let's get it back. Oh, I still got one point left. Do I really put it in that? Could do mana regen. See, what would really be awesome is that if enhanced ice armor made all your barriers give you mana regen, then it would be like, yeah, we need to get that. But it doesn't. It really doesn't. More mana. I really want to get this back. Like, ugh. They need to make it to where you can, dude. Like, it's so shitty. Because if you've got a build where you don't use your basic attack skill, that's basically 2 points you're wasting just so you can get down the tree. I could put it back in snap freeze. Lucky hit chance. Damage reduction. I don't really like this damage reduction. It kind of sucks. Mainly because it only goes up to 40, and as soon as you get hit, like it... I mean, I guess... Right? It's 2 damage reduction per second. So it takes 20 seconds rather than 40 seconds. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Could increase Blizzard's damage from 13.2 to 14.5. Let's just get snap freeze. Yeah, more freeze, more freeze. But yeah, that's I'm very much looking forward to trying out the Enchanter in Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. I just, like I said, I really hope it's more engaging than just, you know, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. For Charm. Because it's a really interesting mechanic, Charm, but it's very basic in most video games. Because it's just like mind control in, like, say, XCOM. It's basically, it works or it doesn't, and then they're yours for a certain amount of time, and then that's it. There's very little RNG that it'll drop early. I think it can, but it's very low risk. And yep, it's like, damn it, game. Evaporated, baby. Ow! You jackass. Okay, so we have to slay Forsaken Miners. Oh, dude. Really? Frickin'. They burn, don't they? No, they don't. Okay. Dude, I hate those things. Yeah. The ghost archers, they suck so bad. Ugh, dude. Half HP for that. You know what I mean? Jesus. Yeah, get closer. Get closer. See how well that works for you. Get closer, buddy. It's totally gonna work for you. It's totally gonna work. Legendary, hello. It's a ring. Nice. Channeling Incinerate. Charging straight through, huh? You doing the damn thing? I bet you are. Was it supposed to be like a big arena fight with like lots of mobs and stuff? That was slightly disappointing. Yeah, I would really like it if it were a system like that. Because then it would be a lot more skill-based and nuanced, where you could like, for instance, you could still have the pet, but if you didn't want to maintain the huge mana cost that would require to maintain the extreme DPS, you could just have it as a pet to protect you, and just maintain it enough so that it doesn't break, or that it has a very low chance of breaking, right? And so it might suffer some debuffs because it's a little bit lower on the bar, which would be kind of awesome. So you get to make like a strategic decision on it in that front. The further down on the bar it is, the less DPS it does, and the greater chance it has of escaping. But it requires a lot less mana to maintain because the lower the bar goes, the more diminishing returns it has, right? That would be a way to balance it in that way, to increase the diminishing returns of how fast it goes down, plus how much mana, how many times you need to cast it, right? Of course, it should go down faster the higher it is, and it should be a greater chance of decreasing, as well as a greater chance of decreasing more the higher it is, unless you've spec'd into it, and then if you spec into it, it should only be like slightly worse. Whoa! Yeah, that almost got me killed. There we go, baby. Woo! Living on the edge. Getting out of there. Getting out of there. Damn, son. No! No, you shan't have me. Shan't, I say. Shan't. I missed. Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. There it is. So it would be a really interesting dynamic to have an enchanter in a group, and the enchanter having a charmed pet, but not being fully focused into it, so that they could just have it as a pet. It does a little bit of supplemental DPS, but for the most part, it's just kind of there, rather than. Or if he wants to be full DPS and just be supplemental crowd control, because you might be in an area where you might not need crowd control that much. That would be kind of cool. And not only that, charmed pets tend to be their own form of crowd control due to the fact that they're so able to tank. Now, I think what they're actually going to do is they're going to make enchanted pets do a lot less damage, or charmed pets do a lot less damage, but make it less, and just make it like where it doesn't really leave you. I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing or not. I haven't really seen much of it with the charm, but I think there might be a version of charm where it does that, where you can charm a pet. It's basically the thing that you've charmed, but it does a lot less damage. And has a lot less HP, because one of the reasons why enchanters did so much damage in EverQuest with those pets is because mobs were much stronger than players. Right? Oh, it's a 4-second miner. Nice. Bam. Are we full? We're almost full. Oh, shredded his ass. Almost think I need to bring back vulnerable on this. Yeah, almost think I do. Because the extra mana is great, but I don't think it's worth it when I have damage versus... Where's my damage versus vulnerable? There it is. Vulnerable damage. 85%. We'll see. We'll see. The extra 5 mana was great. If they're frozen and it hits them, it's 5 mana. That was really good. Okay, it looks like it might be up there. Let's go this way, and we'll see. I really hate these ghosts. Like, absolutely despise them. Oh, nice.
They've been feeding on my soul. Please, take it back from them. Let it end.
The great betrayal. go. Let's go. Tango, concentrate. Let's do it, baby. Don't root me, don't root me, don't root me. Do I have to stand with her? I didn't realize that. Oh, dude, I'm gonna... Oh, come on. That's so bullshit. Slay enemies while imbued with the Wandering Soul. It's because they wouldn't run in the freaking little circle. It's so stupid.
No. Please.
So stupid. Sigil powder, though. Hello. Okay, and let's get out of here. Gonna go sell. Yeah, I think it would, like I said, I think it would make a much more dynamic system. I don't really know exactly what they're gonna do. Like I said, I think I heard they were gonna make it to where charm mobs are basically like really strong pets rather than actual mobs in the game, because the mobs do so much damage. Because they have to, right? You like for one mob, for the most part, one mob requires several people to like take down. So they do a lot of damage. And depending on what type of mob it is, it might take several people to actually take it down. You might have to have a tank who gets heals and all kinds of crazy nonsense. 778. What is it? 724. So I'm just looking at the item skill levels so we can get a 718. Crowd control, mana reduction. No. Too much bullshnikes. Too much bullshnikes. And yeah, I'm not getting rid of Frostburn. Sorry. Okay, let's do this.
I can break that down.
And we'll put the gloves in. That was 5% more damage, by the way. We'll put the gloves in the stash. Do. Was it frozen orb? Yeah, there it is. So I got 1, 24, 20. That would be 20. I don't know what the hell that would be. So it's 40 to 60 or 20 to 30. So I guess it would be like 22. That's 27. That's a pretty good one. Okay. I'm going to need more money soon, dude. I should probably start selling everything again because I'm back up to, what, 275 Veil Crystal. So yeah, we should be okay. I need to start selling my stuff again. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know if they're going to do anything like that. I seriously doubt it. A man can dream, can he? A man can dream. Because I think it gives a really good... Like, one of the reasons I think it would work very well is because of the mastery system that Pantheon says they want. Pantheon Rise and Fallen says they're going to have. Where every ability is going to have the ability to upgrade it. Not just to be able to get higher ranks of the ability. Ooh. Oh, wait, they're gloves. Never mind. Hey, look at that. Reigns of the Chaldean Steed. I think I already have that. So, destruction, critical strike damage. That seems pretty good. Well, that would level that up straight up to 70. So, it would give it another 5%. But what would that make it? That's this node, right? So it would be 55%, which means it would go up like a couple percent. Excellent. So Yeah, 1.5%. That's not bad. That's not bad for what it is. All right, let's go back to... What was I doing? Oh my god. We need to go back to town. I really wish you could like bind in a place so that every time you hit town portal, it would take you there. That would be really awesome. Because I would always go to the Tree of Whispers because there's a vendor right here. And then there's the stash right here. And then this is the armor guy. Which is really awesome. Oh, Tree of Whispers there. How long is that? 49 minutes. Very nice. I didn't mean to do that. Actually, we should just go back to town. Yeah, it took me a really long time. I'm not gonna lie, it took me a really long time to think through the like system that I just described. Because it's like how can you make such a system engaging without it being like really, really weird? And again, the mastery system would allow the game to have more of that, you know, interaction, because that way you can, instead of just getting better ranks of it later in the game, you also get to upgrade it through mastery. So the first upgrade will usually just like lower mana costs or stuff like that. For instance, for the charm ability, it should make it easier. It should make it harder to resist. It should make the RNG a little bit better as far as like how fast it goes down and how much it goes down, and it should make the mana cost just slightly lower for recasting it in general, or for casting it and recasting it when you're trying to keep control of the mob. And then for the second one, it would do even better in those regards. And in the third one, it could make it to where it changes it up a little bit, where you might not have to, where you could sustain it and it just is a constant mana drain that's very, very low, but it allows you to maintain complete control. So you could turn it on and off if you really want to. So you could either cast it like normal, or you could turn it on, and it would just be on all the time, which would be pretty awesome. So it might just cut into your mana regen rather than like instead of it actually costing you mana, maybe it just cuts your mana regen. That would be an interesting mechanic instead. So you would have less mana regen, which would be better than it having to actually cost mana, in my opinion. So this is Mallwood. This has got dodge breakers. They take less damage from critical strikes. I think we're going to do this one. It's level 26. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Oh, there it is. And I haven't made a Pantheon video in a while. It's been a couple months. Mainly because they haven't been releasing too much stuff that's super important. It's mostly been just little updates. Like their latest update, they talked about, they revamped the rogue, which is essentially they just updated a lot of the skills to tell us, you know, exactly the kind of things that they got, how they work, what they do, what their roles are, how their abilities work, yada, yada, yada. So they got poison enchanted elites. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that lightning thing. Like this thing, I don't know. I don't even know how much damage it does, dude. It's just kind of weird. It didn't even do that much. Like it barely did any damage. What? What kind of BS is this, man? See that overpower? Like 20,000. That was kind of awesome. It just cut through him, man. Nice. I wonder why it made him vulnerable. Did you see that? It made him vulnerable at the end, but I didn't cast anything on him. Do I have that thing where it makes them vulnerable when they get frozen? And I don't remember? No? Like, this doesn't do it, does it? No? Hmm. Odd. Ooh. Yeah, having the vulnerable on. Well, actually, here, let me see this. Let's put it back on mana, because I'd forgotten about my lucky hit increase against vulnerable enemies. Right. So it still works because I have ice shards. So if I don't cast ice shards, how often does it proc? Because I don't, by default, make enemies vulnerable to it. Apparently I do. That's odd. Yeah, here comes the cold enchant. I'm watching my lucky hit thing go, man. Freaking unstoppable bitches. Oof. That poison's rough, baby. Yeah, so it looks like I have like a tiny chance from somewhere to make things vulnerable. Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. It's if they get frozen. If they get frozen, then my ice shards here, if it hits them 5 times, it makes them vulnerable. That's kind of crazy. Huh. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna change it back. The mana thing is cool, but I did not realize how much it was gonna lower my damage because I'm not getting my extra lucky hit, which is like everything, dude. I need more and more lucky hit. Yeah, look at that, dude. It's because Frozen Orb makes them vulnerable, which is so very good. Look at that. It's a 25% chance for every explosion that it makes them vulnerable. Oh, here we go. Yeah, every explosion has a 25% chance to make... Bullshit! That could have killed me, dude. So yeah, every explosion has a 25% chance to make them vulnerable. And if they're frozen, it's 100% chance, which is really good. Okay, so we got one more bandit, bro. Uno más. Uno más. So I'm probably going to take a break here in a little bit. And
Gregor.
Oh man, I'm really glad I popped that shield. Holy crap,
Fence
dude.
says the math doesn't
That
add
saved
up
my
right.
ass right there.
Says she saw you skulking around the reserves last night.
I've heard that thing way too many times. That's definitely something I hope they do, is they add more notes and stuff like that to the game for flavor, because I'm really tired of hearing the same old ones. Like Blizzard, if you're listening to me, I'll do some for free, bro. Just write me some good stuff. I'll throw it up in my freaking Audacity. I'll throw you some out, man. No problem, dude. No problem. Like, I have no problems doing this. I know you can't do it. I know you can't let me do it for free, but I still would do it for free. Bitches. There we go. I missed with it. Like, how bad is that? Yeah, I don't need, it looks like I really don't need the mana, because if I hit a big ass group of them with it, look, my mana immediately comes back. Because I have this ring right here. When you crowd control an enemy, it returns 3 mana. And vulnerable and frozen, baby. So like 400% damage on that guy if he's frozen and vulnerable, which they almost all are when they're frozen. Like, if I had a fix, but you're stopping me. Well, man, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters, right? If I had the affix that made it was like a 25% chance when they're frozen to turn them vulnerable, I would probably put it on the mana for the frozen orb. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to give up my affixes. All right, here we go. Boom! Get wrecked, boys! Get wrecked! Get all the blizzards. Boom. Frozen orbs are like submarines today, so you need to break 90 today. 90 today? No, that's not gonna happen. Oh, I wish, but no, it's not totally not gonna happen. Leveling is way too slow and all that for this game. It slows way down after 50. Way down. Chat believes in you. I'm glad you do. I believe, baby. I believe. Hercules, Hercules. I do really like the frozen orbs. They are a lot of fun. It feels like bowling. Oh, what up, dude? How you doing? Here, let me end your HP. What? What the fluff is this? Crafted by the cannibal Armodia, each piece of this interlocking armor has sharpened into a knife's edge. Even a century after death, the plate remained on her corpse, unable to be removed safely. Gained 7,344 thorns. What the hell, dude? It's got no stats on it. That's ridiculous, dude. It's just a legendary power and armor. That's all it is. That's all it is. What in the hell is this, dude? That is definitely a necro build kind of deal right there. Because your skellies and your warrior skellies and your bone golem inherit your thorns. So if you were wearing this, your bone golem, if you had the thing that empowered it, would receive 50% of that number. So every time an enemy would hit it, it would take 4,000 damage just from this thorn. Not to mention the rest of the bullshit that you got, right? Holy crap, dude. That's crazy. Like, look, that's a rare shield. 239 thorns. That's not very much. But still, stacking that with, you can get thorns on your neck, and I think you can get thorns on rings too. Maybe on your pants as well. Like, that's ridiculous. What does it look like? Oh, I can't see. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. All right, let's go ahead and level up destruction. Let's go ahead and pop that. And it's time to run another. Did I need any more XP? Nope. Nope, we're done. Let's get out of here. All right, I gotta use the restroom again. We'll be right back. Stand by. I might go grab some coffee. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. I tell you, I will say this, Harvest. This is the thing that really bothers me. The one thing that really just gets my goat is that you cannot have any other abilities unless you invest abilities, unless you invest at least 2 points into basic skills. So even if you don't use them at all, you still have to sacrifice 2 ability points to get it. Kind of sucks. I wish they would do something about this, because you know there are other people with other builds where they don't use their basic skills, and it really sucks that you have to have them. So that's, I mean, I could put,
be wary on the road.
You know, 2 more points in Frost Nova. I could put 2 points in. I could put 1 in Snap Freeze and 1 in Icy Veil. I could put 2 points in Mana Shield. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of places I'd love to put those 2 points, other than something I'm not using. It just kind of sucks that that's the case. Let's see what we got. Nothing. Ice Blades, 781. Damn, but it's got Ice Blades and Lightning Spear. Yeah, no, that's not enough, man. Not enough. Sorry, bud. Ooh, look at that DPS on that. It's 798 power. So it's got damage to injured enemies. Damage, critical strike damage. It's not the best roll. Overpower, damage to close. It's just not good enough, man. No. I don't like damage to close, damage to injured, and I certainly don't like overpower damage, especially with a low roll like that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, so we're just going to go ahead and sell it. Yep. Rare Wand, 780, so it's slightly better than what I got. Damage to close enemies. Damage, lucky hit to execute. Or damage to frozen enemies is pretty good. It's a good roll too. Damage to slowed enemies though. Yikes. 153,000.
Can I help you?
That's interesting. That's sacred.
Well struck.
I'll tell you what would be really awesome is that if you found an item, you could take it to the Mystic. If it had a roll on it, you could literally take that and imprint it on another one. So if you wanted, so like how this thing has, you know, 23.3% damage to crowd control. It'd be nice if I could just strip that off and put it on another item. That'd be really awesome. All right, is this thing... So I've already got this. I've already got this chest armor. What happens if I do this? Okay, so that's what it looks like. Oh, yeah, that's the... Yeah, okay. All right, sweet. I know which one that is. I'm just going to sell it now.
Safe journey there.
I need the money, so we're going to sell it. A-doop-a-doo-doo-doo-doo. It's not like I can't just go in here and go load. Let's do... Is it this one? Can we load that one? Yeah, that one looks pretty good. I don't like the helm for this though. So, if just in case you're wondering, the helm that's supposed to go with this is this one. It looks. So yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, we'll just we'll do the crown. That'll be fun. There's not really another one that seems to go really well with it. Actually, that one goes pretty well. But if I'm not mistaken, it's for that one. So it does look like it goes with it though. So. Could go Doom, helmet, fur. Nah, the fur one is just not gonna. It's not gonna be good. Doesn't really go as well. Neither does that one with the feathers. Eh. Yeah, that's why the crown. The crown looks like it goes better with it. If it wasn't for that thing on the face, man, I would really like this one. That one almost looks like it goes with that. I just don't like the veil part. And it's not like you can remove it. We've only got 3 more helms to get, so. This is what my current helm looks like, by the way. Could go unequipped, but I think we'll just do this. Do I have the crown on? I do, okay. For the lulz, boys, for the lulz. All right, now which one are we doing next? Let's see. Level 25. Ancient's Lament. Monsters. Take less critical strike damage. Drifting Shade. I fucking hate that one, dude. What? I moved this from here to here, and it said it removed a transmog. What? It did not, because they're all the same there. Okay, that's fine. Killing a monster enrages more monsters near it. That's a level 22 sigil. What is that one? Crusader's Cathedral? Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do this one. They take more physical damage. Yeah, let's do that one. I don't think I've actually done this one, have I? Maybe. Don't actually remember. Don't actually remember. Well, we've done all of our renown grind, so I kind of feel... I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I've gotten all the Paragon points for it. It kind of feels weird. So our next goal, we're going to grab this, which gives me damage to elites. So I'm now looking at 8, 16 damage to elites, 16 damage to elites. So elites take... Once I get this, elites will take 32% damage for me. Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. And I'm probably going to run over here and get this glyph next after that. Absolutely. I'll probably, after I get this glyph, though, we'll grab this, I think, for the non-physical damage. And then we'll run this way. Well, I'm not actually sure, right? Which one would be better? Let me see. So, if I use the Elementalist glyph, right? If I use the Elementalist Glyph that I have at level 10, it'll give me 42% bonus to non-physical damage. So I can't remember what that exactly is, but it would increase that by 42%. So if it's 10, damn, it's already past midnight. I completely forgot. Whatever. If it's 10, and then you multiply that times 0.42, that's 4.2% extra damage on that specifically. And if I had enough dex, it would be, 20, which would be 8%, which would be good. So it might actually behoove me to get this first, considering it's straight 20% vulnerable damage without any glyph nonsense. And it would only require me to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So, and then we can grab all those too. Yeah. All right. Just remember, when you got your horse, charging pushes through mobs. So if you know you're going to be in some mob thick area, save it for the push. So that way you can just go around them. Oh crap, wrong way. Yeah, Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. See, push straight through, doesn't get caught. Because your horse will get caught if there's too many of them, if they're too thick. Okay, so what we're going to do real quick is, because this is a Tree of Whispers quest thing, we're going to go down here and skitty bebop this bad boy to death. Hello, boys. How you doing? Doing well? Yeah, I bet you are. I bet you are. Boom. Oh, ridiculousness. Ridiculousness. And we got a... Wait, did the Tree of Whisper thing go away before I finished this? Or did I only have 2? It's 22 minutes on it, so yeah, apparently we did get it, and I just missed it, so that sucks. That sucks. That's okay. Tis okay. Just straight body these assholes. Run them down. Abandoned Iron Wolves Garrison. I believe this is has an enchantment on it. It's not actually. Yeah. Killing a monster enrages them, so. Which makes them do more damage. So it can suck pretty bad, but it's not that bad. Ugh. Damn. That hurt. What up, dog? How you doing? Dude, he got instantly frozen. That shit was hilarious. He's got a line slam. I think that's what hit me earlier. Did a lot of damage. Yeah, walk around that corner, bitch. Walk around that corner. Sigils, lovely. I don't. Okay. Sure, bud. Sure. What do we gotta do? Collect pristine key from the small coffer. So it's just like ran or somewhere kind of deal. Insta-dead. Insta-dead. Look at that. Look at that. Like, I love the fact that I have Blizzard, Shards, and Frost Nova, and Ice Orb, Frozen Orb. It makes it so much fun. Because I have so many options to deal with bullshit. Especially when it concerns destroying the kind of elites. I mean, look at that, dude. So yeah, I really just try to use the ice shards for when it's like a really tough enemy. Singular enemy, like an elite. But a lot of times, if it's just a lot of them, I can just consistently throw frozen orbs out and they just melt. Especially considering how much more damage I do to elites now. Does it actually say how much damage I do versus elites? Damage versus elites, 24%. It's from Paragon, yeah, so. I don't know if damage versus elites is another bucket. I don't actually know if that's the case. Ow. Oh, that's a trap. Just walking in them. Just like, yep, I'm good. No biggie, buddy. No biggie. It's all good. Ooh, my cooldown reduction affects my evade. Oh, that is sexy. That is sexy as... Oh, God, no. God, I hate those things, man. Oof. Big oof. Big oof. Okay, I got a blasphemous coming up. Come on, walk into it, bitch. Walk into it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, asshole. Dark Ravine. So it's a level 22. That one's level 27. Champion's Demise. Critical Strike. Blind Burrows. It's not bad. It's not bad. We got two more. There's probably another one over here, honestly. Holy crap. I mean, I love when there's so many of them and they explode with frost. Yep. See what I mean? Is that not cool? Frost Nova just, like, not only do I have the ability to spread my CC, but I also have an ability that makes... That I have instant freeze, chance to instant freeze, on lucky hits. I have actually a couple chances to freeze on lucky hits. Nice. 27,000 overpower. Hilarious. It just keeps getting better, man. It just keeps getting better. So we got one Blasphemous left. So we picked up another one. Witchwater. I don't really like Witchwater. Thorns. Armor Breaker. I mean, that's not too bad. It's 23 as well. Ooh, a conduit. Okay. All right, here we go. It's an event. Yes. I like events. They're awesome. So that doom, doom you hear, that's the enemies dying and giving the attack damage buff to other people. Good stuff, man. Good stuff, baby. The root is on fire. Oh, boo. Lovely. Lovely. I love it, baby. All right, let's go. Boss time. Oh, no, I need to slay the blasphemous. Is he over here? Yep. Wait, is he not? Oh, it's another event. Nice.
My friends were cut down. I won't last on my
You're right about that. Wow, the cultists just come out of the ground. That's kind of funny.
Is there no end?
No, not really. I'm just casting Blizzard too, man. Because there's so many of them. Yeah, those night penetrants are dangerous, boys. Really? Ooh, I'm out of mana. Out of mana. Oh. Wave 7. Nice. Ow. Ow. Bada boom. Whispering Pines. That's a good one. 22.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead.
Ooh, 40% less cold damage.
Think I can manage from here?
Jen's greetings
Please.
and salutations.
Take
How
this.
you doing? Let's do it. Okay, so it's probably this way. Ow. Yep, there it is. Walk up, roots, insta-kill. And there we go. Alright, now we get to go kill the boss. Sir, shut your mouth. Oh, is that right? Is that right? You want to rock and roll with me, bitches? Come on, come on. That's what I thought. They thought they could hang, and they were sorely mistaken. I can't help it that I'm so badass. That's all I'm saying. It is a tier 22 dungeon, so it's not like it's super hard. Eating breakfast, ready to get work. Getting ready for work. I am doing fantabulous. I'm having a great time, whooping ass in this game. A lot of fun, man. Like, it feels like it doesn't really get old. I mean, I'm still making progression, so that's possibly one of the reasons. Although I just finished all of my renown grind, so it's one of these. It's like, well, yeah, okay. I got all my Paragon points from that, so now it's just straight Paragon from this, which is fine. The Tomb Lord. That's right, Tomb Lord. You know what I mean about mana? And what I tell you, boys, what I tell you, that HP just evaporates, man. Once I get them stunned, 300% damage right there. I just have to manage my mana properly so that I have enough mana to spam ice shards as soon as they pop. Okay, what do we got here? Maximum life. Okay, it's 2-4. Oh, never mind. I thought it was an ancestral. It's getting excited. 785. Ooh. Something else that's very interesting about the Necro is that your minions inherit your dodge chance. And it helps mitigate damage significantly. I forget exactly what Crip said about it, but I might watch the video on stream actually, because it's a really good video. You know what? Let's actually do that. Let's actually do that. I think it's about time. Let's go ahead and pop this up. I'm so mad, dude. I made a video about some political nonsense yesterday, or this morning. And I scheduled it, and I thought it was going to premiere at 10 o'clock. It did not. The Truth of the Necromancer Class. Okay, well, we can watch that as well. So, let's save that to watch later. That to watch later. Oh, give me 1 second. We're going to. So it's my history. Where is? I hope I didn't delete it. Here we go.
Hey guys, how's it going? Kriparian here. Today I want to give you guys a bit of a guide on minions in Diablo IV. Now this is not a guide to a specific build, it is a discussion of how things are going with minions and minion-centric builds that people have been considering. Now minions are pretty interesting in Diablo IV.
World boss in 15 minutes.
It is a pretty effective playstyle, and as someone who really enjoys like the micromanagement of different tiers of minions and making them work together and for you and learning how they behave so you can use skills and certain tricks and playstyle to min-max them, and the overall feel of being like a master of the undead, I actually think it's pretty good in Diablo IV. But you do have to set it up in a few different ways, and that can be pretty important.
Which one is it?
In terms of the just feel of it, though, I think it is good. Nice. I think minions will not appeal to people who don't already like playing minion builds in like Path of Exile or whatever, but I think if you do like playing minion builds in ARPGs, Diablo IV does actually deliver on the satisfaction of playing them quite well. I would say it is like a 9 out of 10 on the overall feel of being a summoner. I think the minion survivability nerfs that they did early on and slightly reverted, overall the minions feel like they're in a pretty good place. Now, in terms of stats, there are a lot of things to consider. In terms of...
I will say this. So far, my level 30 Necro minion build is amazing. I went full thorns, and it's just freaking super. So...
and defense, there is a bit of a mix here.
But he's about to shit on that.
First of all, I want to say that a lot of things seem to maybe not work. I have heard of people saying that the cult leader, which gives you 15 more damage with your minions for each type that you have, the warriors, the mages, and the golems, I've heard people say that this just doesn't work at all. I actually tested this right before this video, and it seemed to kind of work actually, so I'm not too sure. When I first started my Necromancer, I was getting some of the minion damage nodes over here, and I was amplifying them with the Dead Razor. And honestly, I can tell you that it didn't really feel like my damage was going up. And you might think, it's like, yeah, maybe you don't notice 35% damage. The thing is, that when you are first leveling a character through the glyph system, the very first glyphs that you get are super noticeable. Because at that point in the game, you have like no additive damage. So if you go from no additive damage and you get like 100 minion damage, you're going to double your damage, okay? The scaling actually tapers off later. When you first get into the glyph system, and I did level up these glyphs pretty early, it felt like my damage was staying exactly the same. Some people are saying that the generic minion damage stat doesn't work at all right now. But, you know, maybe this will be fixed. I just want to add it in. That was also my experience. And to further back that up, I later started leveling the control glyph, damage to crowd control enemies.
Come back soon.
This noticeably was increasing my damage. Even every int node that I'm now taking really did feel like my damage was going up. So there's a lot of bugs. A few other ones, the Army of the Dead attack speed legendary power doesn't seem to work. There's some debate as to the attack speed based legendary power. Each time one of your summoning minions damages an enemy, gain attack speed for 3 seconds. I think this works, but I think it doesn't refresh the entire stack when a new one is applied. So it might feel like it's not working very well if your minions don't already have high attack speed. And it's not easy to get high attack speed. Minions get like 30% of your attack speed. So you can get like attack speed on gloves or something. There's a minion attack speed stat on necro shields. Get to that in a second. And there is an attack speed stat on an amulet for minions, but the amulet is like super highly contested for stats. So really, you're not going to be getting a lot of attack speed. There is, I think, a little bit on the Paragon tree, which is incredibly important to get. So yes, there is a lot of wonky stuff. There is a lot that doesn't seem to quite work very well, but I think there are a number of things that Blizzard has to fine-tune across the board in Diablo 4 that I would be surprised if they actually tackle in the next few months alone. In terms of stats, though, the minions get about 30%. Oh, I actually want to go to Paragon, make another detail here. They get 30% of your thorns, I think it is, 30% of your attack speed, and 30% of your global attack speed, and 30% of your critical chance.
Now, something he didn't mention is that if you're using the warriors, the shield warriors, the guy with shields, they actually have one of their buffs allows you to increase it to 40%. And the bone golem also, it gets a lot of your thorns, and it has a buff that you can do that makes it from 30 to 50, I believe. So, yeah.
And I don't believe they have a base critical chance, so I don't think they have like a 5% base crit.
Did I just get rid of that flame shield
I
thing?
think they just literally get 30% of yours. When you first start playing a minion-based necromancer, your minions are never critting. I think they get full crit damage, but it's really hard to scale crit.
I thought I had another one I should have checked.
I don't know. I think maybe not, actually. But there are some interesting mechanics here. So if you read some of these glyph things, you really need to kind of understand how stats work in Diablo 4. So for every 5 int purchased within range, you deal 7.5% increased damage to crowd control targets. That would suggest that it does not apply to your minions. However, anything that goes in your character sheet is actually damage versus. Damage versus.
That sucks, dude. I just got rid of another flame shield ability. Because I thought I had several of them.
Look.
And I don't. There it is.
Look.
There's one. That sucks, man. That makes me feel really bad. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue this here in a minute. I'm gonna take a break. Then I'm gonna go make myself some food, and then we're gonna kill the world boss. So be right back. Stand by. We'll be right back. Don't know. It will blow up a lot of the corpses. The Purifier Veteran is going to be interesting. Let's go for this. It's going to use up your turn, but let's see what it's going to do. Now for the alien killing world champion. Holy shit! We took explosive charges from salvaged alien grenades and strapped them to a solid fueled rocket engine. Humans, man. Frickin' humans. If we thought a rock strapped to a rocket engine would give us an advantage, we'd take it. Ash Destroyer, that's what it is. Ash Destroyer, yeah. Let me give you a rewind here. Get your ass destroyer here, boys. Get your ass destroyer here. Warcraft. Frickin' Raven. Yeah, we're gonna dead eye his ass. What a shot, boys. Do what I gotta do, man. Can't be bullshitting no more. Another turret. Take a shot. Oh! Get XCOM! Woo! Oh my god, that was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. She's definitely dead. Whereas Darktide is just more of a bunch of people who hate you and send you on random places over through. Yeah, and there is a story for everyone, by the way. Chosen down! Cleanse and purge the Xenos scum in the name of the god.
This would have me suffer a fate worse than death. I must retreat for now, but we will not be apart for long.
Let me rephrase that,
Commander, but there's no trace of that Chosen left. Well, at least we ruined their plans today.
All right. Well, I thought I had enough time to make. It's not letting me travel. There we go. I thought I had enough time to make food and then come back and do this and then eat. But I guess we'll just, my food is heating up right now. So thanks. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Minute and 52. Yep. I appreciate the invite and the thing. Thanks, man.
Hello.
Greetings and salutations.
Farewell. Hello.
That thing looks crazy. This is I think I've only defeated like two of them. The Undying Dude and Avarice. So I'm looking forward to this.
That was
looking forward to this.
Come with me.
I'm debating on which one I get rid of. Lucky hits or the spreading of this one. I think I'm gonna get rid of this one first and see how well it works. 57 seconds. Yeah, it's okay. We'll probably get it in a few minutes, and then I can go grab my stuff, and then we'll. Yeah, I'll probably have to. I have to go take another break and heat my food back up, because it's just chilling in the microwave. Sucks for me, dude. Sucks for me, but it's okay. Is a-okay. I guess we should do attack speed for the lulz. I would have the video back up, but we're gonna be focusing on this, so hopefully it won't be too bad. Hopefully. Wow, someone is 63. This boss is level 90. Oh my god, dude. He's gonna be one-shotting fools, that's for damn sure. Wow, dude. The damage. The damage. Look at the damage. Who's doing that damage? It's me. It's totally me. I'm the one doing the damage. Yep. Ow. Ow. So, get on his butt. What in the butt? What in the butt? Lucky hit, baby. Oh, I timed that just right, boys. My flame wall, I mean. I timed it just right. Dude, wrecked. Holy shit, son. Wow. Somebody was whooping ass. I can't open it till I'm level 80? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, game. Can you please drop the bone prism? Thank you. 4 scattered prisms. Titan Toppler. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so... what was the challenge? World Boss Slayer. So, oh, is there only 3 bosses? Is that a feat of strength? No. Open world. Oh, nice. There are only 3. Very nice. Okay. All right. Thanks, Sleep. Appreciate you, man. You're a baller, dude. All right. I'm going to go grab my dinner. And we're going to see what's up with that. And then we're going to watch. Then we're going to, while I eat, we're going to watch Crip's video. Darth Microtransaction also released a video as well. So... what is this? Oh, damn. 804. It's got crit damage, vulnerable damage. Ooh. Oh, damage to burning and damage to slow. I'm pretty sure slow is not chill. They're 2 different abilities. So they do not, so I do not do bonus. So if they're slowed, my chill thing does not work on them. It's a different status effect, so. Yeah, I'd have to re-roll burning, I guess. So slowed would just be a wasted stat. It would be worth it. Yeah. It's a lot of damage, though. Yeah, 804. Look at that shit. Damn, I gotta wait till level 80 to open this. What the fuck? Why can't I just open it, game? Damn. Killing me, dude. 3 ranks of Blizzard. That's sexy, man. That's sexy. Yeah, so do I replace the lucky hit? I think we do replace the lucky hit with shield, because I have a lot of lucky hit to begin with, right? And so if I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's go do this real quick, because I think I got the lucky hit as well. It's like I have that. I'm wondering what I want to do with it, right? Like, I don't know. I really don't know. I want this flame shield. I really want it. Right? I already had one, but whatever. So yeah. If we throw this on there, so I can put it on chest, helm, boots, neck. Like, do I give up the lucky hit with barrier? Right? I've got several of those. No. Let's do this. Let's do this. Screw it. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Yeah, let's go for it. Flame shield. Flame shield is awesome. All right, boys. We're going to throw up the break screen. Stand by. Let's go. 8 turns and network shutdown. Thank you, Drake. I appreciate that.
For the Imperium.
Buddy. Ow. Dude, bro. Well. Crap. I hate peasants, dude. I hate them so much. Now, not likely that anything crazy is gonna happen here. So I'll tuck in next to Joker. You know, lovey-dovey style. And then we'll see what happens. With 5 dudes still up and moving. Lancer. What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing?
If I die here, I'm going to kill you.
Hunter, my dude, my bro, my homie. It has been a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much for your service. And we'll see you around, huh? We'll see you around.
-15, status confirmed. X4 charges detonated.
Hate that attack. And that one too. Yes, you can jump over it. Oh, hello, good sir.
What you got to talk about, Emerald? Savior, the Emperor of Mankind?
Dude. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Oh my god. Oh, we got him! The 2-shot, baby, the 2-shot. Golden Seed, hail to the year! Alrighty, boys. We have returned let's check out the rest of this video, shall we?
Crowd-controlled enemies is not you versus crowd-controlled enemies. And this is also the case for the vulnerable glyph exploit. It's you deal increased damage to vulnerable targets. But no, the actual stat on the character sheet, and this is verifiable, is vulnerable damage. So you can't scale crit very well, but it looks like your minions are getting vulnerable damage, so you're going to want a lot of that if you can get it. They're scaling off of your main stat. It can be difficult to get the damage with, but we learned that it's all the same bucket. So you want to get like damage versus injured is all over the Paragon tree. Damage versus crowd control is in the Paragon tree. Damage versus elites, it's all there. So get the most accessible one for scaling. And yeah, you'll generally do okay. There are also some consistency-based things, some like possibly bugs. I personally tested amplified damage. It says you deal 9x increased damage to cursed enemies. So I tested this with Thorns, which is it doesn't have a damage range, and I can verify that amplified damage works with at least your goal. It works with your minions, I think, even though it says you deal. So there's massive inconsistency. You're going to have to test this stuff. I don't know if it's bugged. I don't know if the tooltip is bugged.
See, that's one of those things that's very interesting, isn't it? That it's very inconsistent when it talks about who does what kind of damage. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that.
There's another one where the Shadow Blight. So Shadow Blight, you get Shadow Blight if you hit something with Shadow. And then it should keep stacking, you know? Every 10th time an enemy receives Shadow damage from you or your minions while they're affected with Shadow Blight. So I think you're the one who has to apply Shadow Blight, but your minions, the Shadow Mages at least, should be able to stack it. They can't stack it. They don't work at all. So this is still a good node for a number of reasons, but it's kind of a mess. Anything that increases your character sheet damage, and we're talking about this here, seems to work with minions, so you can check without exhaustively testing some mechanics, and one of those is the corpse mechanic. So you deal 9x increased damage for 6 seconds after consuming corpse. That actually increases your attack power, so it's not just you, it's like the overall scaling mechanisms of you. And again, any kind of stuff like this, if you want to be sure, you might have to test it, look it up, or talk to someone who actually plays Necromancer, because there is very poor consistency in understanding what actually works with minions based on the text written in the game. But
honestly, it's kind of dumb that the tooltips work as bad as they do.
Really take most of your offensive stats, again, except for attack speed, crit chance, and thorns. Okay. Now for defense, why don't we start with shields? Shields in Diablo IV are like the saddest of the sad in items. Shields give you a block chance, but it's basically damage reduced by like about 10%, 12% or something, and it's not consistent DR, so it's garbage. Shields get thorns. We got a little surprise pack here. They get thorns, so 30% of that can go on your minions. You can actually increase the thorns, but the thorns minion build kind of scales off really hard in the high difficulty levels because the monsters have damage reduction mechanics as they level up, and in the higher difficulty levels on top of that. I haven't seen a really successful endgame thorn build, so basically the implicit stat on a shield is terrible. It does scale with level, and you can get extra thorns as a stat on a shield, which is also terrible, but that scales infinitely with item power, so it's like health and maybe just health. I think there's one other. Anyway, there's not a lot of stats that just get, like, if this was an item level 800 shield, it would have a slightly higher top end on the thorns roll. Okay. Plus 80% main hand weapon damage. Well, if you use a two-hand, your two-hand has twice the damage of a one-hand, so this is 10% less damage. But it's much worse than that. You get no armor on a shield. Armor is huge. We'll talk about that in a second. No armor.
Here's the rub for the thorn build, and using one-hand over two-hand weapons.
Armor on a shield, some trash thorns, and you have to use a one-hander. Why are one-handers bad? Well, it looks like minions have their own attack speed, and then use the damage, the actual damage, not the DPS, the actual damage of your weapon. So this makes two-handed scythes the best weapons for minion builds as a baseline. Why? Because two-handed scythes have a 0.9 attack speed. The next best would be a two-handed sword. Even though that has a crit multiplier implicit, two-handed swords are 1 attack per second. So as a baseline, you get some crit multi, but you can't scale crit very well, so that's not all that useful. But 0.9 per second versus 1 is 11% more damage per hit. And damage per hit is the only thing you care about. You want damage per hit, and you want to scale their attack speed from that. I have been told that people have tested this mechanic, and in some versions of the game in the past, the minions did actually scale with your weapon's attack speed. From my tests, I believe in the server slam, and just before I made this video, they have their own attack speed. In fact, changing to a faster weapon will only lower their damage. There are some advanced things, cooldown reduction based and mechanic based, where you might want to actually use a one-hander, but until the very expert nuanced level of endgame summoner builds, you want to be using a two-hander, and you want to be using a two-handed scythe. But it is a Diablo game. You find items based on opportunity. You might find a sword that just has way better stats, okay? One hand, they're probably just going to be worse, though, okay? So scythe is what you're looking for, but you might just find a better sword than a scythe, so it might be fine to use that. In terms of defense, okay? Defense is hugely important because
I'm muted. Oh man, I forgot about that. So it's very interesting because it's like, is it? So it looks like that even with, if you want to go tanky build, like the shield is not really going to be that great for you. We'll have to see, but one of the things that's very interesting is there's an aspect that allows you to do AoE damage with thorns, 20% chance when you get hit that it does AoE around you. I wonder if your minions inherit that legendary aspect. That's definitely something I want to test. Absolutely. It just sucks that I'm not going to be able to test it because most likely tomorrow we will be going to play Alien Isolation. So, let's keep watching.
Your minions will stay alive pretty well. The most important thing for defense is your passive tree. You see these 4 nodes? Get all of them, 3 points apiece. So the Skeleton Priest, it heals for an additional 60% of their maximum life. It's like, wait, what? How does it do that? Well, basically, you get a corpse. And if you have the maximum number of skeletons, which I don't, it'll res a skeleton. Now, you get a corpse, and you do have the maximum number of skeletons, you get a Skeleton Priest. The Skeleton Priest does a heal over time, which is basically negligible. But then if you have that passive, after 5 seconds of giving that heal over time, it will actually heal every single minion, including your golem, for 60% of their total life. So if you are using the priest every 5 seconds or so, your minions have ridiculous defense and offense increased capabilities. Okay. You also...
I have tested this, and it is amazing how well it works. It is so good. Like I had like minions that were like low on HP. The like normal priest heal just seems like it sucks. That ability is just like boom, their HP just flies up. It's amazing.
So get Death's Defense. Your minions cannot lose more than 30% of their maximum life from a single instance. This is very good. Okay. The other ones are damage based, but you should still take them. There's a lot. Minions also get your damage reduction effects, but it's a little nuanced, and I want to go over that. So, you know, I like Bone Storm. Your Golem gets Bone Storm. Your damage reduction is increased by 15 while Bone Storm is active. I'm pretty damn sure that your minions are also getting 15% damage reduction. In the Paragon tree, I really, really like Death Razor in this position. It's incredibly efficient, and look at this. 35.2 damage reduction for your minions. Another 8, another 8, another 8. Ridiculous. This glyph is only level 15. It'll get stronger even as I level it later. So that's a huge amount of DR, but I don't recommend you get any more than that in terms of like legendary powers. But I do recommend that you get armor. Armor is simply crazy. They might nerf it, but it is so crazy. It is by far the strongest defensive mechanic you can get on your character, and it looks like your minions inherit your armor as well.
He's 4 levels higher than me. Look how much armor he has.
They're going to start taking negligible damage from same level opponents, and the really high opponents where like they get absolutely crushed, well, you have the max hit 30% per hit. So your minions, even though they're getting just destroyed, if you're constantly doing the priest heal, you can still keep them up through literally anything. They're also going to get a lot of defensive stats. 9 damage reduction. Dodge chance against close enemies is super good. And let me explain. Dodge is surprisingly good for minions. And that is because when you dodge a hit, you don't get crowd controlled by it. If a mob does like a freezing...
I completely forgot about that. That mini elites have CC on their hits. So,
like a freezing bolt or something. It's not just a damage reduction component, it's the fact that if it misses because it's dodged, well, your minion's not going to be frozen. So you can get dodge on pants, and you can get dodge on boots. And another stat here that is enormous. Boots are one of your most important slots for a minion build, believe it or not. You want the move speed. I believe your minions do get your move speed. You want the dodge chance, not just because
So apparently, your minions get your move speed. Dakasman, I don't know if you're still listening, my dude, but that's crazy, right? That's absolutely insane.
It's damage reduction, damage mitigation, but because it reduces how frequently they're crowd controlled. And the damage reduction while injured is enormous. Injured in Diablo 4 is 35% or less health. So when you're 35% or less health, you take like almost half damage for a single stat on the boots. And this is passed on to your minions, which is unbelievably good. The biggest pro tip that I have for minion builds is getting topazes in your armor. Topazes have...
I literally did not think about this. This blew my mind when he told me this. Or when I heard this.
The biggest tip I can give you guys for necromancers is getting topazes in every single armor piece. Now, the other options are rubies, which is give you like about 10% more life or so, which is still pretty good, but it's maximum life. It only goes off of your base life, so it's not as good as it first seems, but it's still pretty good. There is damage reduction while fortified, and you can't be fortified easily on a necromancer. However, when something is fortified and it gets hit, you get like a fortified like little combat like tool, like tooltip there, and that is not triggering on your minions. So the way that I believe Fortified works in Diablo 4 with minions specifically is, I believe they're getting the damage reduction component of Fortify, but I don't believe that they are actually fortified. So when you use sapphires in your gear, that gives you damage reduction if you are fortified. I don't believe that your minions get
I'm pretty
that
sure they
damage
don't.
reduction.
They don't
However,
get your
as a
damage.
Necromancer, you are getting crowd control a lot. You do have the crowd control break with Blood Mist, but it's a pretty long cooldown usually, and you're typically going to use it in emergency situations. Other than that, you're going to be slow, you're going to be chilled, everything. And that's where everything goes to all hell. If you use full topazes in the highest grade in every single slot in your armors, you have almost 50%, it's like 40-something% damage reduction while crowd control impaired, which is nearly all the time when you're actually playing the game, and this is passed on to your minions. This armor stacking and a good pair of boots will make your minions survive practically anything in this game.
Crazy.
And I haven't seen people really talk about that. The other really important part for defenses is barriers. Your minions get your barriers in Diablo 4, and that is a really powerful tool. Early on through the campaign, you unlock a legendary power that gives you a fairly large barrier for 10 seconds when you hit an elite that can trigger once every 30 seconds. That one is really vital to keeping your minions alive because large elite packs are going to be the most difficult thing for a Necromancer to handle until the watch, it's probably the whole way through. But later on, you can get the Bone Storm stuff.
I kind of want to do
barriers
this one.
are just
I think we're gonna do
massive.
it.
All your minions are getting it. The overall effective barriers for survivability of a Necron and his minions cannot be overstated. It is so powerful. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about is just minion AI, just so you guys know how it works, okay? So, if you use most skills, your minions are not necessarily going to work. Like, if you would run ahead of your minions and you curse.
I've tested this too. This is
okay. The minions
is
are
absolutely true.
But like the minions didn't engage because of that. Okay, they started engaging because they were getting attacked and I was getting attacked a little bit. The Skeleton Mages have the best awareness, so they'll actually engage combat better than all your other minions.
Steve, you notice he also has Corpse Explosion, and he's got Reapers rather than the Shield Bros. So I prefer the Shield Bros because they not only can dodge attacks, but evade attacks, I guess is the best way to put it, but they also have the Thorns thing. I really want to try to do Thorns. Like, I really, really do.
When you're doing dungeons, especially ones with narrow corridors, they're kind of too far back to actually do that. The minion AI in Diablo 4 is a little bit wonky, but I have to say I quite like it. Generally, you're going to want to have a skill that just hits stuff from range. I like
Bone
Light,
Spear.
but I think Bone Spear might be an even better choice, or you can use like a long-range auto attack. If you use a skill like this, your minions start to engage, because the minion AI has kind of like a hierarchy. Like if I do a Blight there, the minions, they're ready to go. Okay. If you use your Golem's ability, if you're using a Golem that has like an ability that does damage, your minions will like kind of follow the Golem. But the overall effect of like the minions engaging in combat has to do kind of like a... Imagine kind of like an army of a bunch of like drunken people, okay? So you're the boss. The Golem is like the general, okay? If you get attacked, they're like, okay, you know, something's happening. If the Golem gets attacked, they're like, okay, they're still looking around. They're still looking around. If any one of the minions gets attacked, they'll fight back, okay? But the overall mass of your minions has kind of like an alert aggro level, okay? If your minions have been in combat, if they've been attacked, if you're using skills that hit other stuff, your minions are like on point. Your minions are like ready to go. It's like bring it on. You know, we're in just full out combat mode. They're just like hyped up for more combat. So what happens is if you're doing one of those events where you are like using you know, different parts of the map to like, you know, save this guy or stand here or stand there, the mob is coming at you constantly. It's really good for those events, and minions work really well for those events because they're on high alert. They kind of know that the mob is going to keep coming. For dungeoning, you have to usually run a little bit ahead of your minions, and you have to have these like engage type skills that you know you can assume that your minions are gonna do the work. Using the Golem to attack can be a bit clumsy because your Golem can get stuck in between minions. I think one of my biggest gripes about the minion combat, actually one of my only gripes, is that the Golem can't like run through mobs. I think if the Golem could just like push mobs out of his way, if you have like a knockback thing, if you tell your Golem to like slam here, it should like go through the mobs and then slam there, rather than just being stuck and doing nothing. Right now it's getting stuck and doing nothing a lot, unfortunately. But it's a pretty cool mechanic, and overall I have thoroughly enjoyed playing minions, and even though there's a lot of bugs, a lot of issues, a lot of quirks, the overall experience of playing a minion master in Diablo 4 I think delivers pretty damn well. So, hope you guys like this video. We'll see you in the next one.
What a great vid. What a great vid. Give me a second. So we're also gonna watch Darth microtransactions video as well. Make sure that thing doesn't kill me.
Couple points just right in the beginning. This is a level 1 to 50 impressions. I will have everything from the perspective of getting the character in the beginning, playing through it blind. I didn't look up like a bunch of stuff. I knew a few things already about the Necromancer, but I didn't sit there and like start at the beginning from a build. I just tried to experience the class. Second of all, I will go negatives in my complaints first, and then I will go positive. At the end, I will do a full encapsulation of like, here's what I feel about the class, here's my rating of the class, etc. Okay, so that is how this video is going to break down. So I don't want you to endure 5 minutes of negativity. You're thinking that you're class. I'm going in my complaints first, my positive
turned off my health
overall
bot.
review at the end. So I started playing the Necromancer, and I have a few opinions. To be fair, from the beginning, I'm getting to level 55 so far. This is my initial impression. I played from level 1 to 52, basically solo. I played with one random guy who didn't even know who I was, just in the game for like a couple hours. Other than that, I've just been playing through the game, overworld farming, doing some dungeons by myself, trying out a few builds, blood, you know, did a couple of the corpse explosion types of things. I tried the bone spears where we're at now. I'm trying a few things. I also tried making minions work. So effectively, my plan of the Necromancer from the beginning onwards was, let's see, again, I'd like to focus on average. I use the term casual. Some people think it's a slur. It's not what I'm trying to do. I'm saying I'm focusing on the median average player. So what I did is try to absorb the median average experience on the Necromancer so that my opinion has some validity to it. At this point, I feel like I have some opinions on the level 1 to 50 process
love the way
on the Necromancer
looks.
I would like to share. I would like to address the most obvious one in the beginning. I'm currently running 0 minions. I have chosen to dump all of the minions in favor of the minor bonuses that they give us, like the critical chance is 6%. I'm literally taking 1 glove row over having my skeleton warriors. I am taking 17% increased damage to vulnerable, which is like half of a stat of 1 item, for instance. So you can see the bonuses I'm taking instead of literally taking my own minions are just not very big bonuses. But yet I'm choosing to take these because the minions, when I have them, even in the early game, seem to be always dead. Now I understand there are ways to stop this from happening. Yeah, I think Trip even had a good video explaining the minions for breakdown the tankings, etc.
We just watched
I understand that. My issue is if I choose to invest all of these points, like if I choose to go down the aspects and like make them tankier, if I choose to go into my abilities in order to make them fully tankier, etc. One, this doesn't really happen till later on. Two, when you're beginning as a like a starting player, if I go down to my new tree here and I'm like, oh wow, like I get to unlock curses, etc. I'm just going to take 20% increased life of my skeleton mages. It feels bad. It's not satisfying to take raw stats in order to make the minions feel like they actually do something. I understand this is how builds work in the games, and that if you want to be a minion master, you need to focus on your minions. I get that. It's a very real counterpoint, but for me, the minions are unsatisfying. When I had the minions up basically from the beginning, they get either one shot entirely by bosses, or I feel like they're not doing the type of damage that I would like to see in order for me to be able to continue doing it. I also very much hate the aspect of having to constantly resummon these or micromanage, like, you know, Golem, hunt, go, etc. And if I want the Golem as well as the Warriors, etc., that takes up 2 slots in my bar. So my point is, to get the minions into a position to feel like they actually do something, I feel like I'm basically sacrificing the main character pretty significantly to get there. Maybe this is a good.
We're gonna have to. This is a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be. So we're gonna shut that down and we're gonna focus on the game. Whew. Bastard rooted me. There it is, baby. Oh, come at me, son. Come at me. Boom! Get your ass wrecked, son. We got this, boys. We got this. That lucky hit. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much of a difference in my CC, to be quite honest. The, like, whole thing where it spreads or whatever is just... So now they're immobilized, which means I do bonus damage. And now he's dead. And I'm out of mana. All right, there we go. And boom! So it might be that one of the reasons, okay, so I didn't think about that. So the whole, like your mana, your CC might spread. Might be the reason why this works so well. Is because it's spreading the CC all over the place. So I might actually have mana troubles. So I might have screwed myself with this. We'll see. We'll see. I think I can put that thing on my boots, so that's what I'll do if I need to. I really want to keep the flame shield thing where I can pass through enemies. Oh, I need to take this up here. I'm a derp. Dirt. Okay. Like, it really shouldn't follow me onto this platform to where it's like I can't do the channel thing without it messing with me. I really don't mind it over some of the other stuff, but it is kind of annoying that it can follow you there. Dude, I dodged that shit. Come on now. Come on now, boys. Come on now. Okay, we got another bro. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, bowling, baby, bowling. Yeah, it does look like it actually... I'm having issues with mana because it's not spreading the thing. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I might have to go back and get it, man. That's worrisome, dude. Yeah, so... Mallwood, nice. We'll see. I guess it helps spread it to enemies that don't get hit by my stuff. And that's one of the reasons it might be good. You know what I mean? Yep, the bowling. I gotta get rid of that, got rid of them DR bros. Oh, the just explosion. That was great. Ow. What the hell hit me? That's such bullshit. I didn't even see anything hit me, man. Whoa. Yeah, it really does look like the spreading was helping. Because every time an enemy is crowd control, it gives me 3 mana. So stacking chill seems to do it too. That's the jackass that killed me. Which kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, if I was gonna watch a video, I should have done like a level 20 something, level 22 dungeon or something. Ooh, that's bad. That was bad. I mean, look at that. My mana is coming back. Maybe it's just I'm spamming stuff. Backstabbers, burning, battle hardened, 6% damage reduction for every 10 health you're missing. Oof, resource burn, volcanic. Okay, so we're gonna have to go back down south, which is fine. I walked up to it so it would stay there for a minute. Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit less. Boom! It's so good. It's so good. Yep, damage to elites. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, so... Like I said, I really do wonder how the crowd control spread thing works, considering I do so much AoE. Like, is it really that useful? Does it double stack the crowd control? Look at that, dude. Ridiculous. It immobilizes them, which gives me like insane amounts of damage against them. So it's like 50% damage bonus. Boom. Ow, I walked right into it. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, I do think it was helping. So maybe I should just get rid of my lucky hit with barrier. Maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, it really feels like that's probably what I should do. Yeah. We'll keep going for a little bit and see how it ends up playing out. By the way, one of the reasons I think that the reason that the buffs that you get for sacrificing your minions are so low is because to make your minions actually like really good or that survive a lot without you having to micromanage the crap out of them, you have to invest a lot of points to be able to get to that point. Right? So it's not that the buffs aren't that great, it's that the minions aren't that great unless you buff them, unless you go into them. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the point, right? And so that's the reason the buffs aren't that great. And honestly, I think it's probably fine for what it is. Yeah, I think the spread is like double stacking chill and stuff, which is giving me more mana than it's worth when there are multiple enemies around one another. Right? Boom! Nice. Okay. Damn, dude, we are almost full. Hopefully the thing is around here somewhere. Is that it? That's it. Captain Petrock, greetings and salutations, my friend. How goes it, sir? Thank you for the raid. Very much appreciate that. Welcome, 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 raiders, to the Tango Hotel. Hope you guys are having a good old time. I know I am. It's been a glorious, glorious day. We've been going for damn near 10 hours, baby. Delicious. Thank you, Captain Petrock. Appreciate you, buddy. And welcome, raiders. Good to see you. I would give you a shout out, but I am currently running for my life. If you give me a second, I will absolutely throw that down for you, my friend. Howdy indeed, friend. Howdy indeed. Okay. And skadoosh. Whoa. Okay. Oh, dude. That was a lot of damage. That was a lot of damage. All right. Let's get back here. And skibbity, skibbity, beat bop. Mon Capitan, Captain Pet Rock. What were you last playing, buddy? I'm a dumbass. Let's shout out to Captain Pet Rock. There we go. Does that work? Yes! Tango did it! Last playing XCOM 2, Long War of the Chosen. Roger, 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 dodger. So, Matt, my dude, have you updated Long War of the Chosen with the newest update? And if so, how are you liking it, my friend? Is it everything we ever hoped it would be?
It is a deal.
Damn, that's a lot of ancestrals. Holy shit. Okay, what we got? 770, dex, total armor, healing, lightning spear. Nope. Ice blades, life, total armor, All stats. Ooh, 769. Because I can reroll Ice Blades. It's damn near max HP. It's got all stats as well. Ooh. I don't know, man. I don't know. That seems pretty good right there. Because I can reroll the Ice Blades. I don't like the total armor. I'd rather have mana. But max stats at this point, I could get like 30 to 40 to all stats, right? That's a maximum stat thing. And armor is nothing to laugh at. It would be like sacrificing max life would actually be okay with that. But I wouldn't be sacrificing max life. I'd be sacrificing mana for it. So, and we've got a 749 right here. Hydra, crowd control. We're getting rid of that. Dex, crowd control reduction, healing received. Nope. See, mana, so that's a max roll. Barrier generation, damn near max roll. Hydra and cooldown reduction. It's only 730 though, so it's not that big of an upgrade as far as item power, which means, yeah, so the mana's good. The mana's good. I like mana. Mana's awesome. Barrier gen's okay. Cooldown reduction is primo, and it's damn near maxed. Man, that's really good. Cooldown reduction. Does this have cooldown reduction? No, it doesn't. That's probably what I'll end up rolling that hat for, is cooldown reduction. Yeah, or mana. So we've got, oh, damn, dude. So I'd be giving up willpower, intelligence, and max life. And I would probably try to roll for max life, right? Because it's got really good mana, really good item regen. Okay, we could see about that. 706, get out of here.
Very nice.
743, goodbye. 755. Okay, what is this? Meteors fall around you. I'm gonna eat that. Discombobulate. 800 item power on a neck. Like, look at my neck. Look at my neck. 675, dude. 675. It's killing me, man. It's freaking killing me. I cannot, for the life of me, find a better goddamn necklace. All of them just have all the wrong stats on them. Yeah, nothing. Okay.
Good price.
So, discombobulation. All right, let me see about... I'm going to grab... I don't have another flame... Actually, I do have another flame shield, so... I'm not even sure if I want another flame shield, dude. I'm not even sure I want it. Because it's cool, but, man, I mean, like, Lucky Hit's pretty okay. You know what I mean? So, I'm just like... and I'm not even sure where I can put this freeze, right? Let's find out. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop all these bad boys. Skadoosh. We're going to grab that. We're going to grab 34, 34, 34. That's a 50. Okay. We're going to snatch that. So yeah, the flame shield thing is cool, but it's not that great. I'm glad I tried it, but we might have a new helm, so let's see what we can do here. I don't have that much money, so I can't re-roll these. I can't re-roll these real hard, so we gotta be very careful how we do this.
Need something blessed?
Okay, so I guess we go for this one first. Icy Blades, Skadoosh. Life regen and crowd control. I don't have any life regen. Crowd control duration? That's a low roll on that too, man. I guess we'll do one more. We'll see what we get. Oh wow, it's actually not that expensive. Why is it not that expensive? It's an ancestral rare helm. Ooh, okay. Now that's interesting. 9%. 10%. There it is. There it is. Max mana. Bam. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. I think that's... Yep. It's got... that's... yeah. I guess we could look... I guess we could roll this for the lulz. And waste a little bit of money. It's going to have to be really good. No. Okay. That's fine. So we are going to go to the jeweler. We're going to socket it. Then, well, actually, hang on. Let me see something here. We are going to, what can this go on? Gloves, amulet, ring, and weapon. It's not going on my gloves. It's certainly not going on my amulet. I'm not putting it on a ring either, right? Literally 22% damage while I have a barrier active. That's way better than when you freeze an enemy, there's a 27% chance they're vulnerable. Like, it's just... If this could go on something else, man, it would be great. But, yeah, it can't. It can't. So we're just gonna, I guess we're just gonna leave that alone. I might go ahead and just eat it.
What is done?
Let's grab the lucky hit.
Is done.
We're also gonna eat that. Yes. And then we are going to 50% crowd control spread. Lucky hit. Control spread to another unaffected enemy. This is unaffected enemy. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. That sucks. It's a freaking Doom cask. Ah. That doesn't matter. What matters is that we can upgrade it. And that's exactly what we're gonna go do. So yeah, I just burned a lot of money of that, but we you know, that was really good for what we got. We got the max mana, so we're probably gonna get more mana, maybe. I don't know. It is got 69 more item power. So I'm hoping that it will indeed. So we're gonna upgrade this bad boy. 2,700 life. So what does this have? This has 629 life, 27 mana. So now it's got 20 mana, 700 life, 8% armor. Oh god, 22 to all stats, 23 to all stats, 25 to all stats, 24 mana, 900 HP. So I got 300 HP, 9% armor. So we're gonna get 2 maximum mana. There it is. Are you kidding me? It re-rolled one of the stats? That sucks. It actually, it re-rolled mana, so I'm actually going to lose mana rather than actually go up 2 more. But it also re-rolled the HP to more. It re-rolled the armor to more, and it re-rolled the stats to more. So I guess I can't complain too much. So we're going to lose 1 mana, 1 max mana, but we're going to gain HP and armor. So 7 frickin', or how much percent? 10% armor. Damn. So my armor went up significantly on that bad boy. Let's go ahead and get a jeweler thing going on. Jeweler. Add sockets. Yeah, I got plenty of those. No big deal. And let's go throw some stuff in here, shall we? Boom. So now we're at 5,900. That's really good. Really, really good. Legacy gear. Let's throw this bad boy, say right here. And I'm just gonna chuck this right here for now. All right, let's get back to killing shit, shall we? Okay, we upgraded it. We got lucky hit. Excellent. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. No lulls, baby. No lulls. So I'm very happy with how that turned out. It could have been a lot worse.
Khalib took the last of the warriors out to face the flesh eaters. The rest of us will try to shore up our defenses here. I am loath to spill cursed blood here amidst the bones of our ancestors, but I shall.
It does damage, so might as well, right? Boom. I just run out of mana, man. What can I say? 780. It's good. It's Good stuff. Black Asylum? Hello. I don't think I've seen that one. Where the hell's that at? Ooh, in Fractured Peaks. Dude. Black Asylum. Where is that? I got way too many of these things. All right, let's level the bad boy up. Ooh, it's level 13, boys. Oh, 2 more levels. 2 more levels. Shit. 2 more levels, and then I can start getting the dex stuff. And that'll give me critical strikes, increase all damage an enemy takes by 2%, up to 12. So if I... Yeah, it just sucks. Single mobs really give me trouble. It almost makes me want to, like, maybe get rid of Frozen Orb when I fight bosses and put my auto attack there. Just because it's gonna... It's one of those things where I need mana. And I just don't have enough bullshit. I'm going to have to run around for a minute and recharge mana and stuff like that. All right. Was that everything? No, I still got 25. Holy shit. Let's go ahead and allocate there. Boom. Let's get out of here. I think I'm going to go do this. Black Asylum. Hell yeah, dude. All right. Wait, it's a high level one, isn't it? Yeah. So let's do a little bit easier one, and we'll pop this bad boy up and...
thing to reward the people who really focus on minions as opposed to the people who just want the minions to be good basically for free, and I could accept that. My problem is I think the minions in their current position aren't appealing enough for the people who are messing around with it at the beginning in order to realize and be able to get there. I could probably make the minions survive, I could probably make the minions work, but I don't think the standard necromancer is going to experience the minions for the first 20, 30, maybe even 40 levels, and then think to themselves, wow, these minions are so good, let me focus my entire build to make them better. They don't perform in a way that feels deserving of the focus. So because...
You know, I've only gotten my necro up to 30. I have another one that's like level 20 something on hardcore, and I played 2 necros during the betas. And so I played them. I literally have played 3 necros up to like level 20-ish in that range with post nerf. And I don't agree. Just because, like, it's like if you're debating on whether to go minions or not, you're probably gonna not like them because they suck unless you invest into them. But if you're like, I want to be a necro with just tons of minions, then you'll probably be satisfied, especially once you get down into your ultimate tree, where you will be able to get some of the abilities where, like, they can't take more than 30% of their HP, they get that fat heal from the Skeletal Priest, they do more damage when they're close to you, and especially when you get Army of the Dead, which if they start dying, you hit Army of the Dead, it just resurrects all your dudes. It's really, really good. Probably gonna end up getting the bone thing anyway, because I'm gonna go bone, and I got bone spear, so I'm probably gonna go some bone abilities as well. And one of the big things that really kind of sucks is that if you do focus your skellies, they're probably not going to actually die that much. So one of the big things that Army of the Dead gets you, which is rezzing your skeletons, doesn't really work that well. Unless you're fighting giant packs of elites, right? That are just absolutely obliterating your dudes because they're doing lots and lots of attacking over and over and over.
This is that my first feedback point is the base of the minions before you focus to make them good don't feel good enough to be appealing to have that focus.
That's fair. And I think I said that something similar to that too. If you're waffling on whether or not you want to do minions, if you do the necro and be like, should I do minions or should I do something else? It's probably not going to be enticing enough just in and of itself, unless you literally have that fantasy of I want to be a minion master. So that's fair. That's fair. All right. Yeah, it's 28. God damn, son. Oh, I want to do it so bad, though. I want to do it so bad. It's Black Asylum. I don't think I've ever done Black Asylum. What is that? Black Asylum. Wait. I know which dungeon that is. This is one. No, wait. That's no, wait. No. That's a nightmare dungeon. Black Asylum is a nightmare dungeon. No way, dude. I've never done it as a nightmare dungeon. I got Mallwood. Let's see. We got this Dark Ravine that's 22. Potion Breakers. I got a 23 Armor Breakers. Let's do this one. Yeah, let's do this one. Witch water. Let's go. All right, because I want to continue to listen to this dude.
My next issue seems to be the massive disparity in terms of what is good and what is not good when it comes to the builds. Maybe at later game this could change, but I tried for the first like 40 levels basically to make Blood Surge work. I'm like, I want to do a tanky overpowered Blood Surge build. I'm going to go Vladimir style, all blood, and I tried to get all the synergies with it, etc. And granted, I'm doing this without looking up builds. I'm sure there's builds that are going to make it better, but I forced myself to just sit here and mess around with it in my head because I wanted to see that experience again. And having the blood build felt so good and fun in the beginning. I was actually quite enjoying it. It felt great. But then when I swapped to Bone Spear and, you know, had vulnerability and all that, I pretty much instantly was doing like 3 times the damage and just moved up the power scale insanely quickly. And that was extremely disappointing for me because I actually liked the blood way more. I thought the blood felt way more satisfying to use, pulling all the blood everyone and destroying them around there. But the difference between the two, at least at the current structure of my character, made me feel basically stupid if I continued to use the blood build. Now, I'm aware that I could be opening myself up to the possibility of being roasted here because, again, I am purposefully keeping myself from looking like I haven't looked up anything about the Necromancer. The only thing I saw was a couple of Echo Hack streams because he's a friend of mine and I like to watch him. I've also seen the Uber Lilith get killed, and I'm pretty sure it was a Bone Spear build. It looked like it was doing the triangle thing. So I've seen Bone Spear do well. I knew it would probably do better than my blood build when we try it out. But other than that, like, I basically don't know anything about the Necromancer, to be fair. I only played it at level 25, etc. But the differences in terms of power that I felt from swapping to one build to the other felt significant enough that it made me, even though I preferred the other one, like, I still like Blood Surge, and I tried the Sever out during the betas and all that, but I still like Blood Surge the most. Like, the pure blood build of, like, Hemorrhage, where you're pulling the blood out of them into the Blood Surge and the Overpower, that felt the most fun to me, legitimately, but I feel dumb if I choose to use it. This also might be weird, but as a Necromancer, I actually don't like the minions in the game, and I don't very particularly actually enjoy corpses. Both the major mechanics of the Necromancer I find somewhat unenjoyable. The reason I'm not really a big fan of corpses is because I feel pigeonholed into using them. A lot of the—
I'll also say one of the things that's really stupid about minions, or that's really stupid about corpses, is the fact that you have to use, or is that on, if you're using a controller or you're on console, the corpse explosion and minion corpse thing that does the skeletal priest or to res your minions will automatically target the nearest corpse, or you can like fiddle it around and, like, you know, do something like that with the little controller, but it won't ever miss unless there's no corpses to use on screen. If you use a mouse and keyboard and you miss a corpse and you don't click on it exactly, or there's no corpse and you just click, you've wasted a cast time. And now you're stuck in this animation where you can't move. So you'll stop, and it doesn't do anything. And so it feels really, really bad. They need to, like, open it up and make it much, much better, because it's really, really dumb. And this is also another reason why I stopped using Corpse Explosion. This right what he's about to say, I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say.
The passives are very corpse related. Your damage has a chance to create corpses. You have the corpse explosion, which is pretty much mandatory. You have the Grim Harvest, consuming a corpse creates essence. You do more damage after doing a corpse. Like, a lot of these types of passives that are important for your damage basically force you into a build of somehow consuming corpses to do more damage, etc. And then there are going to be different aspects, etc., that will give you bonuses based upon corpses. So I feel like no matter what, I'm probably going to work corpses into my build somehow, and I just don't like that micromanagement. The ultimates are also not very satisfying. The Blood Wave just feels terrible, I'll be honest. Maybe the Bone one's okay, but the Bone one's mostly only okay because of the increased critical strike chance to your other abilities. And if you're sacrificing your Golem, you're not really getting the bonuses from the fact that the Golem can use it as well anyway. So for me, the ultimates don't feel very good, and the passives that you get are, again, these are for minions once you're at your ultimate tier. So when you get your ultimate tier and you feel like, oh, I'm rewarded for getting there at that level, again, we're looking at like a fairly casual experience here. At that point, when you get your ultimate, it doesn't feel very impactful. When you look at these passives, you're like, okay, cool, what kind of damage bonuses do I get? And if you're not using minions, you're like, well, fuck me, I hate minions, so I don't really like any of this free. Those are my negatives. I do have positives for the Necromancer as well. This is not fully just a let's rag and shit on the
Okay, so, like I said, I will reiterate. He's got a cute cat. I will reiterate exactly what he was saying about the corpses. That's one of the reasons why I gave up Corpse Explosion, because I really like Corpse Explosion as a mechanic, but it does feel like the way the game is structured, it kind of pigeonholes you into massively micromanaging it. Now, I will say that if they made corpses easier to use and you can't miss, that if you click on an area and there's a corpse over here, it'll use that corpse, that would be fine. That would make it a lot better. And it wouldn't be nearly as bad. But also, I want the minions. Like, me as a person, when I play the Necro, I want to stand in the back and let my army of the dead do its thing while I stand there and just, I'm like, that's kind of the class fantasy for me. It's like, it's just like my power is so great, I don't actually need to do anything. I can just let my minions do it for me. Right? That's kind of like the fantasy I have. Now, obviously, that's not how you play the Necromancer. Even if you are a minion dude, you're still doing all kinds of bullshit because, you know, that's exactly how it works. But still, that's kind of the class fantasy that I want to have. And so I absolutely gave up Corpse Explosion so that I could have my skeletons here and my golem here, my golem here, and then I put Decrepify, which is a curse, and then the ult Army of the Dead, Army of the Dead, I think that's what it is. So, and I'm probably gonna change it to the Bone Swirl thing, just because Army of the Dead, like I said earlier, it reses your dudes. That's the main reason I wanted it, but I don't really need to res dudes, and if I do, I can usually just get them up fairly easily. And there's enough corpses generated, especially because I use Decompose, that it's mostly fine with corpses, so.
Because I've actually really enjoyed the leveling process. So let's talk about what I do enjoy. I want to make this point first because I feel like it is actually an important point in the game, and I don't really see people give props where it's due for this one. The cosmetics, in terms of what your character actually looks like, is fucking phenomenal. Whoever actually put the time into the Necromancer...
He is absolutely 100% correct. The Necro stuff looks insanely good. Almost all of them look great. I have my preferences, but they all look really, really good.
Outfits, colors, shading, the little extra glare effects, etc., has done a absolute fantastic
I really
job.
do believe though that we need more palettes. Like I'm kind of disappointed that there's not more palettes. I'm hoping they add like cosmetic stuff and they don't make us buy it, but I'm hoping they make it to where you can like find them in the world where you can find more cosmetic palettes. That'd be great. But right now it just feels kind of dull. So.
I think that this is arguable the best looking character out of literally all of them. It is very well done in terms of thematic look of the character. But the art design goes further past just the armor. When you actually get out into the field and you start fighting, the abilities themselves, even that jump off the horse, feel very good. It feels smooth. It feels like it makes sense. And seeing the damage come in, seeing the way it turns into the spikes, etc., like for Bone Spear, for instance, feels very good. Even the ultimate ability that I'm saying it's a little bit lackluster, it feels like, at least in the beginning. That thematically looks amazing. Okay, the curses, when you put the curses up, you can see them glow when you hit with them, so you know if you hit someone with a curse. The explosions from the corpses is a good sound effect. However, I'm going to say that the darkness, which I know they've already claimed to fix, makes it impossible to see anything, especially if you are in the middle of the darkness. It can make it very difficult for you to actually see what the fuck is going on in the game. And so for that reason, I myself do find that there is some room to be gained in some of the visuals that we've already admitted that we're going to be fixing that. I also think it's not just the Bone Spear one, etc. Like pretty much all of these abilities. Like if I show you Blood Surge, the reason I was enjoying Blood so much is because of how this move works. You suck the blood out and do damage, and then you explode it in AoE, which feels really good, which is the reason I like the blood so much, is because of how satisfying it was to run the build. Hi, kitty. Also, the builds do make sense. I mean, I understand that some of them are going to be better than the others, but when I actually end up looking at the build itself, I feel like most of the logic makes sense. Like, it's not really that complicated when you start looking at, okay, what is it that's going to make a build good? Okay, I'm going to need spirit generation, so you take the one to generate your essence effectively. You're going to need ramping damage, so you take the stuff that's going to increase your damage. If you're doing the Bone Spear build, you're like, okay, let me get some vulnerability for the Bone Spear.
Of course, the big-ass room, right?
You have to do the bonus damage from when they destroy, etc. So I feel like the build itself makes logical sense when you're actually looking at it. Even the minion side of it's like, look, if you're going to go full minions, it's very obvious. Just stack all of your minion passives, go the ones that give you bonuses to your minions, attack speed, damage, etc. So it seems logically laid out between the different genres, for instance, blood and bone, etc. It's not like super confusing. Okay, it seems pretty basic. However, that because of the gap in what feels like the effectiveness of each build, that was why I was really disappointed about it, even though it's easy to understand. The gaps aren't as satisfying because maybe I want to use the blood and have it be as good as Bone Spear. You see, most of my complaints have to do around the logistics and mechanics of the class, not the actual gameplay of the class. See, that's where my positivity starts to set in. When I'm playing the Necromancer, I actually find myself having a very good time. In fact, it's arguable I might be having more fun than when I was playing Druid. Then I might have been I played Druid the most, and I played Druid through several times by now, so I was a little worn in the class, and Necromancer is still fresh for me. Sure, there's a percentage of that as well. But the Necromancer itself is actually just really, really fun. And when I was playing Blood Surge build, and everyone's telling me, yo, it's way worse than Blood.
One of the things that this game does really, really well that I don't think enough people give it credit for is class fantasy. Like, it's really, really good as far as the class fantasy is concerned. And that's why I have Flame Shield. That's why we got Flame Shield. Boom! Bitch.
You know, and you can catch me live. It'll be in the pinned comment. I have it there if I'm pinned. People are telling me your build is just bad. Like, you know, I know you're coming up with this in your head. Like, the Blood Surge is just bad, etc. You know, try Bone Spears, and they were right. I swap over the Bone Spears, and it's way better. But the whole process when I was leveling with the build that is bad was actually just really fun. Like,
yeah,
I actually just
the blood
really
is really fun.
I never really felt like it was bad because I was having a good fucking time, and for me, that was what mattered.
Come on, buddy, can we watch the language,
this is bad
please?
is when I was using my minions and I was in a boss early game, I'm talking level 20, 30, and I have my minions out, and the boss does an AoE, and they all die in one move. And then I'm sitting around, you know, looking, twiddling my thumbs for some corpses so I can make one skeleton at a time so they can continue to die before they get any damage out. And I felt stupid for even having minions to begin with. Now, again, I know I can go up and increase my minions' life with secondary stats and reduce damage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I know that my boy Dawkins Man is all about them, you know, having the minions because they do more damage. But it really does feel like there's no, if you're not going to put points into the minions, it really feels very
same dream as always.
Not good
Serpent's
to
eyes
have
in
them
the
at all.
darkness. Shadows slithering through the grass. I shed the skin from this old dying form. Then I am adorned in scales. Free from pain. In the scales are reflected faces I know. Villagers who scorned me.
The door
cursed
has
me,
been unsealed.
Laughed at me. Tongues flick in the darkness.
Obliterated.
Hear the words in my thoughts. Each life
See
is
that?
a sacrifice for
Do you
us.
see that? What's wrong with you?
Each life is a scale for your rebirth. I awaken, and the snake is at my feet, waiting.
Oh, just annihilated. So apparently I didn't get the eggs before they hatched. That kind of sucks. Like, it seems really difficult to do, though. All right, let's see what he's got to say.
Put on aspects to make it stronger. I can put on Paragon board and skill trees. I understand this. Okay, I get this something from the beginning. And we feel like everyone says minions are good early, right? I mean, no one's like, minions are the late game god. At least not that I've seen. People say on Reddit, and you know, when I hear them talking to the streams, I was like, oh, minions are an early game thing. Well, they don't feel very good early because they feel like you have to have things to make them good. That was the only time I found myself not enjoying the actual gameplay of the Necromancer. The reality of it is level 1 to 50 before I start hitting more of the mid-game here of like leveling the Paragon board and stuff, feels really good. And if you're thinking about playing the Necromancer because you just want to play that class thematically and it's fun for you, I think they did a pretty good job nailing that. I do think that the Minion Master side of it, like I've said multiple times in this video, is not as satisfying, but the rest of it is actually very satisfying on multiple styles of builds. So I think the little bit of heat that you see the Necromancer receiving is because the Necromancer is very often what I think one of the most popular classes. I know more people are running Sorcerer than anything at the time, but at least from the communities I've seen, people really, really like Necromancer. It's a staple of Diablo. And so you're seeing a lot of people come to the game just because they want to play Necromancer, and a lot of those people will come because they want to play minions. And then you double down with the required knowledge in order to make the minions good. You're seeing a disconnect between people that were excited to play Necromancer and their experience playing it, which transitions into complaints you see about the class. But the reality of the class is actually quite good. I've actually seen Uber Lilith be defeated by a Necromancer using a Bow and Spear build, so it's obviously pretty good. I've also seen the Necromancer in particular be a class that people say is bad late game. So I think there's a little bit of like...
I don't know. What I will say is that early game it feels really good, and it feels really good with the class. Like, very, 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 very good to play as a class. It has very good class fantasy. It just, like I said, I think it really is one of those things where you probably shouldn't be using minions unless you have spec'd into them. At least somewhat. Like, one of the things that should be probably mandatory is the one where they can't lose more than a third of their HP in a single hit. That requires 4 points to spend. Because you got to spend the thing on the thing before that, and then you got to that, which is the skeletal priest thing, and then you got to spend the 3 points to get it down, to get it to where they can't lose more than 30% of their HP. Once you do that, then I believe it really starts to shine. So like I said, it feels really bad to see. Come on, there it is. Boom. Just kiting him around. Yeah, it's juicy. Let's go.
kind of mixed opinions going on with the Necromancer.
Another Black Asylum.
And I just feel like the class itself, so far, level 1 to 50, has been enjoyable.
23.
It's something
Nice.
that is not a waste of time. And I think at the end, there are some people proving that the Necromancer can be quite viable going into the late game. I think if you can beat Uber Lilith, you're going to get props from me. I think it's pretty much that simple. So for that reason, if you're thinking about playing the Necromancer and you hear some of my complaints and that scares you away from it, I would say just play it anyway. And the reason I would say that is because even though I have the complaints, because I'm the one playing it, I still don't regret playing the Necromancer next. I actually really like it. So for me, the Necromancer is a fairly decent W. It's like a 7 out of 10. I think it's a pretty fair rating in terms of enjoyability. If we have something with the minions that makes it a little bit more, I'm not going to say just stronger, because there's probably those that make them okay, but an ease of accessibility of use in the beginning is how I would say it. Like maybe the floor of where they start at's a little bit higher, okay? Maybe the nerf still was a little too far. Make it a little bit easier in the beginning for people with the minions, and then, you know, you can have the rest of the power be the same with the ceiling short. But I feel like the beginning is still a little rough for people that are still learning the game. But if I take that side out of it, and I take the lopsided of, I do feel like it would be cool to see some other builds other than bone spears, you know, but to be fair, most classes are kind of one, maybe 2 builds. So I'm trying to remove
I mean,
from
to
that
be
equation.
fair, I'm falling into the same trap, because instead of using Corpse Explosion, I'm using Bone Spear. I like Bone Spear. I think it's a great ability because it passes, unlike Blight and Sever and all the other core abilities, it goes straight through everything. Even though it's on a straight line, it still goes straight through every single thing in front of it that's not a wall. And it allows you to pull a lot of stuff from up front, and it allows you to tell your minions what to go attack. Because there's no, like, attack button, I don't think, for the minions.
That's just Diablo, that's ARPG, some are just going to be better than others. Those are my 2 major complaints. If you can live with those 2 major complaints, the Necromancer actually feels pretty good, and I do recommend playing it, but that is only my initial review of level 1 to 50. With that being said, love you all. Consider liking the video, subscribing, or going down to the pinned comment, clicking on it to join the live stream.
You should definitely check this guy out.
To be a pride flag, I guess you could. I mean, if you vote on
His name is DM Diablo IV. Right here. Check it out. Truth about the Necromancer class. Great guy. Makes great videos. He's been blowing up since Diablo hit. You should definitely check him out. Thanks. All right, so are we going to watch that Destiny one, or are we going to watch Scott Adams? Let's watch the Scott Adams one. Then we'll do yeah, let's do that.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the highlight of human civilization. It's called Coffee with Scott Adams. Today, the special Juneteenth edition. Happy Juneteenth. And if you'd like to take your Juneteenth up to all new levels of awesomeness, all you need is a cup and a mug or a glass, a tankard, gels, a stein, a canteen, jug, or flask, a vessel of any kind. Fill it with your favorite liquid I like, coffee. Join me now for the unparalleled pleasure. The dopamine of the day, the thing that makes everything better. It's called the simultaneous sip. Go.
Yeah, give it over.
Yeah. Well, I have to admit, it was only a few short years ago that I learned what Juneteenth was. Never heard of it. It was not anything I learned about. But given now my understanding it's the last day of slavery in the last state, I think it was Texas, had it, I say that is very celebratable. Freedom's always celebratable, and that seems to me like a good celebration. So let's celebrate freedom. It is, however, not a work holiday for cartoonists. Do any of you get the day off? Is anybody taking the day off? Or does it not work that way? It's not a national holiday, right? Yeah.
7:53. Okay.
Probably will be. I feel like June is a little light on holidays.
Don't hurt yourself.
You feel like June just, they could use just a little bit more holiday. Not enough holidaying going on in June. I mean, it was my birthday, and that does cover a lot of the month. All right, let's talk about Blinken's trip to China. Gigantic failure, of course. Let's see, he asked them if they would stop fentanyl, and they said nothing. Asked them if he would, asked China if they would agree not to give deadly weapons to Russia, which they've been saying all along, so that was nothing new. And then he asked them if they'd like to have like an emergency deconfliction phone call, sort of like the red phone or the hotline to the Kremlin. And China said,
womp, womp, womp.
No, seriously, we should have like a special phone call for deconflicting so we don't have an accidental nuclear war. President Xi, yeah, you have my number. Call me if you need anything. So I'd say that was a big old nothing. But Blinken's concept, and apparently Biden's concept, is that you need to be continually dealing with the Chinese because there's a better chance of getting a good outcome if you're talking.
If you're talking.
I completely disagree with this, and I'll tell you what I would do. I would close all of our embassies and send every Chinese student home unless they fix fentanyl. Because the problem here, let me explain how government works to the government, is that they've treated fentanyl like it's just one other problem. It's not. It's not like any other problem. We're acting like fentanyl is on our list of negotiating topics. You know, when we go to talk to them about trade and our trade situation, let's throw fentanyl in there. Because that's just another thing to negotiate, right? Just throw it in there with a list. We got this and that and a little fentanyl. Let's talk about that too.
If you want work done, let's get started.
Fentanyl is not like anything else on the list.
By the way, if you're wondering why I'm listening to him at 2x, it's because he sounds like this on normal.
You don't go into a negotiation with somebody who's shooting your family members while you're negotiating, do you? No, you say first you stop shooting my family members, and then we'll have something to talk about. But you don't act like everything's business.
You know what? I should probably listen at 1.75 just for you guys.
As usual, well, they're killing your family, but we are. Now, I don't mind a business as usual if we're worrying about, a trade war. that's just business. But if you're killing people right now, no, you don't negotiate, nor do you keep your embassy open. You close your fucking embassy, and you say, we'd love to talk to you, but you're going to stop this first. Period. And the fact that this is just put on the list with other stuff. It's like, oh, we'd like you to do this and that, and we'll just throw that on the list too. Maybe if we someday talk about all of it together in some comprehensive way. No, you close the embassy. You just walk away and say, you want nuclear war? You're on the way. You're on the way.
Drifting shade of the Black Asylum. That sounds horrible, like it's ridiculous.
All right, so Blinken, total failure. I'd like to also say this about his name. When you're going to send somebody to negotiate with your biggest adversary, would you like the last name of the person who does your negotiating to be Trump, or Blinken? He went into the negotiation and he was Blinken. But the other guy went into the negotiation and he trumped him. We should at least get the names right. All right, the big news everybody's talking about on the internet today is that Joe Rogan challenged a noted pro-vaccine scientist guy named
that's
Dr. Hotez,
my video that I made.
H-O-T-E-Z, I think Hotez, maybe. And Dr. Hotez, who I'd never heard of before. How many of you had ever heard of Dr. Hotez?
I have. He's been on Joe Rogan.
This situation with Joe Rogan. A lot of you had. Right. This is a real good example of the news bubble, because I saw some compilation clips of Dr. Hotez on CNN and MSNBC, where apparently he's been a number of times. But I don't remember ever seeing him on Fox News. So he's sort of a bubble situation, yeah. So he's probably been one of the darling experts of the political left, but the political right probably just froze him out because he wasn't really on message. So the big story is that RFK Jr. has a number of criticisms of vaccinations in general, but also the COVID one specifically. And would like to debate Dr. Hotez on Joe Rogan, or at least Joe Rogan would like them to debate. And a number of people were putting up money for charity if they would debate. And Dr. Hotez seemed to be hesitant, but now he's speaking out about it. And he tells us that a debate would be bad, meaning it wouldn't be useful. Might even make things worse. What do you think of that? Do you think a debate? See, his issue, and let me give you more some detail on his issue. His issue is, among other things, that debate doesn't work because that's not how science works. Right? Science doesn't work.
This is one of the things I said in my video. And it's like, do you not debate other scientists about the validity of their theories and the conclusions that they come to and their data? Or do you just make peer-reviewed puff pieces? Or do you actually do real science? Right?
The best debater wins. Would you agree? That's
not
how science works. And as he points out, science works with peer-reviewed papers and experimentation and all the processes of science. So he says you should do the scientific stuff, not the debate stuff, because the debate stuff is about persuasion. And as he points out, well, what if the person who's wrong? I'm not paraphrasing. I'm boosting his argument. What if the person who's wrong is the most persuasive? Does that serve you? Would the public be served by the person who is the most wrong having the best argument? It's an interesting point. And he points out, and Mark Cuban as well, that RFK Jr. is very persuasive, and that he's an expert at persuading on this topic. And he's so good that he's in the conversation to be maybe the leader of the whole country. Like that's about his highest level of persuasion as you can achieve. And so if you're a scientist who does work on TV, but you're not really the media expert like RFK Jr. is it fair to put, in his words, the strong argument with the less persuasive person on the same venue? Do you think that would serve the public? I'm just going to go more with his argument, and we'll talk
Here's my thing about it. It's like, if you believe in the validity of your thing, right? And especially as a scientist, you live in an academic world, so you live in a university, essentially. You have access to the ability to learn how to be a rhetorician. You have access to debate clubs. You have access to people who could teach you how to be a little bit more persuasive. You don't have to be as persuasive as, say, RFK Jr. if you have facts and data on your side. You just have to be not a fucking idiot and stumble all over your words. It's because a lot of times it's not the best debater that wins necessarily. It also depends on the data involved and how well you can explain it to the layman. So if you can at least explain the data relatively well, and you are somewhat mildly persuasive, and the data is on your side, then you're more likely to win even against an experienced rhetorician, simply because the vast majority of people who are not just by default going to believe him will more likely believe someone who is being honest, forthright, and who is also a little persuasive with data to back them.
The other side. And I think he makes a good point that science is not about rhetoric and persuasion.
No, but humans are.
That's not what science does. It's not persuasion.
The electorate is.
But I would argue, as I have in the past, that if it doesn't,
RFK
also learn to persuade.
So if RFK were to become president, because of his rhetoric and his persuasion, then how is that going to affect the rest of the country when Mr. Scientist wouldn't debate his ass and put him in his place? Like, if you believe these things, why would you not at least try to defend them, right? And if you can't do it because, you know, you don't want to spend any time to actually increase those skills, even though it would benefit the rest of society and the world if you did, because, you know, you believe that you are correct in your moral conviction, then you could at least find someone to help you, could you not? Don't you know anyone that's good at debating? Don't you know, are any of your science buddies good at it? It's the same thing about the climate scientists, and it bothers the fuck out of me, dude.
I'll persuade this honestly. But if science doesn't learn to persuade honestly, it actually becomes useless. So what good is it? You can't persuade anybody to believe it. You know, it takes the entire value of science off the table. Yeah, it's a good study, I don't believe it. Let's see. Then the other complaint is that RFK Jr. has a habit of moving the goalposts. Meaning Dr. Hotez believes that once he nails him down and makes his good points, that instead of just winning the debate, then RFK Jr. would just change it to another thing. And he gave some examples of that. He actually gave some specific examples of where, in his mind, RFK Jr. used to make a claim of, you know, some element of the vaccinations being bad, but then he changed it to, well, they're still bad, but maybe it's something else. Then still bad, but maybe it's a different thing, and then still bad, but maybe it's for a different reason. Which is a good point. Now, did Dr. Hotez make good points which are true? Good points which are true and logical. Yes, he did. Those are true and logical points. Yeah, those are true and logical. It's true that people like to move goalposts. It's probably true that RFK Jr. has modified his opinion over time. Probably true. It's probably true that the most persuasive person, if they had the worst argument, that would be a problem. The most persuasive person with the worst argument definitely would not move the ball forward. But here's where I have my problem with Dr. Hotez's problem with the debate. You don't think you could find a way to manage that stuff? You don't think you could find any way to structure a conversation where you take that into account? Because I can. It took me 5 seconds to figure it out. Here's how you do it. You say, RFK Jr., you're making some claims that are contrary to the established science. Make 3 claims, no more than 3. Make 3 claims of fact, and we'll present them to Dr. Hotez with a week or 2 in advance. We're going to have him collect all of his sources that debunk it, and we're going to show him all of your sources that make the claim. After he's collected all of his sources that debunk yours, before the debate, he's going to show you his sources that debunk your sources. So that when you both go to the debate, you've seen the sources, and you've also seen the other side's debunk of your sources, and maybe even the response to the debunk. Before the debate, you limit it to 3 claims, and then you have a Joe Rogan or somebody who could actually handle an MMA, calling an MMA fight. Which, by the way, could that be more perfect? But Joe Rogan is literally, part of his talent stack includes calling of fights. Who would be, I mean, it's just such an interesting talent to have, to go into moderating a debate, that you're actually an MMA fight announcer, that guy. So the task would be this, that every time either one of them tried to move the goalpost, or either one of them sort of got off topic, or did sort of a B2, or brought up something else about something else, it would be Joe Rogan's job to just stop him. Just, okay, stop. You're outside the rules.
This is a Monsters Become Unstoppable? I didn't realize that.
3 points, whatever RFK's best 3 points are, whatever they are. Because remember how I told you to deal with laundry list persuasion, which is what RFK Jr. does? Really well, by the way. It's a little bit, I want to say it's dishonest, but not exactly dishonest, because there's not necessarily a lie involved. It's persuasion that's beyond what it should be. I guess that's what it's saying. A laundry list of, all these reasons is why I'm right, like a long list of reasons, looks persuasive before you've looked at any of the reasons.
Yes.
Oh my God,
there's
10
so
reasons.
many, yeah.
10 reasons is way more than 1, so that must be a good argument for 10 reasons. So that's why people use the laundry list. It just automatically looks true before you look at it. So I do believe that RFK Jr. has a laundry list approach, which is, let me tell you 15 things I know about 15 different vaccinations, therefore the 16th one is bad. Now, he never said that, but you understand that how the laundry list could be then sort of generalized beyond what it's supposed to do. So as long as you can say, RFK Jr., make your 3 best claims, because if you can't defend your 3 best, does anybody need to look at the others? Right?
Nice, I got some scattered.
If he can't defend his 3 best claims, his 3 strongest claims, if he fails on those, you don't really need to listen to the others, do you? Now, there might be somebody else who has a good argument for the others, but if somebody fails on their top 3, the best points, you don't need to listen to anything else. So I would say that the easy way to go forward is to say 3 topics. Make sure you've both shared all of your sources, both the source and the debunks. Make sure you both have seen all of your URLs and all of your sources. And then come on and talk to us with no end to the conversation, so you won't have a timed end. You don't want somebody to run out. And then you might schedule a follow-up. Make sure it's a 2-event situation. One is the event, and then maybe a faster follow-up. It's like, okay, people thought you won, or people thought you won, or the audience really was obsessed over this one point you made. Can you go back to that? Then I think
right?
Now, I agree that debate is not how you solve science. I get that. I mean, Dr. Hotez's arguments are logical and true, but they don't really handle the fact that you couldn't manage those problems. So that's what's left out. It's true that he's identified the problems quite accurately.
See, it's the funniest thing. The reason one of the biggest reasons they think this is because of Bill Nye. Because he debated Ken Ham and got his ass handed to him, even though Bill Nye technically won the debate. Ken Ham is actually a good rhetorician, and like literally used his bullshit that he pushes and actually like schooled Bill Nye so fucking hard, because Bill Nye is a smart man, but like he is just horrible at persuasion and debate. Like it is, like his points were just all over the place. It made no fucking sense. It was ridiculous.
Not true that there's no way to handle those problems, to minimize them.
He's not the only one.
Now, suppose somebody took all of my excellent ideas that I just gave you, put them together, they do the event, and it just doesn't work. What would be your conclusion from that? It just didn't work. No, my conclusion would be you keep trying. So maybe one of the participants is weak for whatever reason. And then you say, all right, well, one of you is strong, one of you kind of couldn't handle this debate concept. So we'll bring in another one. We'll bring in your best champion that isn't the one who failed. And that could be on either one, not just a scientist. Could be the anti-vaccination person. By the way, let me correct that. It is unfair to call RFK Jr. anti-vaccination. You all get that, right? Everybody agree?
Destiny does it.
That is not an accurate characterization. But we use that as a shorthand to say that he's a critic of much of what we do with vaccinations. But it's very important. It's very important to make that distinction. Because if you're just anti-vaccination, you're probably just an idiot. Right? That's probably the whole story. But if you say, well, it looks like some of this worked, but other stuff I have questions, then you're talking to a reasonable person and you could probably work with it. But if somebody's just like, everything you put in your arm is bad, Spark is bad, you can't really work with that.
That was a lot of dudes in there.
RFK Jr. is never going to be satisfied with vaccine safety? Good. That sounds like good news. Yeah, they're never satisfied with. Don't you want some people out there who are never satisfied with the safety? That feels like the best situation in the world. Yeah, so RFK Jr. is apparently a high-end, good, qualified lawyer on these very topics. So I think he's won some cases. He knows how to dig into the science pretty well. But he's not a scientist. I'd like to see him talk. Now, let me test you. So you heard my suggestion. 3 claims, and then let them share their sources before they even get into the debate, and then make sure there's a follow-up already scheduled, so that the follow-up cleans up any problems. How many of you think that would be worth trying?
Maybe. It's not going to do it.
We'll see your comments.
Honestly, I think it's because he's a coward.
See a lot of yeses on the locals platform. A lot of yeses. And would you agree with me that if it failed, you should try again? Just tweak it and try again. Because
it really does feel that way.
The model we need is some version of this. If the first version doesn't work, do not throw out the approach. Because the public is so deeply underserved in the both sides situation. If you could do anything, just anything that would move you a little bit towards
like
showing
having
two
a
sides of the
debate
story
is one thing,
for the
but you
first
could
time
just be
ever,
like, no debate, but we'll have a conversation.
Civilization
You
change.
could say that.
I mean, it would be one of the biggest.
But no.
You know, it would be interesting.
This is no, I'm right, you're wrong, and
why this happens.
That's such a wrong way
If Musk is the one who made this happen, there's some kind of understanding of the process to show both sides in a public way. It would be his greatest contribution to civilization. And you never think of it that way. You'd always think of going to Mars or building electric cars. But if he did that one thing, just taught us a model for getting a little closer to understanding both sides, if that's all he did in his whole life, it would be the greatest contribution to civilization. It would be hard to doubt. But Mark Cuban, another billionaire, has gotten into this conversation. And I'm just going to read you Mark Cuban's statements, his actual words, because it's a little hard to paraphrase. So I want you to see his actual words. He said, trying to bully Dr. Hotez is ridiculous.
Yeah, bully.
Quote, you have producers that will prepare you, and you get to control the conversation, meaning you will be prepared by producers, as would RFK Jr. Kennedy also has a staff ready to prepare him. And those topics are what he talks about in every speech. You both do this, meaning Joe Rogan and RFK. You both do this on a daily basis, while Dr. Hotez works every day to try to make things sideways healthy. They slammed Rogan and Musk for worsening the climate on social media. And he says, Joe, meaning Rogan, Joe, you and Elon Musk's Twitter are the mainstream online media, and your platforms have become everything supposedly wrong with MSM. You are driven by self-interest, just like the MSM always has been accused of, Cuban wrote. You both have earned that right. You busted your asses to be great at what you do and earned all you have accomplished. But don't lie to yourself and all of us and tell us you are different. You aren't. Whoa. Oh, somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Take the right kind of
Don't tell us you're different. You're the same. Now, do I agree with Mark Cuban or disagree? What do you think? Do you think I'm going to agree with Mark Cuban or disagree? Which way am I going to go? Well, I'll tell you in general, I hate to disagree with Mark Cuban. It's just a bad play. Right? Disagreeing with people that's smart
but see,
bad,
it's one of those things, it's like...
So I like to find ways to agree with smart people, just generally speaking.
This is something that I agree with Asmongold on, is that all your classes should be fun while leveling, period. You shouldn't have to have a specific build to level. Most of the builds, you know, at least like for instance, like Sork, there's lightning, fire, and frost. They should all feel relatively good to level. You shouldn't have to have a singular leveling build, right? Where it's like werebear or werewolf or caster. All of them should be somewhat viable. When leveling. Right? They should feel good. It's just like with Barbarian. Like, they should feel good from level 1, period. I died with crappy druid build. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like if your build is bad because you chose the wrong abilities, but like the werewolf build is good, and the werebear build is good, and the caster build is good. You just chose the wrong way to build those builds. That's different. That's not what I'm talking about. If you chose the wrong way to build that build and you don't know how to play it properly, oh shit, son, damn. Then that's completely different than the actual build itself sucking ass, right? Where it's like, you know, what I mean is like if the werewolf build isn't viable at all while leveling up, that would be bad in my opinion, right? Oh my God! Look! Oh, we did it! We did it! Get wrecked! Jackass. Okay, let's level up our stuff. Skadoosh. Well, the plot thickens. What's up, Summers? How you doing? What about the plot thickens? What about that? 686. That's not good. What we got here? Staff. Serpentine Jade. One additional Hydra. Gears 5. Gears 5 what? You mean the game? What about it? I guess that the reason that's good is because you can like do meteor and then incinerate and then all, you know, all kinds of other stuff. Firewall and then incinerate. I guess that's why that makes it good. That just looks, ugh. That just looks meh to me. Playing it for the first time. Oh, nice, nice. I liked. Damn, I don't remember whether I played Gears 5 or not. I think I did. I know I played Gears 4. I played all 3 of the first ones, the first trilogy. I'm pretty sure I played. I know I played 4, and I'm pretty sure I played 5. I'm not really sure. I don't remember if I liked it that much though. I do remember it took forever for me to download on the Xbox. I was so mad, dude, because I bought it on a disc, and I bought it at the store, and then I opened the thing in the store, and it's literally a thing to download it. And I'm just like, I could have just bought it at home. I didn't even have to come to the store. I was so mad, dude. It soured my entire experience with it. So I do remember that. That's about the only thing I remember.
Else?
I know I didn't beat it. So what are we looking at here? 781. Nope. So what build were you using, and what build is the right kind of leveling build there, Tanvaris? Yeah, I'm not really sure how much I agree with the doc. In fact, it's one of those things, as far as like Scott Adams was talking about, it really bothers me that a lot more of the science stuff, because it's like the public won't trust you if you can't persuade them. If you can't persuade them, the public won't trust you. So if you refuse to even try to persuade them, the public won't trust you. If the public doesn't trust you, then what the good is your science if they don't believe anything you say? Like, we're talking about a good portion of the electorate. Like, I am a person who wants to hear this, and I believe in the efficacy of vaccines. I am 100% pro-vaccines, with the exception of forcing people to take the COVID vaccine. That's literally it. That was it. Like, I don't even really like the fact that we have to make our children take them to go to school. Like, it kind of bothers me, but I understand why we do. I don't have to like it to understand that it might be required. I added pets, and it made quick work the first level boss. What were you playing before? So, staff. 741. Stats suck. 788. Okay, what are we looking at? Shrine buff duration. Goodbye. 748. All right. 6. Okay, so we're going to eat. So we're going to discombobulate this.
Father bless. What do you need?
I really want to find a ring that has this right here. Restore 1 to 4 of your primary resource when you crowd control. I want the 4. I want the 4. That's what I want. I want it. I want it in my face. I wasn't able to regen spirit well enough with skill choices. I had the creeper and wolves, and it made a huge difference. Yeah, they do. I played the druid in the beta, so yeah, I feel you, man. But that's the thing is that I think the way they've built a lot of the game, where you have to have resource generators and there's no way to not have them, is kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. Because I really like the nature druid rather than the like werewolf or werebear. So yeah, that's what I like. I like the caster, obviously, because you know, caster. Oh, nice. I still got one quest. Let's go get the rest of this. So yeah, let's keep it up.
I would say the following. I agree with what Mark Cuban says, because I agree with follow the money. Genetic disposition to vaccines. You know, it's an interesting story, but I don't want to get off track right now. Except I did. I got off track. What was I saying?
Follow the money.
See, that's the problem with the super prompt. You know, where you pay money to make a comment. It's so destructive to the flow. I think YouTube should remove that. I mean, I love it when people give me money. That's cool. But I'd rather I didn't get the money.
Turn it off,
I'd rather that it just wasn't available as an option. That would be better. So I'd encourage you not to give me money for that. All right, so I agree with Cuban that both Joe Rogan and Elon Musk are at the very least part of a process in which following the money is going to be the predictive
Father
DNA.
bless.
All right, I said that terribly. Let me try it again. It is true that Joe Rogan is in a job where he's trying to make money, although on any given topic, he may not be thinking of it that way. In other words, on this topic, he probably is actually just thinking what would be good for the country. But have I told you a million times that people do have lofty goals? That's a real thing. People often have lofty help the world goals. But what they actually do is coincidentally exactly what makes them money, which doesn't make the lofty goals not real. I think that they're real in the sense that the person really believes it. It's the only thing they're thinking about. They're not thinking about the money. But coincidentally, people always seem to do what's good for their money, don't they? And Joe Rogan, this supporting the Mark Cuban argument, Joe Rogan is doing a job where the more audience he gets, the better he does, the better Spotify does. And so having a debate would be good for views. So I like the criticism so far that Rogan is a money-making entity, and that may not be fully compatible with trying to tell people the truth. You agree, right? That there's a little bit of conflict. It doesn't have to be. Not necessarily. Like, it's not guaranteed.
See, this is one of the reasons I like his ass. Oh, reasonableness is some of the best persuasion for me, anyway.
Conflict between what makes you money and what's exactly true. And Musk, of course, owns Twitter. So Musk also likes big topics with, big, let's say, event-related stuff, because it's a marketing strategy. Now, do you think that Musk is thinking of it primarily as a marketing strategy for Twitter? I would say probably not. Probably not. All indications are he'd actually like to see the debate. He's probably looking at it just like you and I are, which is, wouldn't you like to see that? Now, I saw a criticism from somebody else online that it's all about creating a spectacle, and the spectacle doesn't help us. Everybody just wants the spectacle. To which I say, we love the spectacle. But if the spectacle is what draws you to the information, very good. It's just what Trump does, right? Creates a spectacle, and then he draws you to the information.
Because what I would really like to see,
so I'm
not going to lie to you here, what I would really like to see is someone who is a vaccine expert sit down with someone who is not necessarily a critic or someone who doesn't believe them, but someone who would challenge them on the statements that they make, so that they have to provide evidence and proof and not just blow smoke up their ass and be like, oh, that's great, and just move on to the next thing. I want that. I want that. Because I really haven't seen any of the journalists who actually interview these experts actually be tough with them. None of them. They literally just let them speak, let them split out their data, and then they just believe and move on. And it's really fucking annoying.
So I would agree that there's a money motive, and that imagining that Joe Rogan or Elon Musk are somehow outside the influence of the money motive that drives everything we do. It's a good, I would say, sort of a dickish thing to say, but philosophically, I'd agree. But what about the bullying part? Is it bullying to offer somebody a huge amount of money to the charity of their choice to come on television to talk about their own area of expertise on the most important question in America, probably, trusting our experts? Does that seem like bullying? Because it's not as if he's never been on TV. This is somebody who goes on TV, looks like every time he's asked by major networks. So
the problem is there are far too many who claim their ignorance is equal in value to evidence. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Okay. You're correct. However, if enough people are ignorant, believe something that is wrong, and you refuse to try to persuade them, you are de facto wrong. And the reason that is because all of those people will vote for politicians who will do things that you don't want them to do, because you're right and they're wrong, but they all believe they're right, and therefore they will do things that are incorrect. Do you understand the like flow of logic of that? If enough of the electorate is ignorant and believes things that are incorrect, they will vote in the way that their ignorance, they will vote in the direction of their ignorance, and that would be bad. Very, very, very bad. And the thing about it is that it might actually be somewhat bad for someone who is not a rhetorician to, one of the hardest things to do is change a person's mind. That's not, yes, but the thing about it is that most people haven't actually made up their mind on this. They're just leaning one way or the other. There are always going to be ideologues who've always made up their mind, like who are never going to change their mind. Absolutely. But there are a lot of people who are going one way because that's the only information they've seen. And if they actually saw someone reasonably who addressed their concerns, who addressed their fears, but, you know, showed them proof / evidence / information that their worldview might not be completely correct, they're more likely to at least give it a shot. Yeah, but again, the problem is you're correct, but only ever so slightly. That's the thing. It's like you're not giving people enough credit, because if you are correct, then we're just fucked. Then the only thing there is left to do is to institute a totalitarian state and do what's right and fuck what everybody says. You realize that, right? Like if what you say is true, specifically, in the way that you say it, then that's what we need to do. That's the only correct moral decision, because the only way we can do what is right is if we force people to do it. Because the vast majority of people are actually somewhat reasonable. You just have to come to a place. Like you have to, in persuasion, there's this thing called pacing and leading. One of the easiest ways to get someone to follow your train of logic when you're trying to change their mind or their worldview is to agree with them on something. Doesn't matter what it is. Like I saw an entire Trump rally agree that Black Lives Matter during the whole Black Lives Matter riots. Why? Because the person who was there from Black Lives Matter, or that side of the argument anyway, paced and led them. It was like perfect persuasion. And it's because the vast majority of people who support Trump do agree that Black lives actually do matter. They just think the organization is corrupt, which it is. They think that it's being pushed by ideologues, which it is. They also believe that it's freaking neo-communists, which it is. All of those things are true. But Black lives do matter. So do blue lives. So does everybody's lives. So it's one of these deals where there is enough of the electorate who believes incorrect information about vaccines, or at least doubts the COVID vaccine. Like the vast majority of people that a lot of these people on the left would label anti-vax are actually pro-vaccine, except for the COVID vaccine. And I am in that camp. I actually don't care about the COVID vaccine because it's relatively like whatever. I'm just not going to take it because I don't need to take it. Like it's not going to happen. So it's, yeah, anyway.
So I'm not buying that he's incapable. There's nothing to suggest that he wouldn't do a good job representing his side. And I think it's sort of insulting, a little bit insulting to imagine that he couldn't. I mean, he has a PhD and an MD, and he's an expert at this field. So, and he's been on TV lots of times doing a good job. I mean, really, is it bullying to say that that guy should talk to somebody who's got some questions? That doesn't feel like bullying at all. Like, I don't get it. Does anybody else feel like bullying? To me, that's exactly the right question. I don't see it at all. All right, now, of course, the internet is bullying him. So just to be clear, I don't think Musk is just having a good time with it. Saying, he said on Twitter, I guess he doesn't like charity. Is that bullying? I mean, he's certainly persuading and cajoling, but I don't see it as bullying at all.
Well,
right, so
it's like I said, it's one of the keys to persuasion. This is the guy I've learned a lot of the persuasion stuff I've gotten from. And one of the main things, and it actually works quite well. And the easiest way to do it is to simply agree with someone on something that is just fundamentally true that they believe in, right? Like, if you want, let's just take this. Let's say you want someone who's staunchly pro 2A, and you want them to move a little bit toward more of a position that we should regulate more firearms. One of the easiest ways to do that is to agree that firearm ownership is a fundamental human right guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, and it is inviolable. I can't remember the word I'm looking for. And it is unquestionable that it is a human right and that it should be protected by the government and not infringed. You start with that premise and then you move from there, and you're more likely to get them to be like, okay, well, what do you got next? Which is one of the reasons why when I despise red flag laws, but when my state instituted its own type of red flag laws, I actually moved a little bit toward the red flag law, because one of the things that we got to remember is that while the Second Amendment is a fundamental human right, the right to keep and bear arms, to be able to defend oneself and to be able to keep your state free, we also remember that you can actually remove the rights of individuals in this country through due process. That's the only way to do it. That is how the Constitution works. That is how our legal and justice system works. So one of the problems with red flag laws is that most of them bypass this requirement of due process. Most of the time, especially like an instance in California, if someone calls the police and says you're a danger to yourself or others and you're crazy and you've got guns and they just make up some bullshit, and the cops will literally come by, steal all your guns, and then you got to go to court and get them back. Whereas the way Tennessee passed their law, it's the court has to prove that you are incapable and unsafe, and it's usually and the first time they do it, it's a temporary order that has to be reevaluated a month later. So what happens is if a report is made, for instance, they have to evaluate you via psychiatrist. The police have to also testify and agree, and a judge has to also agree. So that is the part of the due process that you have to get. You have to get 3 individuals to agree. Now, it's entirely possible they're all corrupt and they all agree to take your guns because they're all corrupt. That's entirely possible. The first injunction will be like 30 days where they seize your firearms, and then they have to redo it with others. For guns, yes, the due process. Because you can take away the rights of citizens in the United States via due process. That's how it works. Even like the fundamental right to be free. You know, when you go to jail, the government takes away your rights. That's just how that works, right? So, but they do it via due process, through a trial court. You go through the courts and have a trial. The problem is we don't have mental health care. That's a bit, how should I put this? That's a bit, one, that's wrong. We do have mental health care. 2, that's a bit simplistic because we do have mental health care. And 3, that's just not anywhere near the realm of like what I'm referring to. What I'm talking about specifically is in Tennessee, when you have someone who's reported that they are a danger to themselves or others with guns and they need to be taken away, what'll happen is you'll get a summons, you'll have to go to court, and they have to prove, you don't have to defend yourself, but they have to prove that you are mentally incapable. And if all 3 of the police, someone who is a professional psychiatrist, and a judge all agree that you are, then you get a temporary order where this is done. And you can even sue to get them back before then, but that's a whole nother ballgame. The point that I'm getting at is that unlike other red flag laws in the United States of America, this is actually a form of due process because they can't take it away until the state determines that you're unsafe, rather than in a place like California where their red flag laws are basically they take them first and then you have to go prove that you're innocent to get them back. You're in Tennessee? I'm in Knoxville. Yeah, I'm near Columbia. And I don't believe it actually passed. I'm not sure if it actually passed or if it's not coming into effect yet. I don't actually remember. It might still be in the House. I'm not sure what's actually going on with it. What do I need to do? Activate gate control. Where's the door at? Okay, it's there. All right. So it's probably back here. Yeah. So yeah, and so at first I was like, I don't know about that. But the thing about it is that you absolutely can take the rights of citizens. Like every felon can't own firearms. Why? Because they went through a process of due process where they lost their rights because they were found to have been a danger to society. And because of the crimes that they committed, they lost the right to be free, which is why they're in jail. And then they lost the right to carry firearms, and they lost the right to vote. I am one of those proponents of once you've paid your debt to society, once you've proven that you're not going to recidivate in commit more crimes after about maybe 5 or 10 years, you should be able to apply to get your gun rights back and your voting rights back. I'm 100% on board with that because you've paid your debt to society. There's no reason you should continue to be punished. But anyway, one of the reasons I brought this up is because we're talking about persuasion. And this is how I was persuaded that not all red flag laws are bad by default. It's the fact that most of the red flag laws are bad because they assume guilt first and require you to defend yourself to get your God-given rights back. I say God-given just as a misnomer. Whoa, that was bad. Holy crap. Oh no, I'm dead. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh boy. Boom! Oh yeah. Lovely. He's unstoppable. Juicy, baby. Frickin' juicy. But yeah, it's one of the reasons I have such a problem with like the modern science and the people who like go on like see if this vaccine individual who was like an expert didn't go on CNN and talk shit and talk shit about other people who don't believe his bullshit, then I wouldn't have a problem with him being like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just a scientist. I don't get involved in that shit. But he's already gotten involved in that shit. That's half the reason that I find it absolute bullshit that he's not at least going like, well, no, let's not do a debate. Let's do a conversation. Because then you can be like, you know, then somebody who has concerns can bring them up, and then he can just be like, look, here's your concerns, here's your fears. I'm going to go through them point by point, and we're going to talk about them. That's really all you got to do to convince the vast majority of people who have just simple doubts that you're correct. Because the vast majority of people who are anti-vax, according to the left, simply are doubting the COVID vaccine efficacy and safety. And so all you have to do is point by point address their concerns, show them that you care and that you're not just full of shit and that you're not some, you know, crazy mofo establishment dude who's gonna frickin' wants to control their children and all that other horse shit that, you know, all the crazy conspiracy theorists, the actual conspiracy theorists push. If you do that, then they're more likely to side with you, or at least not side against you. That's half the issue. And when you say, no, I'm not gonna debate you because you're wrong and I'm right, and it would you know, and that's it, well, then you look like a jackass and people are less likely to trust you. And we're already at the point where nobody trusts the establishment hardly at all. Even me, who is someone who recognizes the need for an establishment, the need that the establishment exists. And even though I'm anti-establishment, I recognize that it should exist and that it must exist because obviously it should. Debates are non-productive. I disagree. I 100% disagree. Debates can absolutely be productive. It's that most of them are not. And the reason most of them are not is because they're poorly moderated. And most of the debates that you're probably talking about are political debates, where basically it's just rhetorical bullshit. This is why I like scientific debates, because where you have I legitimately want actual scientists to debate these things. I don't want RFK to debate a vaccine expert. I want the vaccine expert who says, yeah, I think these are unsafe, to debate the vaccine expert who says they are safe, because they're both scientists. They're both experts. This is what I want. Like there are climate scientists who are absolutely 100%. The Earth is not gonna die in the next 12 years. It's all overblown. It's all bullshit. We just need to chill out. And then there are other scientists who are like, we're all gonna die. I want those two people to sit down from one another and actually have a goddamn conversation. Is that so much to ask? How is that gonna be not productive? You know what I'm saying? If it's two experts and two scientists, and you need both sides of the argument. If you sit down with one and you only get one side of an argument, especially of a very nuanced, multifaceted subject, well, that's useless, because then you're just being propagandized. Which is why Joe Rogan sitting down with RFK Jr. by themselves and him talking bullshit about vaccines is bullshit. and is not helpful to anyone, let alone the American electorate. That's why you need a proper moderator to prevent what vaccine expert guy is afraid of, because that's what it is he's afraid. Let's be real, it's fear. That's why I called him a coward. It's fear. He's afraid that it'll make him look bad, and it'll hurt his arguments, and it'll hurt his side because he's not as good as a persuasion individual as RFK is. That's what it is. Let's just you know, call a spade. It's fear, and that's fine.
Either dead or roaming the halls as monsters.
Not everybody can be brave, right?
I watched them for days until I found one that had my father's limb. I approached and pleaded with him to come home.
Non-moderated political debates, yeah, because that's the thing, is that when most people think debates, they think political debates, and political debates are not very good at all. They could be, but really, wow, that hurt. Yeah. They could be, but the problem is that they're not properly moderated. Most of the most modern moderators let politicians do all kinds of stupid shit that they should not be doing. I mean, the perfect example is the debates that Trump was in. Like, they never should have allowed him to do any of that shit, but it was great ratings, and that's why they did. Right? You shouldn't allow him to do that kind of shit. You shouldn't allow him to talk shit. You shouldn't allow him to call people names. Any of that nonsense. Like, that's good entertainment. That's not good debate. And that's why I rather like Scott's suggestion that instead of having a debate where two people show up and they just talk shit to one another the entire time, it's more of a conversation where there are 3 points that are made, and you both get all of your sources, give each other all of your sources, and then you talk on those points, and then you set up a follow-up. I think that would be really, really good.
Agree on that characterization. But, you know, again, Cuban is talking with some hyperbole, so calling it bullying is not really something to fact check. He's using some hyperbole, so we'll let him get away with hyperbole. I guess I will withdraw my objection to that, because you don't want to fact check hyperbole. You know that, right? Don't fact check the hyperbole.
No point.
There's no point in that. But then Mark Cuban said that Joe Rogan and Kennedy both have staffs to prepare them. Does that feel like a good point?
Yeah, it kind of does.
That Kennedy and Joe Rogan both have like producers and staff to prepare them? That doesn't feel like a good point. Because first of all, do you think Joe Rogan would have his producers prepare him for that? I think they would just make sure he knew when it was, so he'd show up on time, and the cameras are rolling. I do not get the sense that Joe Rogan's producers are doing a lot of producing in terms of managing Joe Rogan. Do you think that's happening? I mean, he does have one or more producers. I don't know the number is. But I think they're just there to make sure that the show happens.
To be fair, though, RFK does, and he absolutely would.
What about RFK Jr.? Do you think RFK Jr. has anyone on his staff who knows more than he does about the topic?
No, that's not fair, Scott. That's
I kind of doubt it.
You know they would try to prepare.
The whole point is that he is the topic.
Practice.
He's like a walking encyclopedia of this topic. This has been his life's work. So I don't think that the staff argument holds. And it's so weak that it makes me wonder what's behind it. I'll tell you what it makes it look like. It makes it look like Mark Cuban doesn't want the truth to come out. Now, obviously, he's not thinking that in a conscious way, right? Because I would trust Mark Cuban enough that consciously he's not thinking. I guarantee you, he's not consciously afraid that it will go not his way. But the way he's acting suggests there might be a subconscious concern that he might be wrong. And it would be very, very bad for anybody to be on the wrong end of this conversation. Believe me, when the rumors started that I was on the wrong end of everything, when 4chan did their little prank on me, it really makes life difficult when everybody thinks you're a part of wrecking the world. So I can see why.
Why did you ask about state sovereignty, by the way?
Again, that's not exactly a good characterization, but you know what I mean.
What do you mean by that?
I think it's a dangerous conversation. I think there are a lot of people.
Are you talking about the crazy sovereign citizen stuff, or are you referring
to those on the right have seen so much skeptical content that you wouldn't be surprised if RFK Jr. won the debate that could say that. You wouldn't be surprised. But there are people on the left who would be hearing things for the very first time, and they would be saying, "Wait, what?" So RFK Jr. could move the needle. He's persuasive enough and he would become well-armed enough that there would be people hearing stuff that they've never heard before. It would be kind of a shock to their systems. All right, so are Rogan and Musk contributing to the worsening climate? I don't see that. I do not see Rogan and Musk contributing to a worsening climate. I see exactly the opposite. I mean, Musk is saying, if you're running for president, doesn't matter what side you're on, I want you on spaces. How's that wrong? You're inviting everybody and giving them a big platform. Trying to get rid of the shadow banning. I mean, it looks like everything he does is in a positive direction. In a bad way. Positive direction. All right. One of the claims about, there's a little
God, I love this.
One of the claims about vaccinations by some critics is that they might be behind the increase in autism. And you've heard that argument, right? There's some who believe that some childhood shots are behind autism. Now, you've heard the other explanation for the rise in autism, right?
Nope.
I wouldn't rule it out, by the way. But there's another explanation.
I'm going to just say this. Penn and Teller did a thing on their show called Bullshit. Basically, the argument goes is that even if vaccines cause autism at the rates that we see and in the increase, they're still worth it. 100%, no doubt.
You've not heard it? It's not environment. No, it's not environment or pollution. Have you heard? It's not food. Old dads is one, right? The age of the parents is one. There's another one that's related to that. Not medications, not chemicals, not telomeres, not old sperm. Well, the old sperm we just talked about. Wow. I feel like, no, there's another reason. How do you not all know this? So I guess, I'm going to give you something to fact check, okay? Elon Musk says he has 2 kids on the spectrum and 7 children. 2 out of 7. Elon Musk says it's inheritable, so that he's the reason 2 of his kids have it. Do you think he's right that it's inheritable?
Maybe.
Do you believe it is inheritable? 2 of his kids? I would say yes. Yeah. I feel we don't. I'm not a scientist, but I feel that's probably true. Now, what would happen if 2 Elon Musks got married? So there's a female Elon Musk, let's say unrelated, but basically same, and he marries another Elon Musk. Do the odds of having an autistic kid go up if there are 2 contributors instead of 1? Logically, yes. Right. Again, I don't have a study that proves it, but logically, we'd expect it. Now, number 2, in our modern world, can the Elon Musk male and female find each other more easily? Do we have a civilization in which if you're a smart Elon Musk type, you can easily find your matching female Elon Musk? Yes, it's called going to work. Because if you go to work at Microsoft, you walk down the hallway and there's all these other Elon Musks. You find a female one, you marry him, and now you've got 2 Elon Musks. Do they have more autistic kids and kids on the spectrum? I believe the answer is yes. Now this is what I need to fact check on. I thought that was well established. Is it not? So am I wrong that that's not so well established it's just true? But I was surprised that most of you were not aware of that, at least claim. Again, I'm not going to say it's true. But I'll say that
he was frozen for a hot minute.
20 years. 20 years, I think. And I don't see anything wrong with it. To me, that seems so obvious, so obviously true, that it would take quite a bit of science to talk me out of it. I could be talked out of it if they found some way to test it and it was reliable. But it seems to me that you don't need any vaccinations to explain it. The rise of technology companies brought male and female Elon Musks together. They married and had kids. And that's the end of the story.
I don't think that's
then there's also the other part, that people are having children older.
I don't buy that.
So if they're a little bit older, they're more likely, I guess. I saw a paid comment go by.
Variety of factors,
that,
including vaccines.
Mark Cuban is also investor in or owner of, I don't know which it is, of this mail, what would you call it, drugs by mail company, I forget what it's called. So he's got cheap drugs, generics, I guess, that you can get through him that's competing with the rest of the industry. So you should understand that he's in the business of selling pharmaceutical products. And that might have an impact on his public opinion on this stuff.
No.
It's not directly related. But you should assume that he's in that world. That's part of the story. All right. I always like it when I see my billionaires arguing. It's always productive.
Yeah, it is kind of nice, isn't it?
You see that. All right, Jordan Peterson is warning Lex Fridman that he could get kicked off of YouTube for doing certain kinds of things, such as talking to skeptics. And these are things that Jordan Peterson and I guess the Daily Wire Plus have gotten in trouble for recently. They've removed Jordan Peterson's interview with RFK Jr.
26 to all stats.
They took it off of YouTube. As a citizen of the United States, it has been judged that you cannot see Jordan Peterson talking to a major presidential candidate. I think my mind is going to explode. How is that possible? Like, what could RFK Jr. have said that isn't the public's not just right to know, but we should have a pretty big interest in knowing? What did he say that's so horrible?
Yeah, now I want to know what he said.
Was it vaccination skepticism? That's it. And who decided he was wrong?
Thanks, Streisand.
Like, who at YouTube was the person who could look at RFK's argument and Junior's argument and know it's wrong? Which major scientist did that? I mean, everything about this seems just so wrong. Now, I'm not saying that everything RFK Jr. said is accurate. I'm not qualified to judge. But I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't know. And I'm pretty sure he's a major candidate for president who has an actual path to the office, unlike some who don't have a path. Yeah. So, anyway. Also got kicked off when Jordan Peterson interviewed Matt Walsh and Helen Joyce. I don't know who Helen Joyce was. Was she in the trans...
Wow,
which field is she in?
dude.
Helen Joyce? I didn't see that interview. Whatever it was too controversial for YouTube. And the weird thing about this is, it's like they don't have any idea who Jordan Peterson is, somehow. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Jordan Peterson...
So, I would be trading vulnerable damage, core skill damage, crowd control, and distant for damage to frozen, damage to chill, intelligence, and all stats. I'm not actually sure it's worth it because I'm gonna like the distant enemies is not that big of a deal, but it is one of those things I don't like. I don't like damage to distant enemies because even though I do, you know, hit a lot of distant enemies, I prefer just like I want frozen, crowd control, chill, and like core skills. If I could get rid of distant enemies, I would. I don't think this prism rod is gonna be that great. So. Mainly because I want those stats, but the problem is I'm not sure it's better than the damage bonus from.
What will it be?
From crowd control, right? That's like 23%, then 30% to vulnerable, 28 damage versus, you know, with this thing. So if I do this, so it's 791.
That there is worth the
So
coin.
34 to all stats. Look at that shit. 16% to frozen, 14% to chilled. I would lose that vulnerable damage, dude. I don't know about I can't lose vulnerable damage, man. Like, the frozen is fine, but the problem is vulnerable is better because, in my opinion, because, well, one, I don't have very much of it, so I need to stack more of it, just to be real here. Vulnerable damage, there it is. I got 85. If I take that off, I'm going to lose quite a bit extra. Yeah, so that's a good portion of my vulnerable damage. Yeah. Just not sure about that. Yeah, I'm just not sure about that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. All right, boys. Unfortunately, the doggo needs to go outside, so I'm going to take her real quick. We'll be right back. Stand by to stand by to stand by. We'll be right back right after these few messages. From my break screen, stay tuned for more Diablo 4. Works. It freaking works, man. That's crazy. I don't think I can get behind him. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Wow. Just a wee bit. Nada. 2 towers. 2 freaking towers. Look at that shit. This game is so freaking cheating.
Here are rats.
What kind of bullshit is that, man? 2 of them.
Move.
Right next to one another. Oh no, you shall not pass. That's right. You heard me. You heard me. Did I stutter? Did I stutter? No. You shall not pass.
My knowledge is at your disposal.
Shall not. Unfair. Most of the time, it's only 5 crates anyway. Sometimes it's 4, and sometimes it's 6. Not much I can do about that.
I'm going
that, my
home
friend.
for now.
Wait!
Secure. All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Or more to the point. More to the point.
A flawless victory.
Some of that ring-a-ding-ding Overwatch. Give me some of that Joker! Boom! No! Really? Your first shot, you fucking miss! What? Joker! Joker! Yeah, this is one I want right here. Come at me, bro.
Yes!
Boom.
Fucking own it!
Ooh, that's good stuff. Woo-wee! Sweet pickle. Okay, let's move up. There's no way. So I would like to point out that this is possibly one of the weakest. This makes the Tech Marine so infuriating and makes it super weak. This specifically right here. Did you see that? Did you see that? And here we go, boys. The big, the amazing, the awesome. Let's go, boys. Yes, in the name of the Emperor. Fear me, Xenoscum. May he have mercy upon your souls, for my Siamp will not. It's totally worth it. Totally worth it. Rupture, 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 rupture. And how many is he gonna get? How many is he gonna get? What is going on, dude? Dude, the game is going nuts. Come on, somebody move. Oh, there it is, boys. Mega kill. Oh my God, they're all dead. Holy shit! Oh no! We pulled everything on the map! No! Oh, what happened? How does it pull? What? How did it... Where'd all this shit come from? Oh my God, dude! Wow! Wow, that's crazy. How did all that stuff pull? I still have stealth on you. They don't see you. Who do they see? How did all these dudes pull? I mean, this is a giant corpse pile, dude. That was one. That was one. And we didn't get a single freaking. Oh, yeah, you did kill the mutant. Okay. So I can get here into full cover. Ooh, yeah, but those boys over there are gonna have a field day with me. The Naga Elite can't see me, but neither can the other guys over there. I think I'm gonna move Trey Condor right here. If I go here, the drones can flank, and that Viper Elite can flank me as well. We mind controlled a snake. That's why I pulled everything. I'll take it. I'll freaking take it, boys. That.
We are highly trained veterans, and you're just a settler with a toy blaster. We're taking the Jedi to Nar Shaddaa, and that is the end of that. I'm gonna say this nice and simple for your little calf-hurting head. Unless you want to wind up dead, leave now.
I don't want to fight, but I can't let you take Vrook to Nar Shaddaa.
I warned you, but I'm glad you didn't listen. Attack, men.
She's glad? Why? That's so mean. So mean.
Alrighty, boys, we have a ton. All right, let's get it done, shall we? So yeah, 70 intelligence sounds pretty good, man. But the problem is I don't know how it's gonna affect all my damage, right? So we're gonna have. Let's level it up. Let's level up one more time so I can see what the actual full damage is gonna be. Uno más. 30k, yeah, it's totally worth it to see.
Not bad.
So we're gonna have 39 to all stats, 81 intelligence, 17 chill, 19 freeze damage. But I will lose crowd control, which is 111. So the problem is that what? Damn, dude. And why? So why? This is so weird. Why is it that frozen and crowd control and frozen and chilled damage are so much lower than crowd control and distant and vulnerable and core? Like, look at that, dude. I think I'm just gonna leave it be, man. Yeah. The 76 intelligence and 36 to all stats sounds great, but nah, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good. We're just gonna eat it.
Came apart nicely.
We're just going to eat it. All right, Scott, lay it down on us.
Saw some unscientific bullshit. He'd be the one to call it out. Am I wrong? Like, who would be more qualified to stop somebody from saying some just total bullshit than him? I can't imagine who I would be happier with, monitoring what information is considered credible for me. I mean, I would trust him completely, which doesn't mean he's right. Doesn't mean he's right, but he's qualified to understand what looks like bullshit in the scientific realm. And if he calls it out, I'd say, oh, okay. There's somebody who knows some bullshit. Are you kidding? He just calls it out.
Reset
but if he
the
doesn't call it out,
dungeon.
I would like to know that too. If somebody as smart as Jordan Peterson listens to an argument that's counter to the mainstream argument, and he says, that's good enough to be on my podcast. I don't know if it's right, but it's a good enough point to be on my podcast. I'd like to know that. So YouTube, I get that you're trying to.
Dude, that is so ass.
I get that. And if they demonetized these things, I understand that as well. Because the advertisers do have a preference of not being associated with certain kinds of content. That's just business. So if they demonetized it, that's a whole different argument. Or removing it. That seems so far over the line of what society would expect.
I took too long? Is that what it
maybe
was?
I'm only hearing one side of the argument. Maybe there's something I don't know about in this, but I doubt it. All right, CNN got fact-checked on Twitter, which I love, the community notes thing. CNN tweeted, black fathers are often portrayed as absent or distant, but that isn't what most people experience, according to both data and black dads themselves. Blah, 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 biased portrayals. And then community notes fact-checked them with the following facts. 64% of black kids have single-parent homes, 42% of Hispanic, 24% of white, and 16% of Asian have a single-parent home. Does the order of those things remind you of the order of any other thing? What else is it that has this exact order? Black kids, Hispanic kids, white kids, Asian. Well, it has exactly that order. Crime and academics and success. They're all perfectly correlated. Now, since this is a conservative audience, can we conclude that having the single parent, some of this might be a single male parent, but can we conclude that the single parent is causing all these problems? That a single parent environment is causing crime, low academics, maybe affecting IQ, all that stuff. Somebody's clarifying that the single mothers have been identified as more correlated. I think that's true. I did see a study that said the single fathers were doing a better job.
That's because they're self-selecting.
So most of you would say this is pretty strong evidence, given that the rate of single parenthood in these groups seems to almost identically match their performance and output in a variety of ways. So it's the cause. Does your logic says that this is the cause? No, they're definitely correlated. They're correlated. But is it a causation? I don't see it. I don't see it. I think there's a cause that causes the single parenthood that causes everything else. Isn't it more likely that whatever is causing this is causing everything? That they all have the same cause?
If you're a single father, you're already like self-selecting in a massive way, right? Whereas single mothers are kind of also self-selecting in that asshole. I don't even know what the hell killed him. I think it was the explosion. Sparking blood maggots, you know. But the reason I say it's like single fathers are self-selecting is because you could just abandon your children, but most single fathers are already selected to take care of their children, and they're selected to do it by themselves. Whereas more women are more likely to be single mothers than there are single fathers. Yeah. Because they bear the brunt of, you know, child rearing.
It's not that the one thing caused the others. Right. So I've never quite agreed with the single parent simplicity right-leaning opinion. So the right just says, look, the correlation is really clear. Single parent house, you're going to do poorly. Period. So stop having those single parent houses. If you just stop having the fatherlessness, you'll do fine, because the facts just show that. High correlation. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think that whatever causes the single parent situation is probably causing all the other problems. It's just one thing, whatever it is, it's just causing everything. Now, it may not be one thing. It might be like a basket of things, and not just one item. But whatever it is, it's probably causing everything. All right. Let me ask you something. Is this the first time anybody ever said in front of you that the single parent thing might be just another thing that's caused by some other thing? Is it the first time you've heard that? Because that would be very sad. Now, and let me be clear. I'm not ruling out that the single parent thing is actually the cause of the other things. I'm not ruling it out. I'm saying it's just not demonstrated. It's just correlation. It's just not causation. It might be. Might be. Let me give you a different way to look at it. Now, this is not. I'm not saying this is true. This is not a claim of truth. This is just so you can think of it like a mental experiment. Suppose the way mothers act is completely different among the three entities. If you married an Asian woman, do you think she would treat her man better than if you married a black or Hispanic woman? Now again, in each of these cases, I'm not making claims there's something different about the people. I'm not making that claim. I'm just walking you through a mental experiment where you could imagine that there's something causing all of it to happen. So, anecdotally, most men would say the Asian woman treats the man better. So is a man more likely to stay married if he's treated well? Yes. So the problem is not the single stuff. Maybe the problem is whatever caused you to be single in the first place. Maybe the mom is defective. Maybe. So, and when I say defective, I don't mean DNA. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe there's a difference in how people act, for whatever reason. You know, you could have your own reason for why they act that way. But they do act different. You think an Asian American kid stopped by the police acts exactly the same as a black 19-year-old stopped by the police? Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that? No. No, you're not allowed to say it. I mean, I can say it because I got disgraced and canceled. But I can just say it out loud. There's nobody in the world who believes that a 19-year-old black kid, on average, like individuals, yes. Anything you say about a group doesn't apply to the individuals. But as a group, there's nobody in the world, nobody black, nobody Asian, who thinks the average Asian kid acts just the same in a police stop as the average black kid. Nobody believes that. Now, I don't know why. I actually don't know why. If I did, I'd give you some speculation. I don't know why. But it's just obvious. So why would they get the same outcome? If you act differently, how can you possibly get the same outcome? As somebody said the other day, why do we talk about culture? You know, this is my culture and I want to protect my culture. If you don't act different, isn't the whole point of a culture is that you act different? So if you're acting different and getting different outcomes, it's supposed to work that way. That's exactly how it's supposed to work. You act different, you get different outcomes. So to me, none of this is too surprising. Culture would explain it. I don't know if that is the explanation, but it would explain it. I mean, it's just facts. So then you have to go back another level. What causes the culture? What causes the culture? I would say density, as much as anything. If you looked at the culture of low-income black people living in high-density areas, does it look just like the low-income black people who are living in less dense areas in the countryside, for example? Probably not. I mean, they might like the same music. That's about it. So I think density might be the underappreciated variable. Nobody ever talks about that.
Like, honestly, I'm pretty sure a lot of this can be explained that it has to do with high density, close proximity, and high density in urban areas and cities, on top of high income inequality in close range. It's not high income inequality that's the problem. It's how close that income inequality
Mother
is
told me
to
not
the
to.
people that are in these urban areas. If I'm not mistaken, Britain has a very similar issue with their white underclass in a very similar way. And they're, because they live in, you know, high density urban areas where there is extreme income inequality in close proximity to them. But, you know, most people who live in poor areas that are not urban, not in high density, and don't have close proximity to high income inequality, don't have these issues. Right? It's melted, man. Suppression my ass. Get out of here.
Population density. Mushrooms are all the zeitgeist now. Everybody seems to be talking about it at the same time. So Australia is the first nation to approve psychedelics as treatment for conditions such as PTSD, so various mental conditions. But apparently, according to the story, a patient will still have to jump through hoops to get it, which is not, you would expect that, right? You'd have to do a lot of process to be eligible to get it, but that's the beginning. Now, at the same time that Australia is legalizing it in a limited way, there's a story on CNN where the CNN correspondent went to, I think it was Jamaica, where it's legal, and did a story in which he was observed doing mushrooms. Can you imagine any world in which CNN would have their own host go to another country so that it's legal and take an illegal drug, illegal in this country, and then just do a story about like how it felt and what he learned and stuff? Doesn't that seem amazing to you? And it was a positive story. So the bottom line was, you know, nothing bad about mushrooms. But the fact that CNN is, you know, really the representative of the mainstream in many ways. They're basically saying mushrooms, yes. Did you see that coming? That's the most unusual outcome. That the mainstream is seeing mushrooms as it's time to go, time to legalize them. Yeah, it's quite a surprise. Because I think a lot of people on the right have been there for a long time. Yeah, just in terms of freedom. Yeah. Why don't I have the freedom to put in my body what I want? Not all the people on the right, but you know, the freedom-loving ones. All right, I saw an argument on also from CNN that Trump's declassification argument is bunk. And the idea is that Trump is claiming that he can declassify anything just by removing it. I agree with that. So I agree with Trump's statement that if there's no written law and it's up to the president, then he can do what he wants. But apparently during the Obama administration, there was an executive order that was created that did give some guidelines about how to handle classified stuff. And apparently Trump did not follow those guidelines. So here's my question, not being a lawyer. Does the president have to follow an executive order?
Thank you, Wanda.
How does that work? It's an executive order. It's like the president's order. Now, if it comes from a prior president, like I get it, that stays in place until it gets
I
changed.
think I can manage from here.
But if you're talking about the president,
Please.
does the president have to do what another president ordered, which the new president could reverse just by writing a piece of paper? Because if Trump didn't follow those executive orders, it's just a paperwork problem. Because he could have simply written on a piece of paper, I rescind this executive order.
Yeah, he could have, but he didn't.
He had the full power to rescind it, I think.
So too bad.
Yeah, they're not laws. And so if Trump ignored it, would that be breaking a law? Or is it ignoring an executive order that he could have made go away with a stroke of a pen? It looks like he just cut a corner. It doesn't look like the worst problem in the world. Yeah. All right. Well, I just wanted you to hear that argument, unless it comes up, because you never hear it in the right-leaning press. But it doesn't look convincing to me. So here's my bottom line. You can't put my president, whether it's Biden or Trump or anybody else, you can't put my president in jail when lawyers can't agree what the law is. You can't. Will not happen. Will not happen. And furthermore, if the public isn't allowed to see these documents, I get why we're not allowed to see them. But you can't put them in jail if you can't see them. Now, I would be willing to allow
really
that
come
if
to
Republicans
love
had access to it, people had security
Frost Orb
and it was a set of Republicans you could
I
trust.
really didn't like
If you
it, but
let
man,
your,
I'm really starting to enjoy it.
Let your Thomas Massey's in there, or your Tom
Like, it is
people basically
so
you would trust
awesome
if they said,
how
yeah, this is
often
bad.
procs,
You know, I hate to say it, but
especially with ice
we looked at these
shards, how
documents.
fast it
It's
attacks.
way worse than we thought they would be. Gotta admit they're bad. I believe that the Republicans would do that. I would trust them. Not everyone. Not everyone. But there is a handful of Republicans that could have the right clearance that I would say, all right, I don't need to know. But you know, I'm going to take your word for it. I would go with that. But I'm definitely not going to listen to Democrats who say it's bad and they get show to me. So you can't put my president in jail over documents that at least people I believe haven't seen. And lawyers can't even decide if the law was broken. Andrew, you're very dumb, but I'd like to mock you for a minute. Andrew says, Scott Adams says, never voted. Thanks. All right, first of all, that's not true. I have voted. Yet last week he said, we all need to vote. LOL. Did I say you all need to vote? I don't remember saying that. I think you got 2 or 3 hallucinations going at once. Oh yeah, I voted. The reason I don't vote is that I have voted. Did I tell you who I voted for when I voted for president? Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter. And do you know what I learned after I voted for Jimmy Carter? What did I learn? Tell me. Tell me, what did I learn when I voted for Jimmy Carter? That I don't know enough to vote. I learned that I'm bad at voting. Didn't help. Did I make anything better by my vote? No, I made the world worse. I did everything. Dapper Dale believes the 4chan hoax about my opinions. Dapper Dale, you're very gullible. He just wants to say the same thing over and over again.
God, I hate the spider root.
Goodbye. Dapper. All right. That, ladies and gentlemen, is all I wanted to tell you today. And thanks for joining. And just remember, debates are good. And if science won't go to your debate, science gets to lose. Science loses. I think the last credibility of science was removed today. Now, if the debate or something like it happens, then I'll change my mind. But Dr. Hook has destroyed science completely today. I feel like one person destroyed science. Because when I see that he's unwilling to debate, I get his, like I said, I understand his objectives.
But you can control.
But they're not good enough. They're not good enough. If science can't defend itself, then we can ignore it. If it's so weak that it can't defend itself, we can ignore it. Which would be terrible, of course. So, all right. This video is a transcript of my meltdown. Probably. They probably have internal security. But it wasn't as spectacular. I didn't raise my voice. When I say it was a meltdown, I wasn't shouting. I was just getting in his face with some truth. All right. That's all we got now. And I will talk to you tomorrow, YouTube.
To be a pride flag, I guess you could. I mean, if you vote on it and go through the process, that's the city. That would be the city or state flag. But I doubt that would get passed. But I mean, if you want to, go for it.
Before voting to approve the resolution, the council members and the mayor made comments of their own, saying that this is not about targeting one specific group, adding that if you let one flag in, you'd have to let all the flags in.
True.
Reporting live from Montreal, Jacqueline Francis, Local 4.
All right, Jacqueline, thank you.
The POW is literally a social activism flag. You are wrong. Okay. What about when people fly St. Patty's Day flags? Like, I'm in public spaces. We're talking about, hold on. When we say public here, we mean public city property. Public property. Not just like an open public, not like a public space. The public isn't like owned by the city or state. That's what we're talking about here. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. So he's talking about, there's this thing that happened in, I believe, Michigan, where the city council voted to ban all non-American government flags. So no pride flag, none of that stuff. So okay, now I think we're full up here. I'm gonna throw. Which one do I want to get rid of? You. Excellent. Yeah. So no, they basically banned the pride flag on government property and buildings.
Not much.
Chillin'?
Big chillin'.
So you have a take about flags?
Yeah. Before we get to that take, though, let me start off on a 1-0. I bet you don't know what kind of suit you're supposed to wear to a courthouse.
What do you mean?
You know what kind of suits lawyers are supposed to wear when they go to court?
Is this like a setup like for these nuts?
No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Supposed to wear a lawsuit. Okay, go. What's up?
Hey, no, I have initial
reaction
to pride flags being displayed on government property, and so I guess I wanted to understand the scope of your opinion and then maybe offer a...
Yeah, sure. I think probably on public property it should probably be restricted to symbols or displays of government-related things, I would imagine. So,
and the policy rationale is?
Because public property is supported by everybody in the United States, so we should probably find the most watered down shared belief that we can put on public property. So for instance, if I live in a city or state, my tax money is going to be supporting that particular thing. Whether I like it or not, I have to support the city, the state, the country I live in. I do that with my taxes, property taxes, state taxes, city, whatever. So that's a non-negotiating position. You can't say I'm not going to pay my tax rate. So at that foundational level, you can support the flags, you can say whatever. But I might hate LGBT stuff. I might not like a certain religion, whatever like that. The city, state, that property should represent everybody in the country. And putting that type of stuff on there that's hotly debated, not agreed on by everybody, I think is a breach of what ought to be on public property.
And to be clear to understand the scope of your opinion, it's not a commentary on what is legal and what is not legal. It's a question about what you think should be the case, right? It's not a First Amendment.
What is legal or not legal? No, I don't know if that would have any bearing on it. Like, it's legal to execute people. Should we have flags of the
I just want to make sure it's not illegal. It's not like a legal sort of First Amendment thing. It's a
just shot.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily plays into that.
Okay. Well, I think that position, is it unique to displays or flags, or does it extend to things like holidays and any other kind of government speech that you can imagine?
Government holidays are probably fine.
What are the distinguishing characteristics that make one, a speech or a resolution by the Congress in support of some political message?
One is literally if we've decided federally to recognize a federal holiday.
Okay, so suppose that Congress says we're passing a resolution, and for the period of whatever, this following sets of months, we're going to display the Ukrainian flag right next to the American flag on some in some house, in some audience.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have started this boss fight in a second.
You're good.
Give me a second. He's playing Diablo.
Okay, sorry. Go for it. Okay.
Okay, you're good. I guess I think that I usually do this kind of questioning thing to get to. I think it's a good way to get to the bottom of stuff.
Oh yeah, we were saying that if there's a federal holiday, obviously it's a federal holiday, so it's like Martin Luther King Day and Easter.
I'm gonna stop doing this because I feel like I do it too much and it annoys people when I do it.
Reset again.
I know, but I just want for this time I'm just gonna try to be more affirmative. And so this is where
I'm really glad I did all that. Okay.
So I think that in your mind, there's something distinguishing artistic displays
or
fixed displays that are visible for people, and there's something different about flags that into the category thing. Call it joint resolutions, declarations, holidays, other kinds of displays. And so I want to know from you what is different about flags, if there is anything different. And then I want to know Even
Look,
if there is no difference in terms
for
of
me, with the pride flag, especially the like different versions of one, it's like, look, a lot of the ultra progressive nonsense is essentially neo-Marxism at this point. It is literally like critical race theory, for instance, is literally taking Marxist critique and taking it from economics and putting it into every like social area that we have in the United States. And what I mean by that, it is like race, white versus black. You know, instead of it being the bourgeoisie rich versus the proletariat poor, it's black versus white, white versus black, men versus women, trans versus cis, all this bullshit. And it's always the same kind of deal. One is the oppressor, one is the oppressed, one is always the oppressor, one is always the oppressed, and there's never and never the two shall intertwine. And you add intersectional feminism and you're basically, you know, do the oppressor versus oppressed nonsense in infinitum, like into infinity, over every freaking aspect of our lives. And I don't, while there are criticisms that you can absolutely make that are valid of our civilization and all that other thing, I am not going to abide by communists running our civilization.
Can I help
it's not
you?
gonna happen. You can right off with that. So let's continue on.
The kind of display there is, why would we be okay with something like a Ukrainian flag display, or would we not be okay with that? And then how would we distinguish that?
I think that when it comes to international issues, I think it's a bit different. I think that even if we're divided on international issues, you can make an argument for foreign flags, like the Ukrainian flag, because you would argue that the United States as a nation is standing in favor, even if we were divided internally, we're standing united on an external front for those things. I could see there being arguments against it, though. Like, that'd be a more difficult position to defend. But
there's a lot of discussion and debate about our presence in Ukraine.
Yeah, I just said that. I agree. I just said that. But regardless of our internal debate, when we send stuff to other countries, there's no debate once the weapons are there, right? That's what the United States as a whole, however divided we might be internally, externally, is providing one source of united help, right? But when it comes to like a pride flag or some social issue flag, it's a domestic internal issue. It's not codified in law, and it's something that we are hotly contesting among ourselves right now. So I feel like that would be an inappropriate thing to place on a city council or on a state assembly or federal courthouse, or just even on the White House. I think it's inappropriate because these are supposed to be symbols that uniformly represent all Americans. And why would you put a hotly contested social issue up and take a side on it when that's not? Yeah,
if I'm understanding you correctly, it sounds like there's a division you'd like to propose between foreign issues and domestic issues, or issues that are codified. I don't know if those are a combined thing or if they're the same thing. Like the fact that something is codified into a law, if it were a domestic or social issue, say for instance civil rights, would that change how you feel about some kind of civil rights? You can put in the hypothetical yourself, I don't need to go into it. Is it the codification itself, the fact that it's an act of government policy separate from the display or the speech itself?
Wait, what are you asking? What would the display be?
Okay, so I see a division in how you're treating certain issues versus others, even though they're hotly contested, right? Ukraine hotly contested, issues related to aspects of LGBTQ representation hotly debated, so no difference there. But one way that you could have a difference between how you feel about Ukrainian display and the LGBT display is by saying, one, either that the Ukrainian policy, even though it's hotly debated, it represents some kind of
wait, I'm trying to figure out what is the display you're talking about? Like, what would you be displaying that you're asking?
A hypothetical Ukrainian flag display,
okay.
that the government would have in some public space. It seemed like you would be okay with that.
Yeah, I think so. But again, that position would be more tenuous than being in favor of like an American flag or a state flag or a city flag.
But it's dispositive in the sense that if someone asks you, are you okay with that? You'd be like, on balance, yeah. Not as much as I am okay with the
American
flag,
I would be okay with it,
yeah. But whereas in the gay case, you'd be like, on balance, no. And so it changes the answer. And so I would say that there is a distinction there in your mind between it. And I'm trying to get to what that is. Is it the fact that one shows support for Ukraine because it's part of the American policy as enacted through the political process?
Yes.
Or is it because it's a foreign issue? Which one of those?
That one, because of the American policy thing or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, I just like, and the policy surely has to be separate from the display itself. The solidarity itself is done in furtherance or to coincide with some kind of other agenda or policy done, presumably, right? Because Congress could pass a law that says we shall have the gay flag, LGBT pride flag, on display, and that would be an enactment by Congress, right? Let's say the president.
Yeah, they pass a law for it. I mean, yeah, sure. I'm not sure if I'd be in favor of the law, but I mean, if they pass that law, that would give them, yeah, sure.
Would you be okay? Well, then that just says that you have a problem with the process. The process is like you're not okay with some city or state government unilaterally.
In the most general sense, my position is, the rationale behind the position is that publicly funded property ought to be a representation of as many American people as possible. That ought to be the case. Now, in general, the process that ensures that is stuff like legislation, right? Now, if you're saying, well, hypothetically, what if we legislated that every flag in the United States had a giant thorny black dragon dildo? And I'm like, well, that doesn't sound like a good law. That's not disproving my argument because you're picking an issue that legislation typically would prohibit from happening because most Americans wouldn't be like legislation tends to map onto desires of most Americans. So if you're going to propose me legislation that clearly doesn't map onto desires of most Americans, I mean, I'll say that I kind of agree, kind of disagree, but your intuition pumping something there that like is obviously breaking the hypothetical. But yeah,
here's where I think I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to. I think that it has nothing to do, or I shouldn't say it has nothing to do. It obviously has something to do with the process and the procedure.
So much money to make gems, dude.
How something comes about. But I think that there is something about the substance that is driving what's going on. I think that if you were, suppose that the same amount of people were in support of I don't know, racial inequality in the United States as our supporting of the Ukraine war. And there was some kind of foreign-facing agenda that coincided with inequality. We're pushing for inequality in our sisters, you know, something like that, or reverse us back to the time of the civil rights era. I think, notwithstanding the fact that there could be widespread support for public displays affirming inequality, say a Confederate flag or something like that, the widespread or ubiquity or relative ubiquity of that thought, you'd still be against that flag, right?
The Confederate flag?
Of that being displayed, wouldn't you? You'd be against that, the Confederate flag being sort of present, notwithstanding the fact that there's a great deal of support
on public property. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So I think that there's something substantive about what's going on. That
I guess I'm not sure what we've hit on that's different, right? I would disagree with the Confederate flag because
you disagree with the merits of the Confederate flag.
Well, yeah, because it's like obviously that would be like a highly contentious, like a social issue, like activist issue. That.
But if you could, well, I don't know, is racial equality an activist issue? It was for a long time.
It could be. Things can change. Things can be activist issue. Like for instance, I wouldn't say that like women voting right now is an activist issue. That's like pretty settled. Right, it was at one point in time. It was a very contentious issue, right? Sure. So things can change over time. Like I would have, like if you would ask me like 5 years ago, like I probably would have said that the pride flag is less contentious. I think even most people would agree that it's less contentious than it is now. It just depends on like the social factors, I guess.
Yeah, so I think that what we have going on here is that there's a group of people in this country who want to have a heckler's veto, which to describe what that is, it would be like, suppose every time you wanted to have a pride parade in public spaces where that's allowed, someone started a riot to prevent that from happening. And so it came to be that displays of pride in the country would be coincided with public disorder and disruption because it would necessarily attend to counter-protests who would cause violence. That, to me, sounds like a heckler's veto where someone can stop otherwise legitimate and laudable speech from being heard.
I don't like the comparison though, because like we have the right.
Because there's more controversy now.
No. If you wanted to talk about like doing a protest like on like in a state courthouse sponsored by the state courthouse, we could talk about it.
Sorry. I wasn't using that to compare the private actions taken by people in public spaces to public action taken.
Okay, that's what
I'm using that to elaborate on what the notion of a heckler's veto is. That somehow the amount of resistance that, in terms of punctuated resistance, where there's a reliable chorus from, I would say, a minority that is particularly virulent or particularly violent, let's say, that should not be allowed to stop otherwise, speech that we would think is fine for the government to engage in. You just said 5 years ago you think that the pride flag would be less controversial than it is today.
I mean, if there was ever, do you think there's ever a fair time for like a heckler's veto or no? Because I feel like if there ever was, it would be displays on state property. Like for instance, like what percentage of this country? Well, here I'm curious. How do you feel about when people fly about like having 10 commandments?
Yeah.
So because like the majority of the country is like Christian, right? When that was happening, the majority of the country might still be Christian.
For certain kinds of places and in certain kinds of proceedings, I think that what you're talking about makes a lot of sense. So, for instance, I think that it would be bad for the courthouse to have a flag of Republicans or a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, because part of the expectation of a court is that you're going there to have a neutral adjudication of some kind.
Yeah, but "Don't Tread on Me" is actually a flag from the Revolution
within a courthouse. And then there's an extra issue related to separation of church and state and the Establishment Clause that would animate my concerns with the Ten Commandments. Obviously, the Supreme Court has emphatically and consistently ruled against my position on that, and so there's no chance of me being sort of overruled on that. I don't agree with the display on the merits because I don't agree with it. And I also think that there's a potential Establishment Clause violation, and I think that there's a problem related to the fact that it being in the courthouse might implicate some due process concerns. But all that being said, I think that it's wholly different in the political spaces, in a state, let's say City Hall, something like that. Those are the houses of the political branches. And I expect my politicians and people who are part of the political branches to be political. I expect Trump to be MAGA, and I'm sure that I would disagree with him putting a MAGA flag.
When you say you expect them to be political, I think you have to separate a little bit like ideology from process. Like I expect them to be political when it comes to process, but I don't think I would expect them to be political when it comes to ideology or partisanship. So like if a new state governor came in and they started replacing like, let's say there was like a courthouse with a bunch of paintings of like the president, and they took down all the Democrat ones and just kept up the Republican ones, or if they started putting up like "Hell is for Democrats" signs on a state house, I'm like, well, I mean, it's a Republican, it's going to be political. I would say it's going to be political when they run the political process, but not partisanship.
I just want to say, and I understand that it's different because the City Hall, there's an expectation that people can come and go, and it's different in the White House, but it's a fun example for you to bring up because literally presidents will change and arrange what is being displayed in any given point during their administration in the White House. And I agree as a matter of norm that there should be a spirit, also a matter of bipartisanship and congeniality and not doing overt acts of political animus. And I think that that's all fine. And I think that there's an interest and the democratic process will resolve or attempt to resolve issues related to pure political animus, or you hope that they would resolve them. But any kind of line that we're going to draw that says categorically, I do not want any displays or only displays based on things that are not controversial, that to me seems to be too far or too much of a standard. And
that seems super fair to me. It's supposed to represent all of us. How would you feel if you were like a Christian or Muslim, like very much adhering to your faith, and then you go to your state house or your city house, public property?
For those things that happen all the time, there's displays to. Now there's specific things with respect to.
What do you mean when you say it happens all the time? What does that mean?
Certain government property is not allowed because of the Establishment Clause. You're not allowed to have that connection with religion in the same way. But in terms of having that kind of feeling there, right? In God we trust, written above. In courthouses in New York, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's cringe. I would be more arguing against that before I would be allowing the pride flag. I think God we crush it. I think it was an outdoor of money in '52. That shit is cringe as fuck. But I would be more in favor of getting rid of that before allowing everything.
Yeah, but you're okay with it. So I guess I'm not satisfied with the line on the Ukrainian, which is like there's an official policy in Ukraine that America is just supporting by putting that flag. There could be the Congress now in a bipartisan fashion has passed the protection of gay marriage in the United States. That's an official policy in the United States. That happened in the wake of.
Sure, but gay marriage is not the pride flag. If you really wanted, if you wanted to be cheeky about it, and you wanted to make a display on public property of like posting some part of like the U.S. code or some amendment passed or whatever, then I guess you could do that. At the very least, at least like that's like federal law or something. You want to do that, but that's not the pride flag.
what kind of policy can America enact that you would be okay with? When would you be okay with American displays on public property?
I mean, I guess like if there was a process by which a city could vote on it and people did vote and do it, then I mean, I guess at that point probably okay. Because then you can make my argument that like, well, this is the official city process. We bought into the process, and that's what the process says. I mean, I guess if there was like a public vote on it, then
you vote for your mayor, you vote for your governor, you vote for. Now, obviously, we would have problems if someone tried to put up a Confederate flag over State Hall or whatever. But I think those would be merits.
Or I mean, if they vote for it, I guess. Okay.
I think you have a merits problem with that. You'd say, I don't agree with what that flag represents. I think it's stupid. I don't think that you would say something like.
But people might say the same thing about the pride flag, right? Then you vote on it.
Yeah, well, but that's what I'm saying. Like they did when they voted for their governor, their mayor, whatever, or Biden, or Trump, by the way, who hugged the pride flag. Although I understand it's different, it's not a public display. It's not what we're talking about. But I'm just saying that it's not the case that there is no Republican support for the pride flag. That's sort of the standard. Though I don't think that's what you're saying.
Weird that.
But yeah, like here we have legitimate political processes, people who are authorized to put flags, and if people disagree, they can vote them out. And I don't understand why we should have this line of like no controversy allowed for public displays or public speech.
Okay, can you engage in that? Because you keep saying I don't see why, but you haven't never heard my argument. My argument is that city public property should represent as many Americans as possible, which is going to require some watered down like baseline version of like these are the very basic proper things that we believe.
Okay, I think at some level, I agree with some version of that, especially in places where neutral adjudication or neutral processes.
Sure, I'm not even talking adjudication or necessarily processes. I'm just talking about public representation. Yes.
So what I'm telling you is that for me, it's not all equal in terms of public property. Some public property, I'm going to be very against any kind of display relating to a political or social issue. And I'm just telling you, there's a disparity in what kind of public property and what kind of displays, and that will shift according to where it is and what the display is. And I think that's true for you too, unless you disagree with that. And you think it's all equal.
Damn, I feel like I'm sure there's probably going to be some exception, like in a courthouse there might be like a chapel or something, in which case it'd be okay to have like Christian.
But for the most part, you would say, right, like
for the most part, I would say I would hold consistent this ruling or my opinion here across all public property. Yeah,
equally.
Yes. Unless there's like a public chapel or something, right? Like there might be some exception there, but in general, yeah.
Okay. So to engage with you, I think that there's some room for on official state government business a need to refrain, or a policy reason that you should refrain from outwardly super contentious issues to the scale of where it's disrupting the processes of government. But the thing is, I say that out loud. I think there's room for government to be responsive to public pressure the other way. You know, the normative desire to try to push equality. Do I want to take that away categorically from all public displays? And why wouldn't that be the same rationale for getting rid of Martin Luther King Day back? You know, whenever that was, I actually don't remember when.
I could be wrong, but like for federal holidays, that must be congressionally done, right?
Yeah, the president, Biden just made Juneteenth a federal holiday. So I don't know what the process is for that.
Well, yeah, the process part is probably important because like things like I'm gonna give a lot of leeway to things that are passed by Congress, right? Because I'm a big procedural part.
What about things passed by state legislature?
Yeah, I would say the same. Yeah, that's why I said like if you wanted to argue for the pride flag, like if there's a process by which the city council or state legislature can pass it, it'd probably be a little bit more one for that because part of your buy-in to a particular state or city is that you have to go bypass legislation. Similar to Texas, I guess.
Do you be okay with the pride flag on a government property as long as the legislature passed a law?
Yeah, I guess if a law was passed, because that's how we do things in this country, yeah, is we pass legislation.
That's due process.
What happens to your argument about what it should and the fact that the state should be neutral on public property? Why don't you just be like, no, you shouldn't even pass any laws about this stuff? I would disagree with those laws.
What, make it like a civil, or make it like a constitutional thing that the government ought to display absolutely no?
I mean, I could be
against any law that said pride flag would be flown on Pride Month. Wouldn't you be against any law that said that?
I think right now I probably would be, but you're asking me whether I would be against something is different than, like, I'm also against the high taxes in California, but I paid them when I was there.
I know.
Yeah, so are you asking me, like, would I personally be in favor of it?
You're a senator in U.S. Congress. Okay. There's I don't know, some senator has proposed, and for the Congress to consider, a law that would make it required for pride flag to be flown near Congress on Pride Month. Are you voting in favor of that law or against that law?
I'm not voting in favor of it.
No, you're in favor of pride flag. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, you're asking me different questions. Do you understand?
No, but come on, if you're saying that you would vote for having a pride flag over, you're saying it's a process issue.
Yeah, but if it hasn't been voted on, then I probably wouldn't be in favor of it. Right? Okay. You're asking me like a different. You're asking me like, would you personally vote for a particular thing? I say, yeah. Oh, well, then you must be in favor of that thing being done right now. Well, no, it hasn't been voted on yet, right?
But you would be in favor of if that vote were to occur, and if someone were asking your political policy position, it would be, I wouldn't vote for a law that would do. I just don't agree with the process in which it's been put up. I think that's been
sure. But I mean, like when we talk about like governmental like things, the process is really important.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So if there was if a city or a state had done a vote on these are the flags that we're going to fly in this particular thing, right? If that's a process that exists, part of your social contract in living in a particular city, state, or country is that you must abide by the legislation that's there. That's part of your buy-in for the thing or whatever. Yeah. So I mean, like if they pass a law saying that there's a particular thing you have to do, and I mean, you have to.
Hang on a second. If there were the same policy or law being considered, but instead of the pride flag, it's a Confederate flag, would you vote in favor or against it?
Well, I vote against that because I don't believe in the Confederate shit, right?
So for me, it's all a process argument.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
That's fair. Yeah.
I don't think I ever had a different position though.
I think you were against it because you thought it was cringe.
No, I don't. Well, the new pride flag is cringe. The rainbow one is fine. But like, no, I'm against it because I didn't even say it was against it because cringe. The original argument I gave you, I'll repeat it now for the second or third time. The original argument I gave you was that city or state houses should represent the public in probably the most base way possible, like fundamental way possible. That should probably be their limited, not base, but like base fundamental way. That probably should do that. If they want to change the types of things that they represent, if you want to make a change to the flags you have, I guess you can do that. But as long as it's done via like legislation, like some process by which the city, state, or federal government agrees, like this is how we decide like which flags to hang or which things to do or whatever.
I came here to purge this evil.
I think that's a position that I respect. If you're saying like I just don't agree with governors doing it or the president's doing it unilaterally or
sure, like how would you feel about like so for instance, you're okay with the government, you're okay with the Biden display of the pride flag in the White House, right?
Yes.
How would you feel about Trump doing a MAGA flag?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Why? I think that you have more justification for the MAGA flag than the pride flag. Because Trump literally won the election. Which is arguably MAGA, but the gay pride didn't win any elections. So I think you have a stronger argument for the MAGA flag being thrown in the White House than the pride flag. So how do you get it?
At that point, it's
That's so dumb. Before they invent
I disagree with MAGA, and I'm in favor of pride.
So you don't care about the process at all. You literally just say something you like.
Hang on a second. I think that it's legitimate. I just agree that the executives that you elect, right, the governor, the mayor, these people are also legitimate individuals and offices by which the electorate can make their political views
Sure,
known.
but everything you just said, hardcore support.
I would
Because there's a bigger support for quote-unquote MAGA flags because they voted literally for MAGA Trump than there are for gay pride flags, which is not necessarily voting for Biden.
But let me be clear. I support the fact that elected officials take their own views on political issues and make displays corresponding to their views and what they think is right.
And so when it gets away from
in a powers question, right? And who has the legitimacy to do this, right? I'm not in support. I think you would not be in support either of some random guy going up and putting the flag, correct? So before you seem to have a problem with the president just putting the pride flag up. Agreed? You wanted that to be a congressional.
Yeah, but I'm holding the same answer for the pride flag and the MAGA flag. You seem like you say you're okay with the pride flag.
I'm going. So I disagree with that fundamental point. I think the president is also answerable to the people through his election. So I'm okay with just the president putting up the pride flag as a powers question. Now, if just that's not enough to solve the question about whether I'm going to support it, right? The fact that he has the power to do it.
Well, no, I'm not asking if you support the flag.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Just because I agree with a particular office's authority to hoist political symbols doesn't mean that I agree with how that power is used in every case. And so in the case of Biden putting up the flag, I both agree that his office has the authority and legitimacy to put up
Let's see if it resets.
and where it's being displayed. And I agree with the flag he's putting up. Both are required for me to think that it's a legitimate display. And so in the Trump case, yeah, I agree. He's a duly elected president, and he has every entitlement and right to make his views known in the sense of legitimacy as a powers question. But I disagree with the display. And so that's where I would distinguish.
So then ultimately, the process by which you decide if a flag can go up or not is if you agree with it?
I think that in terms of political...
Because I'm understanding you're giving me two requirements. One is that they follow the process to do it, and you think they automatically have that ability to do it just by virtue of being the executive. And the second, if you agree with the flag. It's only goes with two conditions you gave.
How I'm going to agree with a particular political display, I guess I'll add a third criteria there. But the first one is, do you